Chapter 3489 Spirit Ancestors Shock. Well, the sparring is over. Next, we should discuss how to deal with Daing and the Blood Clan, Shower said. With the addition of Mr. Elder Darkbone and Lord Lifefall King, the strength of our camp has greatly increased. With such strength, we don't need to discuss how to deal with the Blood Clan and Daing, who is already in a weakened state with a severely injured soul. We can just fight them directly, Axe One Master said. That's right. We already have absolute strength, so we don't need to waste time. We can attack directly. But before that, I have to invite someone, Jian Wushuang said. Who? Shower looked over. Spirit Ancestor, Jian Wushuang said. The reason I want to kill the Blood Clan's Grandmaster is because of the agreement between me and Spirit Ancestor. Now that we're going to attack the Blood Clan, we naturally have to invite her to witness it. Once she arrives, we'll attack immediately. Sure. Shower nodded. Elder Darkbone, Lightfall King, and Axe One Master naturally did not have any objections. On the same day, Jian Wushuang sent a message to Spirit Ancestor. A few days later, Spirit Ancestor arrived at the Nine-Tailed Clan. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I already know what you did in the Demon Realm with the Divine Moon Palace. Now that you've specially invited me here, are you planning to attack the Blood Clan? Spirit Ancestor asked directly when she saw Jian Wushuang. Spirit Ancestor, don't worry. Come with me first. Jian Wushuang smiled and led Spirit Ancestor to a palace below. Spirit Ancestor followed Jian Wushuang to the palace. However, as soon as she stepped into the palace, she immediately saw many figures sitting in the palace. At the same time, she also felt the rich and powerful auras emitted by these figures. 6 Realms of the Void. So many experts of the 6 Realms of the Void. Even though the Spirit Ancestor was experienced and knowledgeable, she was also shocked by the lineup before her. One must know that even the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect, one of the 3 great freedom alliances of the Divine Beginning Realm, did not have as many Principles Masters of the 6 Realms of the Void who stayed in the Divine Beginning Realm all year round. Not to mention, other than a few Principles Masters of the 6 Realms of the Void, she could not even sense the specific level of a few others. This made her even more shocked. Spirit Ancestor, let me introduce you first. This is Miss Shower, the Palace Master of Divine Moon Palace. She created Divine Moon Palace by herself, and now she has regained control of the Nine-Tailed Clan, Jian Wushuang said. Palace Master of Divine Moon Palace? Spirit Ancestor was stunned, but when she saw Shower, she was a little surprised. She did not know that Palace Master of Divine Moon Palace was only in the 4th realm of the Void Realm. However, what Jian Wushuang said next shocked her. This is Lord Su, Miss Shower's servant. Next to him is Master of Shadow Fox of the Nine-Tailed Clan. You should have heard of him. Lord Su? Servant? Ancestor Spirit was shocked. These 3 are Axe One Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master, Jian Wushuang introduced. However, as Axe One Master had warned him not to reveal the existence of Star Palace, he did not mention that the 3 of them were from Star Palace. Spirit Ancestor looked at Axe One Master and the other 2 with a strange expression. Although she was a loner and never paid attention to the outside world, she knew most of the powerful Principles Masters in the Divine Beginning Realm. However, she had never heard of Axe One Master and the other 2. Then, Jian Wushuang brought Spirit Ancestor to Demon Master Chunhua. This is Demon Master Chunhua, Jian Wushuang said. I know him. He was with you when you came to the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. He is so strong that even Spirit Ancestor thought he was weaker than you, Spirit Ancestor said. Yes, but not long ago. Qinyuo's strength improved after the battle with Dang. Now, he has reached the pinnacle of the 6 Void Realms, Jian Wushuang said. What? Spirit Ancestor was shocked and looked at Demon Master Chunhua with a humble expression. Spirit Ancestor, this is Elder Darkbone. You should have heard of him, Jian Wushuang said. Elder Darkbone? Spirit Ancestor glanced at Elder Darkbone and said with a smile, Mr. Elder Darkbone, long time no see. How have you been? Haha, last time I saw you, you were still seeking revenge against the Blood Clan for your husband's death. I didn't expect Heavenly Sword Marquis to invite me to kill the clan leader of the Blood Clan to make a deal with you. Elder Darkbone laughed leisurely Obviously, he had interacted with Spirit Ancestor before. Spirit Ancestor could not help but smile. Spirit Ancestor, there's one more. This is Lifefall King, a good friend of Elder Darkbone. This time, he came with Elder Darkbone. In addition, Lifefall King is a ruler-level expert, Jian Wushuang said. Ruler level? Spirit Ancestor was shocked and immediately looked at Lifefall King in shock. At the same time, he bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, my lord." Lifefall King only glanced at Spirit Ancestor and did not say anything. Spirit Ancestor, all of you here are the experts who came with me to the Blood Clan to kill the Blood Clan leader for you. Do you still feel satisfied? Jian Wushuang said. Yes, of course I'm satisfied. Spirit Ancestor was extremely excited at this moment. Her body was even slightly trembling. After all, she had been waiting for this day for a long time. Before this, she really could not find any way to kill the Blood Clan leader. Later, when she finally met Jian Wushuang, she saw that Jian Wushuang had great potential and unlimited possibilities. It just so happened that Jian Wushuang needed her help, so she made such a request to kill the Blood Clan leader. In fact, she knew that such a request was indeed a bit too much, but she had no choice but to seize this slim chance. She did not expect that Jian Wushuang would actually agree to her request and kill the Blood Clan leader for her with all his strength. Moreover, he had invited a lineup that was simply shocking to her. 5 ordinary experts of the 6 Void Realms, 2 experts of the ultimate of the 6 Void Realms, and a true Saint Master Realm expert. If such a lineup could not kill the Blood Clan leader, it meant that she would not be able to avenge her husband in the future. Spirit Ancestor, since you are satisfied with this lineup, then what I said before, Jian Wushuang looked at Spirit Ancestor. Heaven Marquis, don't worry. It would be good if we could successfully kill the Blood Clan leader during this trip. Even if we are lucky enough to let the Blood Clan leader escape, as long as everyone here has done their best, I will not have any regrets. I will still do my best to help you do that, Spirit Ancestor said. That's good. Jian Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 3490 Target, the Blood Clan. In that case, let's not waste any time. Let's go to the Blood Clan now, Jian Wushuang suggested. The surrounding people looked at each other and nodded. Then, they set off directly. Because their purpose this time was to kill Diying and the Blood Clan leader, they did not want to wipe out the Blood Clan. Therefore, they were the only ones who set off to the Blood Clan. As for the principals masters of the Divine Moon Palace and the Nine-Tailed Clan, who were below the 6th realm of the Void Realm, none of them went. The Blood Clan land was far away from the Nine-Tailed Clan. It would take a long time for ordinary experts to travel, but this time, almost all the experts who went to the Blood Clan were above the 6th realm of the Void Realm. They traveled at a terrifying speed. In less than half a day, they had arrived outside the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. When they arrived, the Blood Clan did not receive any news. The entire Blood Clan was very calm, but the clan-protecting formation of the Blood Clan had been operating normally. Marquis Duanyu, it's up to you. Jian Wushuang glanced at Marquis Duanyu. Leave it to me. But if any experts of the Blood Clan come out, please block them for me. Don't let them affect me, Marquis Duanyu said. Don't worry. With our formation there, no one from the Blood Clan will dare to come out, Jian Wushuang said. Marquis Duanyu nodded and immediately rushed toward the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. There was a huge formation outside the ancestral land, which was the protection formation of the Blood Clan. Marquis Duanyu appeared next to the formation and began to crack it. However, it was the protection array of the Divine Clan after all. Its power level was extremely high. Marquis Duanyu's act of cracking it openly caused quite a commotion. In a secret room in the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. This secret room was extremely hidden. Even many of the elders and high-level experts of the Blood Clan did not know of the existence of such a secret room, let alone an innocent intruder. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting in this secret chamber. One of them was wearing a blood robe. His face was thin, but his skin was extremely ruddy as if it was stained with a layer of faint blood. He was the clan leader of the Blood Clan, also known as the Blood Master. As for the other person, he was wearing a black robe. His entire body was wrapped in the black robe, so it was impossible to see his exact appearance. Moreover, The aura emitted from his body was also extremely cold. There was even an extremely evil aura. Yama, what does your master mean by that? The Blood Master frowned and asked. Blood Master, don't be anxious. Under the black robe, a hoarse voice slowly sounded. It's not that you don't know my master's position. This matter involves not only the Nine-Tailed Clan, but also Heavenly Sword Marquis. As you know, Heavenly Sword Marquis, even the three great saint realms can't do anything to him now. They have no intention of attacking him for the time being. No matter what, my master still has to stand with the three great saint realms on the surface. If my master really wants to help you at all costs, that would be to directly shed all pretense of cordiality with Heavenly Sword Marquis. At that time, we still don't know what will happen to Heavenly Sword Marquis. However, the three Saint Realm Masters will definitely blame my master. Humph, with your master's strength and methods, are you afraid that the three Saint Realm Masters will blame him? The Blood Master coldly glanced at the black-robed man. Of course. After all, my master is currently living under someone else's roof. He has to listen to the three Saint Realm Masters more or less. It is obvious that the three Saint Realm Masters want to follow the Heavenly Sword Marquis and find an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. However, if the Heavenly Sword Marquis is alerted because of my master's rash attack, the three Saint Realm Masters will definitely be unhappy, the black-robed man said indifferently. In other words, your master is not willing to get involved in this matter? The Blood Master said coldly. I didn't say that, but in my opinion, since you sincerely want to cooperate with my master will not reject you so easily. Otherwise, he would not have sent me here personally. It can be said that my master is still willing to cooperate with you, Blood Master. However, my master has a lot of things to worry about now, so he has not made a definite decision. He will have to wait a little longer and see what the situation is like before deciding, the black-robed man said. It depends on the situation? The Blood Master was shocked and angry. Humph, if we look at the situation again, the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Heavenly Marquis of Sword will attack us. It's not necessary. Even if the Heavenly Sword Marquis joins hands with the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Divine Moon Palace, their lineup is indeed much stronger than the Blood Clan. However, the Blood Clan now has not only you, but also Daying. With you two experts at the peak of the 6 states of the Void, what can they do to you with only one expert at the peak of the 6 states of the Void? Besides, I'm among the Blood Clansmen now. If they really attack, they'll naturally lend you a hand, the black-robed man said. With your words, I feel a little relieved. The Blood Master let out a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the Blood Master's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. What's wrong? The black-robed man looked over. It's a formation. Our clan's protective formation has been attacked, and the formation spirit told me that that person is using a special method to break the formation. If he continues to break the formation like that, it won't be long before the formation spirit can't hold on any longer. The Blood Master said in a deep voice. Break the formation? The black-robed man stood up in shock. It's the Nine-Tailed Clan. It must be the Nine-Tailed Clan's people who have come to kill us. There's also that Heavenly Sword Marquis. At this time, only they would dare to attack us, and only their people can break our clan's formation so quickly. The Blood Master immediately became nervous. Da-Ing told me before that the array of the Nine-Tailed Clan was broken by a mysterious expert of the 6 states of the Void in the camp of the Divine Moon Palace. The array of the Nine-Tailed Clan is a 5-element array from the universe battlefield. However, in terms of level, it's higher than the array of the Blood Clan. Even the array of the Nine-Tailed Clan can't withstand it. Naturally, the array of the Blood Clan will also be broken by that person. The black-robed man's aura surged as he said leisurely, I didn't expect that the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Heavenly Sword Marquis would actually dare to attack the Blood Clan so quickly. Where did they get their courage from? It's over now. They've already charged over. We should think of a way to stop them first, the Blood Master said in a deep voice. Don't be anxious. The black-robed man waved his sleeve and said in a deep voice, Blood Master, didn't you invite many experts who are skilled in formations to prevent the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Heavenly Sword Marquis from attacking? These experts can be used now. Chapter 3491 Array Defense. Yes, I almost forgot. These experts who are good at array formations all have an extremely high level of research in array formations. Moreover, they came to the inner part of our blood clan very early and began to study our clan's protective array formations. They already have a very good understanding of our clan's protective array formations. As for the person who broke the formation invited by the Nine-Tailed clan, although he has a very high attainment in formations, he is only one person. Moreover, he is outside the formation, so he can break the formation outside. The experts I invited are constantly repairing and fighting against him inside the formation. With so many people working together with the formation spirit, I don't believe he can break our clan's protective formation. A cold smile appeared on the Blood Master's face. He had long been on guard against the Nine-Tailed clan and Jian Wushuang. In particular, he had learned from Ding that the Nine-Tailed clan had been conquered largely because the clan's protective array had been broken by someone. That meant that the other party must have an expert in array formation. Therefore, in order to be on the safe side, he had paid a great price to invite many experts with high attainments in array formation. Now, these experts could be used. Following the Blood Master's instructions, the experts who were good at the field of formation quickly began to cooperate with the spirit of the formation to fight against Marquis Duan Yu. As the Blood Clan already knew that the Nine-Tailed clan and Jian Wushuang had come to attack, they were also on full alert. The entire Blood Clan could be said to be on full alert. In the void outside the Blood Clan, Jian Wushuang and the others were also waiting quietly. They waited for a full hour. Something is wrong. Axe One Master frowned and said, Marquis Duany's attainments in the Tao of formation have long reached the peak. Even the five-elemental formation of the Nine-Tailed clan did not take him long to crack without anyone's influence. However, the Guardian formation of the Blood Clan is not as high-level or as complicated as the five-elemental formation of the Nine-Tailed clan. Yet, Marquis Duanyu still hasn't cracked it after an hour? Yes, it's a little strange. Jian Wushuang nodded. However, they did not go up to him to ask about it because Marquis Duanyu was still breaking the formation and the Blood Clan did not send any experts to disturb him. At this moment, Marquis Duanyu, who had been in the middle of breaking the formation, finally opened his eyes and got up to return. Marquis Duanyu, how is it? Axe One Master hurriedly asked. You look like you've run into some trouble. Jian Wushuang also asked. I did run into some trouble. Marquis Duanyu nodded and said, the level of this formation isn't very high, and I've known about it before. As long as no one interferes with me, it's easy to break this formation. But I didn't expect that the Blood Clan had been prepared. Prepared? Everyone was puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, there should be more than a dozen or more experts who are proficient in array within the Blood Clan. These experts already have a very good understanding of the Blood Clan's protective array. If they work together and cooperate with the spirit of this array, they will continue to tangle with me. As soon as I break a place, they will immediately repair or change that place. They will constantly obstruct me, making it impossible for me to break this array. Marquis Duanyu said, Is that so? Everyone immediately understood. Previously, when they saw that no one from the Blood Clan had walked out of the formation, they thought that no one could affect Marquis Duanyu. They did not expect that the Blood Clan could actually make those experts who were good at formations. It had a great impact on Marquis Duanyu from inside the formation. However, that Blood Clan leader has clearly underestimated me. Marquis Duanyu smiled again. He thought that by inviting these experts who are good at arrays to obstruct me from cracking the array formation from the inside, he would be able to ensure that this array formation is complete. However, he didn't know that the experts he invited who are good at arrays are just a bunch of useless chickens and dogs. Their understanding of arrays might be at the level of a master in the divine beginning realm. However, if they were placed in the universe battlefield, they wouldn't even be able to compare. They don't know how changeable the array is, nor do they know how many ways to break it. For example, the one I used to break it one by one is just one of the ways to break it. But there are more ways to break it. They have never come into contact with it, so how can they really hinder me? So, Marquis Duanyu, you already have a way to break the array? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Yes, I have secretly arranged many methods in the magic array during the fight with them. Now, as long as I activate these methods at the same time, the magic array will be in a temporary state of stagnation. In this short period of time, only one of you, Demon Master Chunhua or Mr. Elder Darkbone, can easily break this magic array, Marquis Duanyu said. Amazing! Axe 1 Master could not help but exclaim. In that case, Chunhua, please help Marquis Duanyu to break the formation, Jin Wushuang said. Sure. Demon Master Chunhua nodded slightly and then walked toward the formation with Marquis Duanyu. Demon Master Chunhua, this is the place. As long as you stand here, you can attack the formation immediately if I ask you to. It doesn't need to be very powerful. With the strength of an expert at the pinnacle of the 6 void realms, you can break the formation with just one attack, Marquis Duanyu said. Understood. Demon Master Chunhua nodded. As for Marquis Duanyu, he closed his eyes and began to activate the techniques he left behind in the array. A moment later, Marquis Duanyu's eyes opened once again. At this moment, Demon Master Chunhua, make your move, Marquis Duanyu shouted. Demon Master Chunhua did not hesitate. He raised his right hand and a majestic might condensed in it. Following that, he punched out toward the array in front of him. The fist smashed into the light membrane of the magic formation like a meteorite. Because the magic formation was in a temporary state of stagnation, it was impossible to distribute all the power of Demon Master Chinyuo's punch to every corner. Moreover, the spot where Demon Master Chunhua attacked was the weak point of the magic formation. Therefore, the punch instantly blew a big hole in the light membrane of the magic formation. The appearance of the big hole immediately caused the entire formation to collapse. The overwhelming power began to retreat frantically. In a short while, the protective formation of the Blood Clan had disappeared, and the Blood Clan had been completely exposed to Jin Wushuang and the others. Axe 1 Master, Star Saint Master, Lord Su, and Lord Shadow Fox. Marquis Duanyu shouted in a low voice. Axe 1 Master, Star Saint Master, Lord Su, and Lord Shadow Fox were already prepared. They were standing in 4 corners of the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. After hearing Marquis Duanyu's shout, the 4 of them attacked at the same time. Instantly, with Marquis Duanyu as the core, a brand new array formation was formed. This array formation was the Netherjade 5-kill array formation. Chapter 3492 Charge into the Blood Clan in the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. The Blood Master initially thought that the experts who were skilled in arrays that he had invited had successfully stopped Marquis Duanyu from breaking the array. He was originally extremely happy, but suddenly, the protective array of the Blood Clan was broken. This sudden change caused the Blood Master to turn pale with fright. The entire Blood Clan became extremely nervous. The many high-level experts of the Blood Clan all rose up with solemn expressions. Especially when the Netherjade 5-kill formation around the Blood Clan was formed. The Blood Clan experts all felt a trace of panic in their hearts. What's going on? Wasn't the person who broke the formation already blocked? How did he break it all of a sudden? What's going on? The Blood Master's expression was unsightly as he continuously roared. It's too late to say this now. The formation has been broken. This is the truth. However, even if the formation is broken, the combined forces of the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Heavenly Sword Marquis might not be able to do anything to you. The mysterious black-robed man beside him said. The Blood Master's gaze darkened as he nodded to himself. At this moment, Dying, who was originally in seclusion within the Blood Clan, was alarmed by the commotion here. He had also forcefully broken through and appeared beside the Blood Master. Blood Master, what's going on? Da-Ing frowned as she looked around at the huge formation that had formed around her. That formation had brought her quite a bit of pressure. What else can be going on? Isn't it just the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Heavenly Sword Marquis that are charging over? Humph. You clearly know that there are 2 experts at the peak of the 6 states of the void in our Blood Clan, yet you still dare to charge in. You really have guts. The Blood Master snorted coldly. He then looked at Da-Ing. Da-Ing, how has your strength recovered during these few days of closed-door cultivation? The backlash to my soul was too severe previously. I was only in closed-door cultivation for such a short period of time, and my battle strength was unable to recover to its peak. Now, I can only display close to 70% of my battle strength. Dying said, close to 70%? That's about it. If you and I join hands, a mere expert at the peak of the 6 states of the void would not be able to take us down. If it really doesn't work, isn't Elder Darkbone around? The Blood Master glanced at the black-robed man beside him. Don't worry, Blood Master. If it comes to a critical moment, I will take action, the black-robed man said. That's good. The Blood Master nodded slightly. After the Netherjade 5-kill formation was set up, Jin Wushuang and the others, who had been waiting outside, finally walked into the Blood Clan ancestors' land and soon appeared in front of the Blood Master, Ding, and the others. Ding, do you think you can hide in the Blood Clan and live in peace? Shower stared at Ding with a cold face. Humph, Diji, I admire you. Not only are you able to find so many powerful helpers, but you are also very good at setting up formations. If I'm not wrong, the formations you are setting up around here should be used to prevent me from escaping, right? Ding said in a low voice. That's right. This array is prepared to kill experts like you, who have reached the peak of the 6 states of the void. This array is called the Netherjade 5-kill array. It is formed by the joint efforts of 5 experts of the 6 states of the void. Dying, if you have the ability, you can go and try to see if you can escape from this array. Shower said with a cold smile. The array formed by 5 experts of the 6 states of the void? De Ying's face sank. Actually, there was no need to try. When she was trapped in the formation and felt the power of the formation, she had guessed that it would be difficult for her to break out of the formation. Even if she joined hands with the Blood Masters and Yama, it would be difficult for her to break out of the formation. However, even if she could not break out of the formation, it did not mean that they would die. After all, this was the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. There were many Blood Clan experts present, and there were also the Blood Master and Yama. Ding had some confidence. Diji, since you want to kill me, then bring out all your methods. I want to see if you really have the ability, said Ding. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Shower smiled coldly. At this moment, the spirit ancestor also took a step forward and stared at the Blood Master. He said in a low voice, Blood Master, do you still remember me? Oh, isn't this the spirit ancestor of the heavenly ancestor Taoist sect? Why, are you also involved in today's battle? However, what can you do with your strength? The Blood Master stared at the spirit ancestor with a strange smile. Although the spirit ancestor was also the ruler of the rules of the 6 states of the void, her combat strength was still far from the peak of the 6 states of the void. She was only slightly better at the aspect of the soul. The Blood Master did not take her to heart at all. Yes, I can't threaten you with my strength alone, but I'm afraid you don't know that it's because of me that Heavenly Sword Marquis is willing to spend so much effort to kill you. Spirit Ancestor said coldly. What did you say? The Blood Master frowned immediately. Blood Master, Spirit Ancestor is right, Jin Wushuang said at this moment. The reason why I didn't hesitate to attack the Blood Clan was because I had an agreement with Spirit Ancestor that I would help her kill you. Without this reason, who would dare to attack the Blood Clan, one of the 4 divine clans? I see, the Blood Master said. I didn't expect that Spirit Ancestor, whom I didn't take seriously before, would bring so much trouble to the Blood Clan. Fortunately, even if you attack the Blood Clan and break the clan protection array, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill me and Dang in the Blood Clan with your current lineup. It's true that we're not enough. Even the Demon Master Chunhua, who is by my side, would find it difficult to kill either of you. But do you think that's all I'm prepared for? Jin Wushuang chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures walked over from the void behind him. These 2 figures were Elder Darkbone and Lifefall King, haha, Bloodmaster, right? I've never met you before. However, the previous 3 chiefs of your Blood Clan have met me many times. Elder Darkbone's laughter echoed in this world. The moment the Blood Master saw Elder Darkbone, his pupils shrank. You are Elder Darkbone? The Blood Master's face changed drastically. How can that be? I thought you never cared about the fights between the forces of the Divine Beginning Realm. Why are you willing to help Heavenly Sword Marquis now? It's up to me whether I want to join the fights between the forces of the Divine Beginning Realm or not. If I'm willing to help Heavenly Sword Marquis, Who in the divine beginning realm can do anything about it? Elder Darkbone sneered. Hearing Elder Darkbone's reply, the Blood Master and De Ying's faces became extremely ugly. Chapter 3493 Yama Previously, Jin Wushuang only had one Demon Master, Demon Master Chunhua. Although he was also at the pinnacle of the sixth realm of the void, they were not too afraid of him. After all, it was almost impossible for Demon Master Chunhua to kill them alone. Even if he used a magic formation to trap them completely, he could not kill them. However, it would be completely different if there was an old monster named Elder Darkbone. Elder Darkbone was an old monster from the same era as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master and the Temporal Temple Master. He had lived for too long and his strength was unfathomable. Most importantly, Elder Darkbone's methods were endless. He was famous for this. Even Saint Realm Masters did not dare to look down on him. One could imagine how terrifying this Elder Darkbone was. In the hearts of the Blood Master and De Ying, Elder Darkbone's threat to them was undoubtedly incomparable to that of Demon Master Chunhua. Even if two Demon Masters of the Chunhua realm were tied together, in their eyes, they could not compare to Elder Darkbone. Under such circumstances, Elder Darkbone still had to join hands with Demon Master Chunhua to deal with them. Alright, stop talking nonsense with them. Let's just attack, Jin Wushuang said. Our targets are only the Blood Master and Dayang. However, this is the ancestor land of the Blood Clan. As one of the four great divine clans, the Blood Clan has many Principals Masters. Although these Principals Masters are not very strong, they can still cause us a lot of trouble if they join hands. So, Lifefall King, please help us, Elder Darkbone said with a smile. Sure. Lifefall King did not refuse. With a wave of his hand, a purplish-green jade pot appeared in his hand. This purplish-green jade pot did not give off any shocking true treasure aura. It looked ordinary. However, the moment Lifefall King took out the jade pot and opened its lid, Hong, beams of purplish-green light shot out in all directions like a spider web with the jade pot as its core. These purplish-green rays of light swept toward the many Principals Masters of the Blood Clan like a spider web. The sudden turn of events gave these Principals Masters of the Blood Clan a fright. They immediately attacked, wanting to shatter or block this purplish-green ray of light. Then, this purplish-green ray of light was incomparably tyrannical. Whenever it appeared in front of a Principal's Master, it would immediately wrap around this Principal's Master at a terrifying speed. However, no matter how this Principal's Master struggled, he could not get rid of the light beam. Even the Principal's Masters of the 5 Void Realms among the Blood Clan, who were stronger, could not get rid of the purplish-green light beam. They were also wrapped up and formed one purplish-green cocoon after another. In a short moment, all the Principals Masters of the Blood Clan were trapped in the purplish-green cocoon. This is, Jin Wushuang and the others were secretly shocked by what they saw. At the same time, they were deeply impressed by the fact that they were Masters of the Divine Realm. Even though the Masters of the Divine Realm from the outside world were greatly restricted and could not show their peak strength, their skills were still impressive. Now, they could easily restrain all the Principals Masters of the Blood Clan with just a random item. Such skills were indeed incomparable to those of the Principals Masters. These small characters have already been temporarily bound by me. Now, it's up to you guys. Lifefall King laughed. Demon Master Chunhua, let's make our move. Elder Darkbone glanced at Demon Master Chunhua. Demon Master Chunhua nodded slightly, and then, so. These two ultimate experts of the 6 states of the void attacked at the same time. Both of them turned into streaks of light and appeared in front of the Blood Master and Dayang respectively. The two of them picked one opponent each and began to kill. The Blood Master and Dayang naturally would not give up without a fight. The two of them immediately used all their skills to defend. What was worth mentioning was that Demon Master Chunhua was fighting the Blood Master, and De Ying's combat strength was not at its peak. He could only use 70% of his strength, and he was fighting the even more terrifying Elder Darkbone. Even at her peak, Dayang would probably find it difficult to survive against Elder Darkbone, let alone now. Elder Darkbone had only casually attacked, but in just 2 short exchanges, Dayang felt an enormous life and death crisis. This won't do. Elder Darkbone is too strong. Even if he casually attacked now, I wouldn't be able to hold on. The moment he puts in a bit of effort, I might be instantly killed by him. Da Ying was incomparably terrified. She did not dare to continue fighting with Elder Darkbone. She immediately looked at the black-robed man who had been standing at the edge of the battlefield. Yama, why aren't you attacking? Da Ying shouted in a low voice. Yama? Jin Wushuang frowned and fixed his eyes on the black-robed man. When he had just entered the ancestors' land of the Blood Clan and met the Blood Master, he had already noticed the black-robed man next to the Blood Master. This was because the aura emitted by this black-robed man was very strange. Just like the previous demon master Chunhua, he could not sense it at all. The method of concealing one's aura was so tyrannical. His strength was definitely not weak. And now, along with Da Ying's cry for help, a helpless voice came from under the black robe. I originally thought that with the Blood Master and Da Ying, the two strongest experts at the peak of the 6 states of the void, there would be no need for me to make a move. But now, it seems that it is still not enough. After the black-robed man finished speaking, his body moved in a strange manner and arrived beside Da Ying. At the same time, he blocked the attack that Elder Darkbone had casually unleashed. Even though he blocked it, Elder Darkbone's casual attack was so powerful that it was frightening. The black-robed man was immediately forced back. Kiki, as expected of Elder Darkbone. His strength is really frightening. The black-robed man laughed coldly. If my guess is correct, you should be Yama from the Sorcerer God sect, right? Elder Darkbone looked at the black-robed man calmly. He was not the least bit surprised that the black-robed man was able to receive his attack. It is me. I am truly flattered to be able to say my name from Elder Darkbone's mouth. The black-robed man laughed. Hee, don't be humble. In the Sorcerer God sect, other than the Sorcerer God and that mysterious prophet, your status should be the highest, and your strength is only second to the two of them. Although I rarely interact with the Sorcerer God sect, I have heard of you, Yama, Elder Darkbone said with a smile. It's just that I don't know when the Sorcerer God sect has become together with the Blood Clan. Today, you still want to stand up for the Blood Clan and this thing? I don't want to either. However, the Blood Clan and our Sorcerer God sect did have some history before. Now that everyone is attacking the Blood Clan in such a grand manner and I happen to be present, I can't just pretend that I didn't see it, right? The black-robed fellow laughed. Chapter 3494 Fantasy Secret Skill. Now the question is, Elder Darkbone, and everyone here, can we give up on this for the sake of the Sorcerer God sect? Pluto looked around at Jin Wushuang and the others and said calmly. Outside the battlefield, Jin Wushuang, Shower, and Spirit Ancestors' faces darkened. They had thought that the trip to the Blood Clan would be a success and that no major changes would occur. They had not expected that the Sorcerer God sect would get involved in this matter. The Sorcerer God sect was an extremely terrifying force. Its leader, the Sorcerer God, was a ruler-level expert. The black-robed Pluto, who appeared in front of them, seemed to have reached the peak of the 6 void realms based on his aura. He knew that he was standing in front of Elder Darkbone. However, he did not show any fear. Obviously, he had the confidence to face Elder Darkbone. However, it was impossible for them to give up this plan. Sorcerer God sect? Jin Wushuang's eyes turned cold. The Sorcerer God sect alone is not powerful enough to stop us. Yes, in today's battle, Da Ying and the Blood Master will die. Unless your Sorcerer God comes, you alone cannot stop us, Shower said. The Sorcerer God comes personally? Haha, it has been hundreds of years, but I wonder if his injuries have all been healed? Jin Wushuang sneered. In the battle on the Saha Island, he had received the power of the entire Bloodwave realm from Bloodwave. His strength had soared, and he had fought against the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God alone. He had also used his most powerful killing move. He had severely injured the two of them. This battle was also the battle that made Jin Wushuang famous. Although it had been hundreds of years, and the two of them had certainly recovered from their injuries, Jin Wushuang had brought up this matter to expose the scars of the Sorcerer God sect. Is that so? That's a pity. Pluto sighed and said slowly, since you don't want to leave, I can only try my best to stop you. With just you? Underworld Emperor looked at Pluto mockingly and then slashed out with one hand. A cold blade light instantly slashed out. This blade light, even if it was not used by a supreme treasure divine weapon, the instant it burst out, it still easily tore open space. The blade light carried a sharp power that seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world. It even made the surrounding spectators jump in fear. His strength had reached Elder Darkbone's level, and he could destroy the world with just a raise of his hand. Seeing the blade light attacking, the Underworld Emperor was unmoved. Under his black robe, a strange smile spread out. Hua! The cold blade light directly passed through the Underworld Emperor's body, but it didn't touch any physical body. Instead, it completely passed through the Underworld Emperor's body. Oh! Underworld Emperor raised his brows and looked at Pluto with a hint of surprise. Thanks. In the Divine Beginning realm, everyone knows that Elder Darkbone, your strength is tyrannical and your methods are amazing. Even the masters of the Saint realm wouldn't dare to underestimate you. I, Pluto, also know my own limits. Of course, am not your opponent in a head-on fight. However, as long as I don't fight you head-on, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do anything to me, said Pluto with a strange smile. I've clearly locked onto his god body. He didn't dodge when the saber light slashed at him, but this saber light didn't touch him. It's really strange, muttered Underworld Emperor. Then, he slashed again with his right hand. The same saber light flew out again. However, the moment this saber light flew out, it split into 9. There were 9 saber lights, and each of them was extremely sharp. Moreover, they slashed at Pluto from 9 different directions at the same time. However, the Underworld Emperor still smiled. His body did not move at all. In the end, the 9 blade lights still did not touch anything substantial and passed through the Elder Darkbone's body. This scene caused Elder Darkbone's expression to change slightly. The surprise in his eyes became even denser. Could it be that the person in front of you is not your actual body, but merely an illusory body? Underworld Emperor frowned and asked, Haha, Elder Darkbone, you really have good eyesight. Underworld Emperor laughed. Then, more and more strange black-robed figures appeared beside him. These black-robed figures, whether it was their appearance or the aura they emitted, were exactly the same as Underworld Emperor. Whether it was with the naked eye or soul perception, one could not tell the difference between them. However, these strange black-robed figures continued to appear, dozens, hundreds, and nearly 1,000. In a short while, nearly 1,000 black-robed figures appeared in the world. Each of them looked exactly like Pluto, and even their aura was the same. This? Jian Wushuang stood outside the battlefield and was shocked to see the thousands of black-robed figures appearing in the void in front of him. Because in his perception, any one of these black-robed figures was extremely powerful. It was a complete scene with Yama. He could not figure out which of these black-robed figures was Yama's real body. Illusion body secret skill? Elder Darkbone could not help laughing when he saw the scene around him. These illusions are so interesting that even I can't tell if they are real or fake. Elder Darkbone, I told you that I'm not your opponent in a head-on fight. However, it won't be a problem if I keep you busy. Now that I'm standing in front of you, you can think of a way to find my real body. Or you can ignore me and continue to kill Ding. However, you have to get rid of me first. Pluto smiled faintly. Let's give it a try. Elder Darkbone casually moved his body. His terrifying speed, which Jian Wushuang could not see clearly, suddenly burst out. There was almost no trace left in the world. But suddenly, one of the nearly 1,000 black-robed figures struck out with lightning speed and a sharp claw attacked the void in front of him. This claw was clearly aimed at the empty space. However, just as the claw was about to land in that empty space, Elder Darkbone's figure suddenly appeared. This claw was coincidentally aimed at Elder Darkbone, causing him to be unable to immediately wave his hand to block it. Naturally, Elder Darkbone's figure was also blocked. After his figure was blocked, Elder Darkbone's expression finally became a little grave. You can keep up with my speed and even stop me in time. Your method is indeed powerful. Haha, it's just a small trick. It can't threaten you at all, Elder Darkbone. But as I said, it's almost impossible for you to break through my obstruction and kill Ding. Yama laughed. Chapter 3495 Fantasy Alliance Song Heaven World. Yama was very confident. Although he was not Elder Darkbone's opponent and did not dare to fight him directly, he was confident that Elder Darkbone would not be able to do anything to him. Moreover, if he tried his best to stop him, Elder Darkbone would not be able to get away from him and get the chance to kill Ding. It seems like this old man is indeed having a hard time getting past you. Elder Darkbone nodded, but then he laughed. Haha, I didn't expect that after roaming the divine beginning realm for so long, I would one day be stopped by a peak level 6 void realm expert. Moreover, there's nothing I can do. Underworld Emperor, you're really capable. You flatter me, but the truth is right in front of us. Elder Darkbone, and everyone here, listen to my advice and leave, said Underworld Emperor. However, upon hearing this, Elder Darkbone laughed even more happily. Haha, interesting, this is really interesting. Beside the battlefield, Life Fall King, who had his hands behind his back, also smiled and said, Elder Darkbone, you have lost a lot of face this time. I have no choice. This old man did not expect that this Underworld Emperor actually knew the illusory heaven technique of the Fantasy Alliance. Moreover, he has already cultivated this secret technique to the great success stage. All the illusory bodies and the original body have long merged into one and can change at any time. I really can't do anything to him, said Elder Darkbone casually. Well, it's strange that he has cultivated the illusionary heaven skill to the profound realm. It's worthy of being one of the 6 secret skills of the Fantasy Alliance. Life Fall King nodded. Elder Darkbone and Life Fall King were talking to each other. They seemed to be having a pleasant conversation, which confused Jian Wushuang, Shower, and Spirit Ancestor. Pluto's face darkened. How? How do you know the secret skill I used? And you know that I used the secret skill from the Fantasy Alliance? Elder Darkbone and Life Fall King looked at each other and laughed even more happily. Haha, Pluto, it's not your fault. Although I've been in the universe battlefield for a long time, I've never been to the Fantasy Alliance before, so I don't know the secret skill of the Fantasy Alliance. However, by chance, I've made a good friend. He's the one who came with me this time, Life Fall King. Elder Darkbone laughed. Life Fall King, introduce yourself? Sure. Life Fall King nodded slightly and looked at Pluto. He said in a low voice, I come from the Song Heaven World, which is right next to the Fantasy Alliance. Besides, the Song Heaven World and the Fantasy Alliance have always been mortal enemies. Since we are mortal enemies, of course I know some secret techniques of the Fantasy Alliance, and I know them very well. What? Pluto was shocked. He looked at Life Fall King in shock. This person in front of him came from the universe battlefield, and just happened to come from the Fantasy Alliance's mortal enemy, the Song Heaven World? Pluto, now you know. Elder Darkbone continued to laugh. I have been with Life Fall King for a long time. During our conversation, I naturally heard about the Fantasy Alliance. Of course, I also heard about the Fantasy Sky technique. Therefore, when you use this secret technique, Life Fall King probably recognized it at a glance. After I used 2 slashes consecutively, I also confirmed that it was this secret technique. Humph, even if you know the origin of my secret technique, so what? You still can't get around me to kill Ding. Pluto said coldly. Oh, is that so? Elder Darkbone grinned. Idiot. Life Fall King laughed disdainfully. Artsong Heaven World and the Fantasy Alliance are mortal enemies. Both sides have been fighting for many years, so we already know everything. The few powerful secret techniques of the Fantasy Alliance, including their weaknesses, do you think that Song Heaven World doesn't know? You can use this secret technique to deal with other people, even if you want to deal with Elder Darkbone, but you shouldn't have used it. You shouldn't have used it in front of me. However, it's not your fault. The Fantasy Alliance is extremely far away from the divine beginning realm. It's because I've been wandering in the universe all year round that I came here and met Elder Darkbone. Under normal circumstances, the divine beginning realm, the Fantasy Alliance, or the Song Heaven World wouldn't have any contact with each other. Moreover, there are very few experts in the Fantasy Alliance, and most of their time is spent cultivating in the Fantasy Alliance. They rarely move around in the universe battlefield. Even if you want to move around, you have to at least reach the pinnacle of the Principal's Masters, and you obviously haven't reached that level yet. That is to say, you aren't a powerful warrior or disciple of the Fantasy Alliance at all. You just happen to get the Fantasy Sky technique left behind by the Fantasy Alliance and are good at cultivating this secret technique. Otherwise, if you knew that I was present, you wouldn't have dared to say such words just now. Hearing these words, Pluto suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. That was right, he was not a powerful warrior of the Fantasy Alliance. He had never been to the Fantasy Alliance. He did not even know where the Fantasy Alliance was. He had only learned this secret technique by chance when he was adventuring in the universe battlefield. And now, he was pointed out by Life Fall King. And it was obvious that Life Fall King knew how to deal with the Illusion Sky technique. Life Fall King. Although this person isn't a disciple of the Fantasy Alliance, he has cultivated the Illusion Sky technique of the Fantasy Alliance after all. So, he has more or less been related to the Fantasy Alliance. Then, this matter is related to you from the Song Heaven world. So, I'll leave this Underworld Emperor to you. How about it? Elder Darkbone said with a strange smile. Sure. Life Fall King did not refuse. Before this, he did not care much about killing De Ying or the Blood Clan leader. The reason why he came was because of Elder Darkbone. Even if he attacked, it was just to give face to Elder Darkbone. But now, the person in front of him was related to the Fantasy Alliance. That was his own matter. Those who are related to the Fantasy Alliance must die. Life Fall King's eyes were cold as he stared at Pluto. He waved his hand, and a strange black pearl was thrown out. This pearl appeared on the battlefield before it exploded. As the pearl exploded, a strange power spread in the surrounding void space. As this power spread, the 1,000 figures gathered by Pluto started to dim. What's going on? The Underworld Emperor was shocked when he saw the scene around him. In just a short while, the black-robed figures around him disappeared completely, leaving only his original body standing there. The Underworld Emperor's expression was ugly. He wanted to use the illusory heaven technique again, but he immediately found that there seemed to be some special things in the void around him that prevented him from forming an illusion. He could not even form one illusion, let alone the thousands of illusions. At this moment, the Life Fall King's voice sounded. I said that your Illusion Sky technique won't work before I'm full. Chapter 3496 Sorcerer God, Scum of the Fantasy Alliance, Die. Life Fall King's voice was cold and murderous as he pointed out with a finger. This finger carried a strange power. The moment he pointed out, the void in front of him shattered. A huge and dark vortex appeared out of thin air. This vortex was vast and boundless, like a prehistoric giant beast that was crazily devouring everything around it. Following that, from within the vortex, a huge dark finger that seemed to extend from boundless hell charged toward the Underworld Emperor with destructive power. The Underworld Emperor stood there and looked at the huge dark finger that extended in front of him. His expression changed greatly in fear. This power, the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void, it is at least at the pinnacle of the 6 states of the void. It is even stronger than the blade light of Elder Darkbone. How is this possible? How can there be an existence stronger than Elder Darkbone among the experts present today? Pluto growled. He frantically tried to use his illusory heaven technique, but it was useless. He wanted to dodge the giant finger, but he was horrified to find that the giant dark finger had completely locked him down, preventing him from moving at all. He could only watch as the giant finger of darkness continued to enlarge in front of him. In the end, the giant finger of darkness was not affected at all and directly struck Pluto. Bang! A low rumble sounded, and the void shook. After the giant finger of darkness displayed its full power, it slowly dissipated in the world. At this moment, Pluto's body had already been pushed to the ground by the giant finger. Even the ground had a huge hole. Pluto was at the bottom of the hole. He struggled to stand up slowly, however. His expression was no longer as relaxed as before. There was a miserable and pathetic look on his face. The black robe on his body was formed from a protective treasure. However, it was in tatters now. There was still blood on his body and the corner of his mouth, especially the aura on his body. Compared to before, it was weakened by more than 40%. Too powerful. One attack has consumed more than 40% of my divine power. If I use this attack twice more, I will definitely die. Pluto raised his head and looked at Life Fall King with fear. Life Fall King frowned. He murmured, "The restriction of this world is too great for me. I can't even use 10% of my strength. I can't even kill an ant at the peak of the 6th Void Realm with one attack." Life Fall King was not satisfied with the result of his attack. However, the surrounding people, such as Jian Wushuang and the others, had long been amazed. As expected of a ruler-level expert, even an outsider, whose strength is limited by the power of the will of heaven, cannot exert more than 10% of his strength. However, even with less than 10% of his strength, he can still easily crush Pluto and cause him to lose more than 40% of his divine power in one attack. I'm afraid that even Elder Darkbone cannot match his strength. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. Previously, Life Fall King said that he was too restricted, and that the strength he could display in the divine beginning realm was not that great, so he could not count on him for this move. But now, it seemed that Life Fall King was too modest. Or it could be said that previously, Life Fall King did not have anything to do with him, so he did not want to personally make a move, so he deliberately said this. But now, because it involved the Fantasy Alliance, he had to personally make a move. The strength he displayed immediately frightened everyone. Life Fall King, your opponent is just a little guy at the peak of the 6th level of the void. Don't lose face in front of so many people. Elder Darkbone laughed weirdly. Humph, do I still need you to say it? Life Fall King's eyes turned cold, and a suffocating pressure suddenly erupted from his body. Die! Life Fall King pointed his finger out again. This finger crushed the time and space in the world. In an instant, a dark demon god that was over 30,000 feet tall appeared in the void. This dark demon god had 3 eyes. The third eye shot out a strange purple beam of light. With a violent swing of its huge arm, a huge fist that was like a huge, boundless dark star appeared. It carried an incomparable impact force and attacked Pluto ferociously. This dark star was even more powerful than the dark finger that Life Fall King had just used. Clearly, Life Fall King was serious. He had pushed the power that he could use in the divine beginning realm to the extreme. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The dark star formed by this punch made Pluto's expression change drastically. One had to know that Life Fall King's finger had used up more than 40% of his divine power. And now, this even stronger punch was likely enough to destroy all of his remaining divine power. Save me. Master, save me. Pluto knew that he could not block that punch. He would most likely die in that punch. Thus, he did not have the slightest intention to block it. Instead, he directly crushed a dark green token in his hand. Moreover, he let out a series of explosive roars. The moment that command talisman shattered, a majestic aura instantly rose up and filled the void. When that dark demon god's fist smashed over, circles of dark air currents also blocked it. When that dark demon god's fist smashed against the dark air currents, it was as though it had smashed into cotton. It did not cause too much of a commotion, but its power was completely neutralized. Oh! Life Fall King frowned and raised his head to look ahead. Haha, Life Fall King, with your status and strength, you actually attacked one of my subordinates. Isn't that a little too much? Within the dark chi flow, a hearty laughter rang out. Following that, a hazy figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. This hazy figure was quite tall, and the aura it emitted was extremely unique. As for its appearance, no one could see it clearly. However, even if no one could see his face clearly, they could still guess his identity. Sorcerer God. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. The Sorcerer God sect had always stood together with the 3 Saint Realms. Back on the Saha Island, the Sorcerer God had appeared and killed him together with the 3 Masters of the Saint Realm, but he had been repelled by him. Now, Jian Wushuang saw the Sorcerer God again. However, judging from his appearance, The sorcerer god should be just a consciousness avatar, not the real body. Sorcerer god, are you going to stop me? Life Fall King stared at the sorcerer god coldly. No matter what, Yama is my subordinate. If you want to kill him, I can't pretend that I didn't see it, the sorcerer god said with a faint smile. So, you want to make an enemy of me and the Tsang Heaven world? Life Fall King said coldly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3497 The Final Kill. Making an enemy out of you. Making an enemy out of the Tsang Heaven world? The sorcerer god frowned. To be honest, he was not afraid of a single Life Fall King, but if it was the entire Tsang Heaven world, then it would be completely different. The Tsang Heaven world was an extremely powerful force even in the universe battlefield. Although it was quite far away from the divine beginning realm, the influence of the Tsang Heaven world could still reach here. If they really became enemies with the entire Tsang Heaven world, there were quite a number of ruler-level experts in the Tsang Heaven world, and there were quite a number of them who were stronger than him. Some of the top existences among them even had the qualifications to kill him directly. Hence, the sorcerer god was more or less afraid of the Tsang Heaven world. Life Fall King, although we haven't had much contact before, I still know your great name and the Tsang Heaven world behind you. Your Tsang Heaven world is the mortal enemy of the Fantasy Alliance, and I'm clear about this. However, this subordinate of mine isn't a member of the Fantasy Alliance. If I say that protecting him is equivalent to offending the entire Tsang Heaven world, isn't that a little unreasonable? The sorcerer god said in a low voice. What a joke. This subordinate of yours has cultivated the illusory heaven technique of the Fantasy Alliance. How can he not be considered a member of the Fantasy Alliance? Even if he isn't, he has a great relationship with the Fantasy Alliance. Our Tsang Heaven world naturally has to be killed. Life Fall King said coldly. Pluto has cultivated the illusory heaven technique, but this is just a fortuitous encounter where he obtained the cultivation method of the Fantasy Heaven technique. He has never had any contact with the Fantasy Alliance. You should be able to see this point. After all, if he really had any contact with the Fantasy Alliance, he would have long been brought to the Fantasy Alliance's lair to cultivate. Why would he stay under my command? Sorcerer God said. Who knows why he would stay under your command? In any case, kill him, just in case. Life Fall King snorted coldly. Life Fall King. The sorcerer god's voice became gloomy. I have already explained it over and over again. Do you still want to be so aggressive? All right, I will tell you now. This Yama King is my sole slave. He has long been controlled by my consciousness and is my most loyal servant. You should also know a little about my background. I have nothing to do with the Fantasy Alliance. Sole slave? Life Fall King's expression changed, and there was a hint of surprise between his brows. If Pluto was only a subordinate of the sorcerer god, then Life Fall King had a reason to kill him. But if it was the sorcerer god's sole slave, then Pluto's consciousness was completely controlled by the sorcerer god. Then it did not matter whether Pluto was related to the Fantasy Alliance or not. As long as the sorcerer god did not have any entanglement with the Fantasy Alliance, it would be fine. As for the sorcerer god's background, of course, Life Fall King knew some things. Indeed, he would not have any entanglement with the Fantasy Alliance. Sorcerer God, you said that he was your sole slave. How do you prove this? Life Fall King asked. It's very simple. I asked him not to resist. You just need to use your soul power to check if he has my soul imprint in his body, the sorcerer god said. But before you check, I have to warn you. Don't do anything to him in the dark. After all, this slave is quite useful to me. If you dare to do something to him in the dark, then even if you are from the Tsang Heaven world, I will have a way to make you pay the price. After all, this is the divine beginning realm. The restrictions you have here are much greater than mine. Don't worry. If he really is your sole slave, then I won't do anything to him. Life Fall King nodded. Then, a wave of soul power directly covered Pluto. Pluto did not resist. In just a moment, Life Fall King withdrew that wave of soul power. How is it? Sorcerer God looked over. You're right. He is indeed your soul slave. In that case, I won't make things difficult for him for your sake, Life Fall King said. That's good. The sorcerer god nodded slightly. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang spoke. Sorcerer god, Life Fall King was generous and did not kill your soul slave. But today's matter has nothing to do with your sorcerer god sect. If you still want to get involved, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your soul slave. What Jian Wushuang said was the truth. Although Life Fall King would not attack again, because Life Fall King had just broken Yama's illusion sky skill, and the power of the pearl was still surrounding the surrounding void in this place, Yama would not be able to use the illusion sky skill again. As long as there was no illusion sky skill, Elder Darkbone could easily defeat or kill him. As for the sorcerer god himself, he was just a consciousness clone. His combat strength was not very strong, so he did not have much influence on the situation on the battlefield. Heavenly Sword Marquis, the sorcerer god looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange look in his eyes and then smiled. Little guy, last time I suffered a great loss at your hands. I thought I would not be able to deal with you so quickly. I did not expect that things would be unpredictable. Now we have seen it. That's because you're too lenient. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much trouble, Jian Wushuang said. Maybe, but today's matter doesn't have much to do with us. Originally, we just wanted to be a peacemaker, but we didn't expect to get into such a situation. Well, since we can't be good people, we won't get involved in this matter. Do whatever you want. Goodbye. The sorcerer god said. His figure disappeared. As for Yama, because of the existence of the Netherjade 5-kill array, he could not leave directly. He simply flew to the edge of the void and closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to the matter in front of him. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. When the sorcerer god's consciousness avatar disappeared, it was clear that Yama did not intend to attack again. This made the Bloodmaster and Daing immediately despair. Despair. Yes, despair. Without other helpers, how could the two of them resist Elder Darkbone and Demon Master Chunhua? Not to mention the Netherjade 5-kill formation and Jian Wushuang's existence. They could not escape from the inescapable net and had almost no hope of survival. Bloodmaster and Daing, you two should go on your way as soon as possible, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Elder Darkbone and Demon Master Chunhua both smiled coldly. They immediately attacked Bloodmaster and Daing. No. It's over. Bloodmaster and Daing had completely lost hope. The only thing they could do now was to try their best to survive longer. However, their efforts were clearly in vain. After all, the gap between them was too big. Daing was already heavily injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. Under the attack of Elder Darkbone, he could not hold on for long before he was directly killed by Elder Darkbone. Then, Elder Darkbone joined hands with the Demon Master Chunhua and killed the Bloodmaster in a very short time. From then on, both the Bloodmaster and Daing were killed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3498 left Jian Wushuang and the others were very happy that their trip had ended perfectly with the death of Daing and the Bloodmaster, despite the unexpected incident with Yama, especially Shower and Spirit Ancestor. For Shower, Daing was a thorn in her heart. If she could not kill him, she would not be able to control the Nine-Tailed clan in peace. But now that Daing was dead, this thorn in her heart was gone. In the future, she would naturally be able to do whatever she wanted. Only then would her long-term goal be truly accomplished. As for the Spirit Ancestor, her killing intent toward the Bloodmaster was unprecedentedly strong. The Bloodmaster had a grudge against her for killing her husband. For countless years, the Spirit Ancestor had dreamed of killing him, but now he had finally succeeded. He's dead. He's finally dead. Haha, this bastard is finally dead. Husband, you can finally rest in peace. Spirit Ancestor laughed. Her laughter was filled with madness, and her eyes were wet with tears. When the people around saw this, they also secretly sighed. Elder Darkbone, Demon Master Chunhua, Marquis Duanyu, and others had also removed the Netherjade 5-kill formation and walked over. Everyone, thank you for your help this time. Marquis, am very grateful, Jian Wushuang said solemnly. Axe 1 Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master looked at each other and smiled. They had long received orders from Star Palace Master to help Jian Wushuang with all their strength, so they would do their best. As for Elder Darkbone, he just smiled faintly. Little guy, don't be too polite. I'm not helping you for free. You have to remember that you owe me a favor this time. You have to pay me back in the future. Of course. In the future, no matter what your orders are, as long as I can do it, I won't refuse, Jian Wushuang said. Don't worry. You'll definitely help me soon, Elder Darkbone said with a strange smile. Well, since we're done here, I'll leave with life, Fall King. This is my message token. I'll use it to contact you when I ask for your help in the future. Elder Darkbone handed a message token to Jian Wushuang. Then he left with life, Fall King. Jian Wushuang looked at Shower. Miss Shower, Doing is dead. There will be no more trouble in the Nine-Tailed Clan. You can control the Nine-Tailed Clan without any worries. Now that the Blood Master is dead, the Blood Clan will be in chaos. If you are ambitious, you can take the opportunity to attack the Blood Clan and continue to strengthen your strength. Blood Clan, Shower narrowed her eyes and shook her head. During this period of time, the Demon Realm has changed too much. Because of my previous actions, the Nine-Tailed Clan has become the focus of attention. The various races in the Demon Realm, including the other two great divine clans, the Ancient Clan and the Dark World Clan, have already been on guard against the Nine-Tailed Clan. If our clan continues to attack the Blood Clan at this time, it will be very easy for us to become the target of everyone in the Demon Realm. It's better not to act rashly for the time being. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Besides, although the Blood Master is dead, the overall strength and foundation of the Blood Clan are still there. It's not easy for the Nine-Tailed Clan to swallow the Blood Clan. It's up to you to decide. As for me, I've done my best to help you. Now that the troubles of the Nine-Tailed Clan have been solved, I can leave, Jian Wushuang said. You're leaving in such a hurry? Shower was surprised. Yes, I've killed the Blood Master and fulfilled the agreement with the Spirit Ancestor. They'll go back to the Second Heaven immediately to finish the thing that's important to me. I've been waiting for that for too long, so I don't want to delay it, Jian Wushuang said. Okay, but your parents, Shower looked at him and asked. They've been in the Demon Realm for a long time, so they're used to it. Besides, my second brother has just married Princess Ing of the Blood Marten clan, so he hasn't thought about leaving yet. In that case, let them stay in the Demon Realm for now. After a while, they'll personally pick them up and bring them back to the Endless Territory, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang had asked Zhui Yunfeng, Luo Xinqin, and the others when they came to the Demon Realm. They had been in the Demon Realm for thousands of years and were used to it. Although they were looking forward to returning to their hometown, they were not in a hurry. Visit Rieadel. Me for extra chapters. Moreover, Zhuopeng and Princess Ing had just married, so they were not in a hurry to go back. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had decided not to take them back to the Sorcerer God's realm for the time being. He would personally escort them back to the Sorcerer God's realm after his business was over. Miss Shower, we'll get rid of you for the time being and continue to take care of them for a while, Jian Wushuang said. Don't worry. As long as the Nine-Tailed Clan is still around, no one can touch them, Shower said. Thank you, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Then he looked at Axe 1 Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master and asked, What are your plans? We've already said that we'll listen to your arrangements for the time being. However, our identities are a little sensitive, so it's not suitable for us to move around in the primordial divine realm. Therefore, we'll return to Star Palace first. If you have any instructions, you can send us a message at any time. We'll be there immediately, Axe 1 Master said. In that case, it'll have to trouble the three of you, Jian Wushuang said. Axe 1 Master smiled, and the three of them turned to leave. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Axe 1 Master and the other two leave. Axe 1 Master, Marquis Duanyu, Star Saint Master. These three are experts from Star Palace, which was created by Taoist Xian Shan and has a very delicate relationship with the Seven Stars mysterious sect. The reason why they did their best to help me and even said that they were willing to follow my orders was because of my identity. However, from their actions, I can tell that I am very important to the seven-star mysterious sect and the Star Palace. However, Axe One Master just said that their identities are very sensitive, and that it is not suitable for them to move around in the divine beginning realm. It seems like the three great saint domains also know about the existence of the Star Palace and are extremely against it. However, the three great saint realms clearly know about the existence of the Star Palace, yet they are unable to do anything to it. This also shows that the power of the Star Palace is definitely not weak. The Star Palace's strength was not weak. This point could be seen from Axe One Master and the other two. To send out 3-6 Void Realm Principles Masters at once, how many people in the Divine Beginning Realm could achieve such an ability? It seems that if I have the chance in the future, I will have to personally go to the Star Palace to take a look. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3499, 20,000 years, the dust had settled in the Blood Clan. Jin Wushuang and the others had also left the Blood Clan. After greeting Zhui Yunfeng and the others, Jin Wushuang planned to leave the Demon Realm and go to the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. When he left, Jin Wushuang glanced at Demon Master Chenhua and asked, "Chenhua, are you really going to leave your disciple alone in the Demon Realm?" "Of course." Demon Master Chenhua nodded. "I've taught him many things and given him many opportunities over the years. His strength has improved a lot, so it's time for him to go on his own. After all, the level of our contact is too high for him. If he continues to follow us, he won't get any experience on the way. It's better for him to go on his own. It'll be more effective." "That's true, but he's still weak. The Demon Realm is too chaotic, and the experts are too weak. Isn't it too dangerous for him to travel alone?" Jin Wushuang said. "Humph, so what if it's dangerous? If you want to become a real expert, which one of you didn't come through a mountain of knives and a sea of fire? I was like that in the past. Aren't you the same?" Demon Master Chenhua glanced at Jin Wushuang. "You're right." Jin Wushuang nodded with a smile. After explaining, Jin Wushuang, Demon Master Chenhua, and Spirit Ancestor went directly to the second heaven. When Jin Wushuang entered the third heaven, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao immediately sensed it. Now that he left the third heaven, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao also knew about it. It was transmitted to the few masters of the Saint Realm. In the vast chaotic void, four hazy figures gathered together. These four people were naturally the three masters of the Saint Realm and the Sorcerer God. "We just received the news from the power of the will of heaven. Heavenly Sword Marquis has returned to the second heaven," Flame Saint Master said. "Has he finally left?" "Life and Death," Saint Master asked in a low voice. Although Heavenly Sword Marquis didn't stay for long in the third heaven, he created huge waves in the Demon Realm within a short period of time. The Nine-Tailed Clan and the Blood Clan underwent drastic changes one after another. The situation in the Demon Realm now is completely different from before. These changes in the Demon Realm are nothing. I was worried that Heavenly Sword Marquis would think of ways to take revenge on the three great saint regions after he came to the third heaven. But now, it seems that he still has a trace of rationality and didn't attack the three great saint realms, Destruction Saint Master said. "Humph. That's because he isn't stupid. Even though the three great saint realms cannot do anything to him, with his strength, even if he has Demon Master Chenhua by his side, he is still far from posing a threat to the three great saint realms." Flame Saint Realm said coldly. "Just him alone and Demon Master Chenhua are naturally not enough. But what if we add Star Palace?" Life and Death Saint Master suddenly spoke. Star Palace. The moment the two words Star Palace were mentioned, the entire primal chaos void went silent. After a long while, Life and Death Saint Master continued, "Star Palace. The greatest threat to us has already begun to contact Heavenly Sword Marquis. According to the information we have received, the reason why Heavenly Sword Marquis was able to create such a huge wave in the Demon Realm was because of the three Principles Masters of Star Palace giving their all to help. As for the three Principles Masters of Star Palace, Even though we do not know their names for the time being, we can be certain that these three have already reached the sixth level of the void. The six realms of the void. Even our three great saint realms can be counted with one's fingers. But this star palace casually sent out three of them. What does this mean? Flame Saint Realm and Destruction Saint Master's eyes immediately turned cold. The six realms of the void might not have many principles masters in the entire divine beginning realm, yet the star palace could send out three of them at once. This made them apprehensive. Back then, when I found out about the existence of this star palace, I had a bad premonition. Unfortunately, that mysterious god is extremely cunning. He placed the base of the star palace in that place, making it impossible for the powers of the three great saint realms to reach that place. We can only try our best to suppress the growth of this star palace. I did not expect that after so many years of suppression, the growth rate of this star palace would still be so astonishing. Until now, the power of this star palace is probably not much weaker than any of our saint realms. It might even be stronger. Destruction Saint Master snorted coldly. The star palace was indeed a huge threat to them. However, this huge threat had existed for many years, but the three saint realms could not do anything about it. It's useless to talk about this now. However, the star palace and heavenly sword marquee aren't able to do anything about it. There's no need to be anxious. The three saint realms have already received the exact news, Flame Saint Realm said. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The news? The others immediately looked over. What do you mean? Destruction Saint Master asked. 20,000 years, at most 20,000 years. The people there will arrive at the divine beginning realm. At that time, both Heavenly Sword Marquee and the Star Palace will be eradicated, Flame Saint Realm said. That's great. Destruction Saint Master's eyes brightened. 20,000 years, isn't that a bit too long? Life and Death Saint Master frowned. That Heavenly Sword Marquee is improving at an astonishing speed. 20,000 years, he has a lot of room to grow. See you, Life and Death. Aren't you overestimating that Heavenly Sword Marquee too much? Even if he is a perfect grade life form with extraordinary talent, given his current strength, given 20,000 years, how much can he grow to? Flame Saint Realm sneered. It's already very good that he can match up to a ruler like his deceased master. Don't forget that Mystic One took a very long time to reach the ruler level. Flame Saint Realm snickered. That's true. Life and Death Saint Master nodded slightly. All right, since that's the case, well, just wait for another 20,000 years. During these 20,000 years, well, all be careful and try not to take the initiative to have any conflicts with Heavenly Sword Marquee, especially you, Sorcerer God. Destruction Saint Master looked toward the Sorcerer God who had remained silent all this while. Your Sorcerer God's sect has been a little restless all these years. And this time in the demon realm, I heard that your Sorcerer God sect has also gotten involved. It's nothing. The Sorcerer God laughed dryly. It's just that one of my subordinates, the Blood Clan, has some friendship and decided on his own accord. Is that so? Destruction Saint Master glanced coldly at the Sorcerer God. Of course. The three of you have already instructed us before. Naturally, our Sorcerer God's sect will not be blind. At this critical juncture, our relationship with Heavenly Sword Marquee has soared to the sky. However, this time in the Blood Clan's matter, I've also obtained another piece of information. That is the Life Fall King from the Tsang Heaven World, an Elder Darkbone. It seems that they are also on Heavenly Sword Marquee side. The Sorcerer God said, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3500 Lowest Risk, Life Fall King, Elder Darkbone. Hearing these two names, even the three Saint Realm Masters' faces darkened. Life Fall King is an extremely powerful ruler from the outside world, and he also comes from the Tsang Heaven World. However, he is an expert from the outside world after all, so he will be greatly suppressed by the heavenly Tao in the divine beginning realm. His strength will also be greatly weakened. To put it bluntly, Even the three of us Saint Realm Masters can easily suppress him in the divine beginning realm. If the three of us join hands, we can even kill him. He should also know this, so he shouldn't be so stupid as to stand on the side of Heavenly Sword Marquis, Flames Saint Realm said. Yes, he is a mighty ruler who can call the wind and summon the rain in the universe battlefield. There is no need for him to come to the divine beginning realm to take risks. As for the Tsang heaven world behind him, although it isn't weak, it is too far away from the divine beginning realm. It doesn't have the right to meddle in the internal affairs of our divine beginning realm. Destruction Saint Master said. Sorcerer God, are you sure that Lifefall King is completely on Heavenly Sword Marquis side? Life and Death Saint Master looked at Sorcerer God. Well, I can't say for sure, because in the Battle of the Blood Kindred, Lifefall King didn't make a big move at first. But later, because one of my subordinates used the secret technique of the Fantasy Alliance, he decided that my subordinate had an inseparable relationship with the Fantasy Alliance. So he went all out, Sorcerer God said. That's it. Life and Death Saint Master smiled. The Fantasy Alliance and the Tsang Heaven World are mortal enemies. If he sees someone related to the Fantasy Alliance, he will not let them go. It seems like this Lifefall King doesn't want to meddle in the internal affairs of the divine beginning realm. He only acted because of your subordinate, Destruction Saint Master said. I knew it. A ruler shouldn't be so stupid, Flames Saint Realm snorted. You don't need to care about this Lifefall King. But that Elder Darkbone is a little tricky, Life and Death Saint Master said coldly. When we were on Saha Island, our three great holy realms set up an inescapable net to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. At that time, Elder Darkbone helped Heavenly Sword Marquis get out of danger. Although at that time, he said it was just to return a favor for his disciple, but is it really worth him to offend our three great holy realms with just a favor for a disciple? At that time, I felt that his actions were a little strange. This time, he appeared to help the Heavenly Sword Marquis. It seems that he is indeed on the Heavenly Sword Marquis side. It seems that this old thing is also restless. Flame Saint Realm snorted coldly. That's normal. He's someone from the same era as Temporal Temple Master and Heaven Cleaving Alliance Master. He's extremely old and has stayed in the divine beginning realm for God knows how many years. Moreover, his strength has already reached the peak of the Principal's Masters. With his strength reaching this level and being alone, he should have no qualms about going to the depths of the universe to explore. However, after so many years, he has been staying here. How could he not have other motives? Destruction Saint Master narrowed his eyes. Now it seems that the old ghost bone has chosen to stay. It is likely to be related to the Star Palace. This old thing. The eyes of the three masters of the Saint Realm were cold, but at the same time, they were helpless. Elder Darkbone was famous for his tyrannical methods. Even if he was facing a true ruler-level expert in a cosmic battlefield, he could still survive. However, in the divine beginning realm, just the three of them. It's almost impossible to kill a ghoul. Just as they could not do anything to Jin Wushuang, they could not do anything to Elder Darkbone. Forget it. Let them be proud for a while. After 20,000 years, when the people there arrive, they will uproot the Star Palace, the Heavenly Sword Marquis, and the Elder Darkbone. This time, we must get rid of all the things left behind by the seven-star mysterious sect. We must not leave any trouble behind. The three masters of the Saint Realm had already made their decision, and they quickly disappeared into the chaotic void. As for the Sorcerer God, after the three masters of the Saint Realm disappeared, he also gave a strange smile and disappeared with them. Second Heaven, Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. After leaving the third heaven, Jin Wushuang, Demon Master Chunhua, and Spirit Ancestor came straight here. After they arrived, Jin Wushuang directly sent a message to the old Valley Master, Ma Yi, who led them into the hinterland of the valley. My young friend, I heard that you have caused a lot of trouble in the demon realm recently? Ma Yi asked casually. Visit Rieadel. Me for extra chapters. Yes, senior. Do you know about it? Jin Wushuang glanced at Ma Yi. Of course, although I have long ignored the matters in the valley, once something big happens in the divine beginning realm, someone will inform me immediately, especially you. Of course, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, also care about it? Mai smiled. I heard that you went to the Blood Clan and killed the clan leader of the Blood Clan? If I'm not wrong, you went to kill the clan leader because of Spirit Ancestor, right? Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. Killing the clan leader was a condition set by Spirit Ancestor. Now that the condition has been met, Spirit Ancestor will follow me to the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. Senior Himp E, with Spirit Ancestor's knowledge of the soul, you should be able to minimize the risk by stripping Shuang Er's soul, right? Of course, although I have stayed in the valley all year round, I have heard of the great name of the Spirit Ancestor. In the Divine Beginning realm, in terms of the attainments in the soul, the previous clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan, Daing, and the Spirit Ancestor of the Heavenly Ancestor Taoist sect were the two strongest. However, now that Daing is dead, the Spirit Ancestor has the highest attainments in the soul in the absolute beginning divine tribulation. If she were to take action personally, the risk would naturally be the lowest. Mai smiled. In fact, Ding had a good relationship with the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. He was also good friends with Ma Yi. When he first decided to strip Long Rushuang's soul, Ma Yi wanted to ask Ding for help. However, because of Jin Wushuang, he had to give up. He did not expect that the world was unpredictable and that Ding was already dead. Moreover, her death was largely caused by Jin Wushuang. However, De Ying's death was closely related to Jin Wushuang. However, Ma Yi and the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley would not have any prejudice or resentment toward Jin Wushuang after all. Their relationship with Daing was not good enough to avenge Daing. My young friend, have you prepared the 100 million-year Star Moon Agarwood? Mai asked. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3501 Unfamiliar. I've sent a message to Temple Master Star Moon, and she has sent someone to deliver it. It should be arriving at the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley in a few days, Jin Wushuang said. In that case, it's almost ready. As soon as the Star Moon Agarwood arrives, we can begin the soul stripping immediately, Mai said. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. 3 days later, the people of the Temporal Temple had arrived at the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. The person who had arrived was Jin Wushuang's subordinate, True Pupil Master. Greetings, Inspector and Honorable Master. True Pupil Master bowed respectfully to Jin Wushuang and Demon Master Chunhua. True Pupil Master, thank you for your hard work. Jin Wushuang waved his hand. Inspector, this is what Star Moon Temple Master asked me to give you. True Pupil Master gave Jin Wushuang an interspatial ring. The interspatial ring contained the Star Moon Agarwood. Jin Wushuang took it, glanced at it, and handed it to Ma Yi. Senior Ma Yi, how is it? Jin Wushuang asked. This Star Moon Agarwood is more than 200 million years old. It's definitely a top-grade wood, Ma Yi said. Jin Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. Then he asked, True Pupil Master, the Temporal Temple has been quiet during my absence. How is the patrol team? 1. My lord, nothing serious has happened in the Temporal Temple. Even the patrol team has been very relaxed. They sent out a patrol team a while ago, but it was just a small matter and was easily solved. Star Moon Temple Master has already told us that we won't ask you to come out for ordinary matters. As long as it's really important or urgent, we will call you back, True Pupil Master said. Jin Wushuang could not help but smile. He was the 6th inspector of the Temporal Temple, but apart from the first trip to the Purple Star Demon Sect, he was not in the camp for the rest of the time. He was not qualified to be an inspector. However, the higher-ups of the Temporal Temple knew that what he needed the most was to improve his strength. Although it was not an important matter, they would not ask him to help. Inspector, Star Moon Temple Master sent me here for another matter besides handing over the Star Moon Agarwood to you, True Pupil Master suddenly said. Oh, what is it? Jin Wushuang asked. This matter has something to do with Master Consecrator. True Pupil Master looked at Demon Master Chunhua beside him. It has something to do with me, don't tell me? Demon Master Chunhua was stunned for a moment before he revealed an excited look. Could it be that you have found information about the experts left behind by the Purple Star Demon sect? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Demon Master Chunhua came from the Purple Star Demon sect. However, the Purple Star Demon sect had been destroyed 200 million years ago by Flame Saint Master. At its peak, the Purple Star Demon sect was an extremely powerful force and an overlord in the second heaven. It was not much weaker than the Eight Directions Heaven sect in the third heaven. Such a large sect not only had great strength, but also had an extraordinary foundation. Back then, the Flame Saint realm used a lightning-fast method to destroy the Purple Star Demon sect. Although they destroyed the Purple Star Demon sect's headquarters and killed almost all the experts in the Purple Star Demon sect's headquarters, however, those Purple Star Demon sect experts who had been adventuring in the outside world were not killed in that great battle. Although the experts were later hunted by the Flame Saint realm, some of them must have escaped and survived. However, under the pressure of the Flame Saint realm, they had to live in anonymity. After Demon Master Chunhua and Jian Wushuang reached an agreement and saw the light of day again, Demon Master Chunhua became a worshipper of the Temporal Temple. The Temporal Temple immediately began to help Demon Master Chunhua track down the traces of the cultivators left behind by the Purple Star Demon sect. Until now, there was finally news. Our Temporal Temple has indeed found a portion of the experts left behind, and they are now in the second heaven, True Pupil Master said. That's great. Demon Master Chunhua clenched his hands tightly, his eyes filled with joy. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. He had once treated the Purple Star Demon sect as everything. It was precisely because of this that he was willing to be trapped in that secret realm alone for 200 million years. With his talent, 200 million years was a huge delay for him. The destruction of the Purple Star Demon sect had dealt a huge blow to him. Now, he finally received good news. He had found the experts left behind by the Purple Star Demon sect. Chunhua, congratulations. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, It won't take long for my soul to be extracted. After everything is done here, he'll ask the True Pupil Master to take us with him. Okay. Demon Master Chunhua nodded heavily. Senior Ma-Yi, Spirit Ancestor, the Star Moon Agarwood has arrived. The rest is up to you, Jian Wushuang said. Ma-Yi and Spirit Ancestor looked at each other and nodded. Then they went straight to the love-forgetting peak in the supreme emotion-forgetting valley. In a cave mansion on the mountainside, Jian Wushuang finally saw his wife, Lung Rushuang. She had a familiar face and a cold aura. The peerless beauty in front of him sat calmly on the jade bed. When she saw everyone enter, she slowly opened her eyes, which were cold and emotionless. She glanced at everyone. Of course, she also glanced at Jian Wushuang, but her expression did not change at all. Shuang-er. Jian Wushuang's voice was hoarse, but he immediately shook his head and said, No, she is not Shuang-er. She only has the same face. Jian Wushuang had long calmed down. He knew very well that the peerless beauty in front of him was indeed not his wife, but a stranger. After all, his wife's memory in her previous life had been completely sealed, but in this life, she was completely unfamiliar and did not know him at all. Even her body was from this life. His wife's real body was not this one, but the one that had been occupied by Lung Rushue in his previous life. That was his wife's real body. Therefore, when Ma-Yi proposed to strip her soul, he did not refuse. He was even willing to give up his body in this life. To Jian Wushuang, Lung Rushuang's body in this life, including her consciousness, were extremely unfamiliar. They were not familiar to him. Only by stripping out the memories of his wife's previous life, along with her soul, would it truly belong to his wife. In the future, when he had the opportunity to find Lung Rushuang and seize her body, then his wife would be truly complete. Only then would she be truly complete. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3502 Divestiture. Since everything is in place, Spirit Ancestor, let's begin, Ma-Yi said. Spirit Ancestor nodded. Girl, sit down. Don't resist, Ma-Yi instructed. Lung Rushuang sat down. Her gaze was calm, and her expression did not change at all. Spirit Ancestor took a deep breath, and then a vast soul power covered Lung Rushuang. Jin Wushuang was not familiar with soul peeling, and his attainments in soul were not high, so he could not help. He could only watch anxiously. Unfortunately, soul peeling was done inside the soul. He could not see anything with the naked eye. But it had to be said that both Ma Yi and Spirit Ancestor had extremely high attainments in soul. It was not that they had not tried soul peeling before, so they were more familiar with the steps. Time continued to pass. After half a day, sweat could be seen on the foreheads of both Ma Yi and Spirit Ancestor. They had no choice but to concentrate on the soul and have a perfect grasp of the soul power. They did not dare to relax even a bit. After a long time, they would naturally be a little tired. But fortunately, everything went extremely smoothly. It's about time. Prepare the Star Moon Agarwood, said the Spirit Ancestor. Ma Yi immediately waved her hand, and 2 Star Moon Agarwood floated out. One of these 2 Star Moon Agarwood came from the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. Although it was also 100 million years old, its volume wasn't too big. And the Star Moon Agarwood from the Space-Time Divine Palace. In terms of volume, it was more than 3 times the size of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley's one. And it was even older. Just a little bit more, and it'll be completely separated. The Spirit Ancestor's expression was very grave. Under her control, Lung Rushuang's soul had already been divided into 2, but these 2 souls had yet to be completely separated. There was still some connection between them. But right at this moment, the Spirit Ancestor's gaze focused, and the soul force that she extended into Lung Rushuang's body suddenly became incomparably warm. This warm soul force was like a mother's hand. It caressed the 2 souls of Lung Rushuang. Then, the 2 souls of Lung Rushuang were completely peeled off. Buzz. A faint cyan light extended out of Lung Rushuang's body. This cyan light was the other soul that had been extracted from Lung Rushuang's body. This soul carried Lung Rushuang's memories from her previous life and was Jin Wushuang's wife's soul. Quick, use the Star Moon Agarwood, Spirit Ancestor shouted. Once the soul was extracted, the 2 souls would be at their weakest stage. They needed to use the Star Moon Agarwood to nourish them. If they were a moment slower, they might cause damage to both of Lung Rushuang's souls. Ma Yi knew this, so she immediately controlled the 2 pieces of Star Moon Agarwood and flew toward Lung Rushuang's body and the extracted soul. The first was the relatively small Star Moon Agarwood. Under Ma Yi's control, it directly transformed into a vast green-colored air current that surged into Lung Rushuang's body. The other large Star Moon Agarwood did not disintegrate. Instead, it appeared beside the green-colored light, after which, the green-colored light seemed to be attracted as it directly merged into the Star Moon Agarwood and disappeared. It worked. Upon seeing this, Ma Yi's eyes lit up. Spirit Ancestor also heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Jin Wushuang, who had been watching the process anxiously from behind, immediately walked over and asked, "Is it over?" "My dear Heavenly Sword Marquis, I have dissected her soul according to your request. One of the pieces contains the memories of this life and the secret skill she cultivated. The other piece contains the memories of her previous life. It has been dissected and merged with the Star Moon Agarwood," Spirit Ancestor said at the same time. He brought the Star Moon Agarwood to Jin Wushuang. "Shuang Er's soul is in the Star Moon Agarwood?" Jin Wushuang took the wood and gently stroked it. As he touched it, he immediately felt that the Star Moon Agarwood seemed to have a life of its own. At the same time, his soul power also sensed the soul aura in the Star Moon Agarwood. The soul aura indeed belonged to his wife. It did not contain any impurities, nor did it contain any memories of this life. It was completely the same as the soul aura of his previous life. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Shuang this is my Shuang Jin Wushuang was extremely excited, but then he frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why hasn't Shuang Er's consciousness awakened?" Even in the soul state, there was still consciousness. However, at this moment, Jin Wushuang clearly did not sense the existence of Lung Rushuang's consciousness. "My dear Heavenly Sword Marquis, what you want is your wife's consciousness from her previous life. Her consciousness and memories from her previous life have always been in a state of deep sleep and had never awakened. Now that her soul has just been stripped, her soul is in an extremely weak stage, so it's even more difficult for her to awaken her consciousness, Spirit Ancestor replied. But don't worry. Even if her consciousness won't wake up for a while, as long as her soul is in the star moon Agarwood and is nourished by it, she will be able to recover her consciousness and her previous memories. As for the time required for this process, it should not be too long. It can be as short as hundreds or thousands of years, or as long as tens of thousands of years. It can definitely be recovered. Is that so? Jin Wushuang nodded secretly. Although his wife's consciousness did not wake up immediately, Jin Wushuang still had some feelings. In any case, his wife's soul had been completely peeled out, and it was only a matter of time before her consciousness woke up. Next, he just needed to find a suitable body for his wife. Jin Wushuang had two choices for this body. One was to find the ice heart glazed jade, which could form a glazed body and perfectly fuse with Long Rushwang's soul. There would that the ice heart glazed jade was extremely rare. It was not easy to find it. The second method was to find Lung Rushue. Lung Ruksha's body was her own. As long as he found her, erased her consciousness, and let her take over the body again, there would be no incompatibility between the body and the soul. Among the two methods, Jin Wushuang preferred the second one. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3503 Purple Blood Sect Outside the Valley. Heavenly Marquis, I'll send you here. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to let me know, Mai said with a smile. You're welcome, Senior. If anything happens to the valley in the future, you can look for me. After all, we both have a common enemy, Jin Wushuang said with a smile. He knew that the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley had a great enmity with the Destruction Saint Realm, one of the three Saint Realms. The Destruction Saint Realm was a great enemy of the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley. The Destruction Saint Realm had some misgivings because of Ma Yi. However, if one day Ma Yi died, the Destruction Saint Realm would definitely attack the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley without hesitation. Even so, the Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley and Jin Wushuang indeed had a common enemy and had a chance to stand on the same side. Spirit Ancestor, it'll have to trouble you this time. Jin Wushuang looked at Spirit Ancestor again. You must be joking. You killed the Blood Master for me. I really can't repay your kindness, Spirit Ancestor said with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways and left. Ma Yi returned to Supreme Emotion-Forgetting Valley, and Spirit Ancestor also went to the Heaven Ancestor Taoist sect. As for Jin Wushuang, he went with Demon Master Chenhua and True Pupil Master to the place where the experts left by the Purple Star Demon sect were. On the way, Jin Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua began to ask questions. Of course, True Pupil Master told them everything he knew. Sirs, according to the information from the Temporal Temple, after the destruction of the Purple Star Demon sect, some people were lucky enough to escape and survive. There were more than 100 experts who survived. Later, they gathered together to discuss it, but in the end, they separated because of different opinions, True Pupil Master said. Different opinions? Jin Wushuang was puzzled. It's like this. Among the hundreds of experts who were lucky enough to survive, some of them thought that they were still being hunted by the Flame Saint Realm and that it was not suitable for them to stay in the third heaven. Therefore, they thought that it was most appropriate for them to go into hiding in the Endless Territory. However, if they did so, it would mean that they would not try to rise again in the future. After all, the cultivation environment of the Endless Territories is incomparable to that of the third heaven. If they choose to hide in the Endless Territories, they will only be able to find a place to dominate in the Endless Territories in the future. There is no possibility of them rising up in the third heaven. There are still some people who advocate splitting up and growing up separately. If one of them is lucky enough to become a peak expert in the future, we will organize them and raise them up again. These people are in the minority. After all, there aren't many of them left, and there aren't many who are strong. If they go on their own, it will be too difficult for anyone to become a peak expert. The last group of people chose to stay in the third heaven and remain in the second heaven, right under the eyes of the Flame Saint realm. However, the most dangerous place might be the safest. As long as they carefully conceal their identities, the Flame Saint realm might not be able to find them. Moreover, once the news is out, they could completely change their appearance and create a new faction to pass down the legacy. This way, their chances of rising again in the future would be great. Over 100 people who survived had 3 different opinions. Many people supported these opinions and argued with each other. In the end, they split into 3 groups. Those who went to the Endless Territories went to the Endless Territories, those who went alone, and some stayed in the second heaven. Bastard! Upon hearing this, Demon Master Chunhua was a bit shocked and angry. The sect has already been destroyed. At this time, they still can't unite? There's nothing we can do. After all, those who simply survived, although their strength is different, there aren't any experts who can completely convince others. Without a backbone, it's normal for a few different voices to appear. True Pupil Master said, and later, as they lost their composure and developed, it proved that the final portion of people who chose to stay in the second heaven was correct. They stayed in the second heaven and were not discovered by the Flame Saint realm. First, they kept a low profile and grew stronger. Later on, 3 experts appeared among them. They are Tomb King Chiu Mu, Master Ling Feng, and Skyheart Sword Saint. Among them, Tomb King Chiu Mu has reached the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Master Ling Feng is weaker, but he is also a Principal's Master at the peak of the 2nd level of the Void Realm. As for Skyheart Sword Saint, he is also an invincible saint. As the 3 of them grew stronger, they founded a sect called the Purple Blood Sect. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Due to the fact that the Purple Blood Sect has 2 Principal's Masters and an invincible saint like the Skyheart Sword Saint, the Purple Blood Sect has attracted many cultivators. Their strength has also gradually grown, and they have gradually established themselves in the second heaven. Although they are not considered the top forces in the second heaven, they can still be considered to be in the middle range. Chiu Mu, Ling Feng, and Skyheart. The Demon Master Chunhua was excited. I could tell that these 3 little fellows were quite talented when they were in the Purple Star Demon sect. They will definitely have great achievements in the future. It seems that this is indeed the case. The 2 of them have become the Principal's Masters, and Skyheart has become an invincible saint. Haha, the Demon Master Chunhua laughed very happily. He had always been worried about whether there were any experts left in the Purple Star Demon sect. He was not confident at all. But now, he finally knew the whereabouts of the experts left behind by the Purple Star Demon sect. And these experts did not disappoint him. Although they were not able to bring the Purple Star Demon sect to rise again, at the very least, they were able to give the Purple Star Demon sect an additional inheritance. This was already very good. Honorable Sir, the Purple Blood sect has existed for a relatively long period of time in the second heavenly layer. Originally, there should not have been any problems. But more than 500 years ago, an unforeseen event occurred. True Pupil Master suddenly said, "Something happened?" Demon Master Chinuo's face darkened and his eyes turned cold. What happened? The Purple Blood sect was destroyed, True Pupil Master said. What did you say? Demon Master Chinuo's face changed dramatically. Jin Wushuang's face also darkened. He knew how important Demon Master Chunhua thought the Purple Star Demon sect was. He was happy when he found out that there were experts from the Purple Star Demon sect who had passed on their inheritance. But now, True Pupil Master said the Purple Blood sect was destroyed? Tell me clearly, True Pupil Master, Jin Wushuang said in a low voice. The Purple Blood sect has indeed been destroyed. Our temporal temple hasn't figured out the exact reason, but Tomb King Chiu Mu and Master Ling Feng have been killed. However, Skyheart Sword Saint is still alive, True Pupil Master said. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3504, Blood Origin Domain. Skyheart is still alive? Where is he? Demon Master Chunhua asked. Skyheart's Sword Saint is in the blood origin domain of the second heaven, True Pupil Master said. Blood origin domain? Jin Wushuang's expression changed. The blood origin domain is not a place that specializes in extracting blood origin stones. The vast territory is filled with blood origin stone veins, and the people in the blood origin domain, apart from the soldiers guarding there, are only slaves whose cultivation is suppressed and used to extract blood origin stones? When Jin Wushuang came to the second heaven, he had carefully looked at the star map of the territory in the second heaven, so he naturally knew about the blood origin field. That territory was very strange in the second heaven. It was a huge and boundless blood origin stone lode. Although blood origin stones were not very precious, they were used to refine holy weapons and some special treasures. Moreover, the amount was huge, so the value of this vein was extremely high. As early as 100 million years ago, after this huge vein of blood origin stones was discovered, it was jointly managed by 7 different forces. Because the extraction of blood origin stones required a large amount of manpower. Therefore, the 7 great forces would pay a price to buy some slaves and use them to extract blood origin stones. At the same time, the 7 great forces would often suppress the cultivation of those who had a grudge with the 7 great forces and send them to the blood origin domain as slaves. Skyheart Sword Saint, many of the powerful disciples of the Purple Blood Sect were sent to the blood origin domain after the destruction of the Purple Blood Sect. All these years, they have been working as slaves there to mine blood origin stones, True Pupil Master said. How dare you? Demon Master Chinyuo's eyes were cold, and a shocking anger burst out from his body. True Pupil, lead the way immediately. We'll go to the blood origin domain together, Jin Wushuang said. Yes. True Pupil Master nodded. The 3 of them immediately headed straight for the blood origin domain. The blood origin domain was also quite vast. Blood origin stones were everywhere in this great domain. The 7 great factions that controlled the blood origin domain had bought a large number of slaves from various chambers of commerce and other places. They were scattered all over the blood origin domain. These slaves had to mine blood origin stones every day, day and night. It was almost difficult for them to stop and rest. At this moment, somewhere in the blood origin domain, a pitch-black long whip lashed through the air and directly struck the body of a gray-clothed man in front, emitting a clear sound. The gray-clothed man immediately let out a delighted roar. However, the eyes of the soldier holding the long whip were emitting a cold gaze. Pa, pa, pa. The pitch-black long whip was like a venomous snake as it crazily lashed out at the gray-clothed man time and time again. At the same time that the long whip lashed out, the soldier also shouted, "A bunch of lowly slaves, you still dare to slack off? I'll whip you to death." The long whip kept whipping. The gray-robed man's cultivation was suppressed, so he could not use much divine power. In front of the saint-level soldier, he could not resist at all. He could only let the whip hit him time and time again. However, the long whip was the soul-piercing whip that the 7 forces had specially modified. Using the soul-piercing whip to whip the gray-robed man's body would not cause much damage, nor would it cause much pain. However, each whip struck his soul. Each whip made the gray-clothed man's soul hurt. He screamed miserably. The servants around who had the same status as the gray-clothed man were all stiff when they saw this scene, as if they were used to it. Stop! A low roar suddenly sounded. A thin, white-bearded old man with dark skin walked over and pulled the gray-clothed man up. He said in a deep voice, "Sir, this disciple of mine is only a little slow in mining. According to the rules, 3 lashes should be sufficient even if I have to punish him. However, you have already lashed out a total of 9 lashes, causing great damage to his soul. If you continue to whip him, it is likely that his soul will directly collapse and die." Humph, he is merely a lowly slave. So what if he dies? That soldier coldly laughed. Old fellow, you want to stand up for him? All right, this father will teach you a lesson again. As he spoke, this soldier once again raised the soul-piercing whip in his hand, intending to lash it at the white-bearded old man. However, at this moment, what is going on? A voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, a green-robed middle-aged man rushed over. Sir Su. Upon seeing this person, all the soldiers present bowed respectfully. The soldier who was holding the soul-piercing whip respectfully said, Sir Su, it is nothing. It is just that there are a few lowly slaves here who are not very obedient. I am currently teaching them a lesson. Teaching them a lesson? The green-robed middle-aged man glanced at the soldier. Do you know who this person is? He is. The soldier revealed a puzzled expression. He is the Grand Elder of the Purple Blood Sect, the famous Skyheart Sword Saint. How can you punish him so easily? The green-robed middle-aged man intentionally reprimanded. He then extended his hand and said, Hand over the soul-piercing whip to me. Yes. The soldier handed the soul-piercing whip to the middle-aged man in the green robe without hesitation. After receiving the soul-piercing whip, the middle-aged man in the green robe looked at the white-bearded old man, who was the Skyheart Sword Saint, with a playful look. Skyheart Sword Saint, do you still recognize me? The Skyheart Sword Saint's face darkened slightly. He did not know the person in front of him. It's normal that you don't know me, but I know you. To be exact, I know that eldest disciple of yours. 15,000 years ago, when I was adventuring outside, I met that eldest disciple of yours and fought with him. In the end, I lost miserably in that battle, and I almost died in his hands. From then on, I swore that as long as there was a chance, I would avenge myself. Unfortunately, I didn't go when your purple blood sect was destroyed, and your eldest disciple died in that battle. I couldn't take revenge on him at all. However, although I can't take revenge on him, if I can take revenge on his master, it will be enough to vent my anger. The green-robed middle-aged man sneered, and his eyes turned cold. Then, hua, 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 hua. The pitch-black soul-piercing whip kept lashing at Skyheart Sword Saint. Skyheart Sword Saint's divine power was suppressed, so he could not exert his full strength. Of course, he could not dodge it. The whip lashed at Skyheart Sword Saint's body again and again, causing him severe pain in his soul. However, he gritted his teeth and endured it without shouting. Haha, you probably didn't expect that even though you're dead, your master, the master you respect the most, would end up in my hands. If I want him to live, he can live. If I want him to die, he has to die. Even if I were to ravage him, he won't be able to struggle at all. Chapter 3505. The Furious Demon Master Chunhua. Haha, this is great, great. The green-robed middle-aged man laughed out loud. There was a hint of madness in his laughter. It could be seen how much hatred he had towards Skyheart Sword Saint's disciple. Now that Skyheart Sword Saint's disciple was dead, he could not take revenge on him. However, if he could take revenge and ravage Skyheart Sword Saint, he would feel even more relieved and comfortable. After all, the Skyheart Sword Saint was an extremely famous invincible saint, and he had only just become a rank 7 true saint. Normally, he would never dare to provoke an existence like the Skyheart Sword Saint. But now, the other party was his prisoner. If he wanted to live, he would live. If he wanted to die, he would die. With such a contrast, the green-robed middle-aged man was very wanton. This was also the reason why the green-robed middle-aged man had paid a huge price in the sect to have the sect transfer him to the blood origin domain. Haha, Skyheart Sword Saint, beg for mercy? Kneel in front of me obediently, kowtow and beg for mercy, and I'll let you go. The green-robed middle-aged man laughed wantonly. The soul-piercing whip in his hand did not stop for even a moment. It struck the Skyheart Sword Saint's body time and time again. The intense pain in his soul caused the Skyheart Sword Saint's face to completely distort. However, he still endured it and did not make a sound. As for the surrounding disciples of the Purple Blood Sect, they all clenched their hands tightly. The anger in their hearts surged to the heavens, but they did not dare to flare up. Haha, Skyheart Sword Saint, aren't you going to beg for mercy? The green-robed middle-aged man continued to laugh wantonly. However, suddenly, the laughter of the green-robed middle-aged man suddenly stopped. It was not just his laughter. The movements of his hands also completely stopped. The arrogant look on his face was gradually replaced by an unprecedented fear. The green-robed middle-aged man was extremely terrified. He did not even know where the reason for his fear came from, but he knew that his life force had already begun to drain away. A bloody hole had appeared between his eyebrows. This bloody hole had pierced through his head, and at the same time, it had completely annihilated all the divine power in his body. Without any chance of struggle, the green-robed middle-aged man died on the spot. The sudden change of events shocked everyone in the surroundings. Everyone saw the green-robed middle-aged man turn into an ice-cold corpse, but from the beginning to the end, they did not know what had happened. What happened? Lord Su is dead? How did he die? The soldiers were also at a loss. However, at this moment, so, three figures suddenly appeared in front of the green-robed middle-aged man and stood in front of Skyheart Sword Saint. Are you Skyheart? An old but gentle voice sounded. Skyheart Sword Saint, who had suffered an unprecedented pain in his soul and could only grit his teeth to endure it, slowly raised his head when he heard the voice. However, when he raised his head and saw the person who had appeared in front of him, Skyheart Sword Saint's body trembled violently and his eyes widened. Could you be Demon Master Chenhua? Skyheart Sword Saint's voice trembled as he asked. Yes, it's me. Demon Master Chenhua nodded slightly. Demon Master Chenhua, are you really Demon Master Chenhua? You are still alive? Am I dreaming? Skyheart Sword Saint's entire being became excited. He had even completely forgotten the intense pain in his soul. 200 million years ago, when the Purple Star Demon Sect was still around, Demon Master Chenhua was already an elder of the Purple Star Demon Sect. Furthermore, he was a genius elder. He was astonishingly famous. And at that time, Skyheart Sword Saint was only a core disciple of the Purple Star Demon Sect. In terms of seniority, he naturally had to address the Demon Master Chenhua as martial uncle. However, during the battle that destroyed the Purple Star Demon Sect, the Demon Master Chenhua stayed in the Purple Star Demon Sect. Furthermore, after that battle, there was no news of the Demon Master Chenhua. This made Skyheart Sword Saint believe that the Demon Master Chenhua had died long ago. But today, Skyheart, you have suffered. Demon Master Chenhua's voice was trembling. But at this time, who dares to be so impudent in the blood origin domain? A loud shout suddenly resounded throughout the world. Hundreds of figures swarmed over from the void, not far away like wasps. These people were all soldiers guarding the blood origin domain. They were not weak, and the leader was a principal's master. As soon as Jin Wushuang and the other two arrived and Demon Master Chenhua killed the green-robed middle-aged man, the high-level experts guarding the blood origin domain immediately received the news and rushed over. Although they did not know who had broken into the blood origin domain and killed the green-robed middle-aged man, and how strong he was, the blood origin domain was jointly controlled by the Seven Forces, and with the Seven Forces working together, the Seven Forces were extremely powerful and could do whatever they wanted in the second heaven. With such a powerful background, they naturally did not have to worry about anything. They had always been extremely overbearing. However, this time, they had clearly raised an iron plate. When the hundreds of figures rushed over, Demon Master Chenhua slowly raised his head and glanced at the void. Then, he slowly raised his head again. A surge of power had begun to gather in his hand. These people are doomed. Jian Wushuang looked at the hundreds of people who rushed over with sympathy. He could see that Demon Master Chenhua was clearly in a rage. Under such a rage, would those people not be courting death if they still came to find him? Sure enough, Demon Master Chenhua directly attacked. He simply waved his right hand toward the void, which swept up a terrifying storm and instantly covered the entire void. There were over 100 figures in the void. Most of them were true saints above rank 6, rank 7, and even peak saints. There was also a principal's master, but in front of this storm, they were all very weak. The void shattered like a piece of paper. Everything in the void was annihilated into dust. The hundreds of experts were naturally annihilated by this storm. Not a single person was left. This scene completely shocked everyone present. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of experts, including a void master, all died? What kind of strength is this? Who? Who is he? Countless terrified voices echoed in everyone's minds. Skyheart Sword Saint was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He immediately knelt down and screamed, Demon Master Chunhua, you must avenge our Purple Blood Sect, Senior Brother Chiaomu, and Senior Brother Lingfeng. Skyheart, don't worry. Sit down and speak slowly. Demon Master Chunhua suppressed the anger in his heart. Skyheart Sword Saint, your soul has suffered great damage. I have a few elixirs here. Take them first. They will be very helpful to your soul recovery. Jian Wushuang took out a jade bottle and handed it to Skyheart Sword Saint. Chapter 3506, Martial Uncle Chunhua, thank you. Skyheart Sword Saint received the jade bottle and thanked him. Then, he took out a few pills and began to swallow them. After swallowing them, Skyheart Sword Saint's complexion was obviously much better than before. Taking a deep breath, Skyheart Sword Saint said in a low voice, Martial Uncle, the one who destroyed our Purple Blood Sect was the Kong In Sect. At the same time, there were experts from the 100 Ghost Sect who helped us. Kong In Sect? 100 Ghost Sect? The gaze of the Demon Master Chunhua was cold. The Kong In Sect is one of the 7 major powers that control the blood origin domain. Their overall strength can only be considered average. As for the 100 Ghost Sect, they can barely be considered an overlord of a region at the second heaven. Compared to the Blood Marquis Palace, they are only slightly inferior, the true pupil master explained. The Purple Blood Sect is very low-key and does not easily provoke large forces. We have never offended Kong In Sect or the 100 Ghost Sect. However, I don't know where Kong In Sect found out that we have a top-tier supreme treasure, so they are coveting it, Skyheart Sword Saint said. Top-tier supreme treasure? Do you have it in the Purple Blood Sect? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, I do. It's a suppression-type supreme treasure. Senior Brother Lingfeng obtained it by chance when he was exploring a secret realm. It's indeed very valuable. I didn't expect that it was this suppression-type supreme treasure that caused the destruction of the Purple Blood Sect. Skyheart Sword Saint clenched his fists. His face also became ferocious. Our Purple Blood Sect is not weak either. Kong In Sect alone cannot do anything to our Purple Blood Sect. However, Kong In Sect secretly found the experts of the 100 Ghost Sect and made the 100 Ghost Sect send 3 Principals Masters to join forces with them. They directly charged into our Purple Blood Sect. Our Purple Blood Sect was no match for them. Senior Brother Chiaomu and Senior Brother Lingfeng died on the spot. Many of their elders and disciples were also killed. Originally, the experts of the Kong In Sect and the 100 Ghost Sect planned to kill all the cultivators of the Purple Blood Sect. However, because the blood origin domain needed some slaves who were responsible for extracting blood origin stones, they imprisoned the remaining disciples of the Purple Blood Sect and suppressed their cultivation. Not long after, they were brought to the blood origin domain and began to extract blood origin stones in the dark. I thought that the remaining disciples of our Purple Blood Sect would slowly die in the blood origin domain. I didn't expect you to still be alive, Martial Uncle, Senior Brother Chunhua. You must avenge our Purple Blood Sect, Senior Brother Chiaomu and Senior Brother Lingfeng. Skyheart Sword Saint shouted mournfully. He was a descendant of the Purple Star Demon Sect. He knew very well that 200 million years ago, when the Purple Star Demon Sect was still around, the Chunhua Demon Master was publicly acknowledged as a genius elder. At that time, he was already an extremely powerful Principal's Master, and now, so many years had passed, so his strength was definitely even more terrifying. This could be seen from the fact that he had just killed over 100 soldiers with a wave of his hand, and even killed a Principal's Master. Such a powerful martial uncle gave Skyheart Sword Saint hope of revenge. Don't worry, I will avenge Chiaomu and Lingfeng. The eyes of the Demon Master Chunhua were burning with anger. Skyheart, gather all the disciples of the Purple Blood Sect. Yes. Skyheart Sword Saint nodded and immediately went to gather them. In a short while, all the disciples of the Purple Blood Sect in the blood origin domain had gathered here. At a glance, there were no less than 1,000 of them. Most of these disciples were weaker. The stronger ones had already been killed by the Kong-in sect. The reason why they did not kill Skyheart Sword Saint was because the Kong-in sect wanted to better control these people. They were just extracting the blood origin stones for them. These disciples were all gathered here, but all of them had blank expressions on their faces. They had already learned that someone had come to save them. And the person who had come was the martial uncle of the Skyheart Sword Saint, an extremely ancient and powerful principles master. But they were very unfamiliar with the demon master Chunhua himself. They had never heard the Skyheart Sword Saint or Chiu Mu or the Lingfeng master mention such a martial uncle before. At the same time, they also had a trace of doubt in their hearts. Could the martial uncle of the Skyheart Sword Saint really save them? One had to know that the blood origin domain was jointly controlled by the seven great powers, and the seven great powers could basically do whatever they wanted in the second heaven. Even some of the extremely powerful sects in the second heaven did not dare to provoke the seven great powers easily. It was not easy for the seven forces to let them go. These disciples' doubtful eyes were also noticed by Demon Master and Jian Wushuang. Are they all here? Demon Master's face was a little gloomy. They are all here. Skyheart Sword Saint nodded. There were tens of thousands of disciples under the Purple Blood sect, but more than half of them were killed and many escaped during the sect extermination battle. In the end, only about 2,000 people were brought to the blood origin domain by the suppression of their cultivation. However, after more than 500 years, many of these disciples chose to end their lives because they could not bear the life of mining blood origin stones in the dark and the oppression and humiliation of the sergeants. Those who are still alive are those who are more determined and desire to live. It's been hard on all of you. Demon Master Chenhua nodded slightly. Don't worry. Since I am here, I will not let you suffer. I will not let any sect or faction bully you. These words caused the hearts and bodies of the disciples of the Purple Blood sect to tremble. Honorable Master, these people's cultivation has been suppressed, and their suppression techniques are not weak. Even experts above the principal's master level can only help them break the suppression one by one to restore their strength, True Pupil Master said. True Pupil Master, I'll have to trouble you with this. Jian Wushuang glanced at True Pupil Master. Yes. True Pupil Master nodded without any reluctance. It was not difficult for Principal's Master to come into contact with the suppression techniques of these people one by one. It would only take a little effort and time, but there was no other cost. Of course, True Pupil Master was not reluctant. Skyheart, you tell them to wait here and ask True Pupil Master to restore their cultivation one by one. And you, come with me to Kong-in sect now, Demon Master Chunhua said coldly.
Now.
Skyheart Sword Saint was stunned for a moment and then revealed an ecstatic expression. Jian Wushuang instructed again, True Pupil Master, let's go to the Kong-in sect. As for the disciples of the Purple Blood sect, they'll leave them to you. You must ensure their safety. Don't worry, sir. With me around, no one will be able to hurt them again, True Pupil Master said with a smile. Chapter 3507. Slaughter. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He was more at ease with the True Pupil Master. First of all, the True Pupil Master was a principal's master in the three realms of the void, and he was extremely powerful. Second, the True Pupil Master came from the Temporal Temple, and the seven forces that controlled the blood origin domain did not dare to act rashly just because of his identity. With him protecting the disciples of the Purple Blood sect, no one from the seven forces would dare to touch them. Let's go, Demon Master Chunhua said. Immediately, Jian Wushuang, Demon Master Chunhua, and Skyheart Sword Saint flew directly toward the nest of the Kong-in sect. The nest of the Kong-in sect was not far from the blood origin domain, so it did not take long for the three of them to arrive. Looking at the bustling sect in front of them, a shocking killing intent surged from Demon Master Qinyuo's eyes. Skyheart, you stay here and watch, Demon Master Chunhua instructed. Then he looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Heavenly Sword Marquis, take care of him for me. No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded. Immediately, Demon Master Chunhua charged directly toward the base of the Kong-in sect. Sir, Uncle Master is alone. Is it okay for him to charge into the lair of the Kong-in sect? Skyheart's sword saint was a little worried at first. Jin Wushuang smiled and said, "Don't worry. Let alone the Kongyin sect, even if 10 of them were to be tied together, they would not be enough in front of Chunhua. Just watch." Just as Jin Wushuang said, a mere Kongyin sect had no room to struggle in front of the supreme strength of Demon Master Chunhua. Demon Master Chunhua punched out casually, and the protection formation of the Kongyin sect collapsed. Demon Master Chunhua charged into the Kongyin sect without any hindrance. When the protection formation was broken, the experts of the Kongyin sect were naturally shocked and furious. One after another, experts rose up. The Devil Master did not waste any words on these experts of the Kongyin sect. He directly attacked and began the slaughter. He first appeared in front of the strongest sect master of the Kongyin sect. With a brutal punch, this peak 3rd level Void Realm sect master was instantly killed. He did not even have the slightest chance to struggle. As for the other experts of the Kongyin sect, they were like ants in front of the Demon Master. They were completely massacred, slaughtered, completely slaughtered. Although the Kongyin sect's foundation was not ordinary and their strength was not weak, and they had 5 principals masters, they were still nothing in front of the Demon Master Chunhua. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 principals masters of the Kongyin sect were killed by the Demon Master Chunhua. The remaining principals master, as well as the other disciples of the Kongyin sect, were all scared out of their wits. They all started to flee frantically. The entire Kongyin sect was in a mess. Countless figures were fleeing frantically, not daring to come into contact with the killing god in the void. Seeing this scene, Jin Wushuang could not help but sigh. It's rare to see Chunhua start a massacre. It seems that he's really angry. The Kongyin sect is doomed. After sighing, Jin Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. It's fine if the disciples of the Kongyin sect are weak and are at the bottom, but it's better not to keep those strong mainstays. Jin Wushuang smiled and casually waved his hand. A vast power of space-time principles instantly swept out. He directly used the golden sky painting flag. Not only did Jin Wushuang restrict the space-time around him, but he also immediately released a huge space-time binding force that swept toward the immortal saints of the Kongyin sect who were at the top level. With Jin Wushuang's current strength, using the golden sky painting flag to bind the immortal saint was a little overkill. Even though there were a lot of people bound, it was easy for Jin Wushuang. In a flash, the upper-level experts of the Kongyin sect were bound and could hardly move. Demon Master Chunhua did not refuse Jin Wushuang's good intentions. He started a massacre on these people whom he usually did not even bother to look at. Because of Demon Master Chinuo's slaughter, the Kongyin sect had been turned into a sea of blood. It was a terrible sight. Jin Wushuang just looked at the surrounding void indifferently. Skyheart's sword saint was shocked, but more than that, he felt happy to take revenge. At this moment, Jin Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He had noticed that a large number of experts were rushing over from the surrounding void. There were nearly 20 of them, with most of them being principals masters. There are nearly 20 principals masters. In the second heaven, there shouldn't be any sect or force that can take action. And now, if I'm not mistaken, they should be the other 6 forces that control the blood origin domain, Jin Wushuang muttered. He had already looked in that direction. It's the experts from the other 6 forces. Skyheart's sword saint immediately became nervous. He had heard that the 7 forces that controlled the blood origin domain were usually united against a common enemy. Whoever provoked one of the forces was equivalent to provoking all of them. Because of their unity, they were able to occupy the blood origin domain and run amok in the second heaven. This time, the 6 forces had rushed over because they had received a request for help from the Kongyin sect. However, when they rushed over, the Kongyin sect had already turned into a sea of blood that filled the sky. Meanwhile, the Demon Master Chunhua, who was in the middle of the sea of blood, was still slaughtering crazily to vent his anger. This is the Kongyin sect? Who is that person? What did he do to the Kongyin sect? The principals masters from the 6 forces looked at the sea of blood in horror. However, before they could get close to the sea of blood, Jin Wushuang had already stood in front of them and blocked their way. Everyone, let me give you a piece of advice. Go back to where you came from. It's better for you not to get involved in the affairs of the Kongyin sect today, Jin Wushuang said indifferently. Seeing Jin Wushuang blocking in front of them, especially when he sensed the aura emanating from Jin Wushuang's body, he was merely a saint. A principal's master in the third realm of the Void Realm from the 6 major forces. He immediately shouted, "How dare a mere saint block our way? Get out of my way!" Jin Wushuang's eyes turned cold, but the Blood Mountain sword behind him was instantly unsheathed. Whoosh! A sword light streaked across the void like a bolt of lightning and struck toward the principal's master. The principal's master's expression changed. He tried to block the attack, but the sword light was not blocked at all. It flew past the principal's master's body. It shattered the principal's master's divine body at once. Jin Wushuang did not kill him, but the principal's master's divine power was not completely destroyed. You'd better be careful. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Jin Wushuang's cold voice slowly echoed in the world. Chapter 3508. Terror. How is this possible? The principal's master of the third level of the void space realm, who had his godly body destroyed by a single sword, was waiting with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He was not the only one. The nearly 20 principal's masters around him were all in a daze. A saint used a single sword to destroy the godly body of a third level of the void realm principal's master? What kind of strength is this? He must have at least the battle strength of the 5 void realms, and he is probably not weak among them. He is just a saint, but his battle strength is comparable to the principal's masters of the 5 void realms. He is Heavenly Sword Marquis. Only Heavenly Sword Marquis can do this in the divine beginning realm. Heavenly Sword Marquis? The expressions of the nearly 20 principal's masters from the 6 major forces began to change after they understood Jin Wushuang's identity. At the same time, they had also heard that Heavenly Marquis Sword had turned the demon realm upside down in the third heaven. At the same time, he had been accompanied by a super expert with terrifying strength, an expert who had reached the pinnacle of the 6 realms of the void. This expert, everyone could not help but look at Demon Master Chunhua, who was still slaughtering crazily in the Kongyin sect. In the next moment, the 20 principal's masters all shuddered. You should be experts from the other 6 forces that control the blood origin domain, right? Jin Wushuang's voice was heard at this moment. You should be young friend Heavenly Sword Marquis, right? Among the nearly 20 principal's masters, the strongest and most senior white-haired elder said. This white-haired elder had clearly reached the 4th realm of the Void Realm. However, he did not dare to put on airs in front of Jin Wushuang. It's me. Jin Wushuang admitted his identity directly. Then he asked, if I'm not mistaken, you must be here for the Kongyin sect. But I'm sorry to tell you that from today on, there will be no more Kongyin sect in the divine beginning realm. As for the 7 forces that originally controlled the blood origin domain, there will only be 2 from now on. Do you have any objections to this? No, of course not. The white-haired elder quickly shook his head. The Kongyin sect has been very extreme and arrogant over the years. The 6 forces have long been dissatisfied with it, but we didn't expect the Kongyin sect to be so bold and provoke you. It's a disaster. You really know how to talk. Jin Wushuang smiled. But you're wrong about one thing. The Kongyin sect has never provoked me. It provoked Demon Master Chunhua, who is by my side. I know Qinyuo's temper. He disdains to lower himself to attack weaker cultivators and even some principal's masters. But this time, he has started a massacre. You can imagine his anger. As far as I know, the 6 forces might not be able to get away with this. What? The expression of the white-haired elder and the other principal's masters of the 6 forces changed drastically. The 6 forces could not get away from this incident? Could it be that after the demon master had massacred the Kongyin sect, he would attack the 6 forces again? Thinking of this, the principal's masters of the 6 forces became nervous and terrified. Seeing the change in the expression of the principal's masters, Jin Wushuang smiled and glanced at Skyheart Sword, Saint behind him. Skyheart Sword Saint, come here first. My lord. Skyheart Sword Saint came to Jin Wushuang and bowed to him respectfully. At the same time, he was shocked. At first, He thought that Jian Wushuang was the disciple of Demon Master Chunhua when he saw his uncle master together with Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang's aura was only at the saint level. But now, Jian Wushuang had defeated a principal's master of the three void realms with a single strike. Such strength really scared him. He now truly understood Jian Wushuang's identity. At the same time, he also knew that Jian Wushuang was not his martial uncle's disciple, but had a deeper relationship with his martial uncle. Do you all recognize Skyheart Sword Saint? Jian Wushuang looked at the principal's masters in front of him with interest. Skyheart Sword Saint? Skyheart Sword Saint of the Purple Blood Sect? The Purple Blood Sect was destroyed by the Kong-In sect more than 500 years ago. Moreover, many disciples of the Purple Blood Sect were arranged to mine blood origin stones in the blood origin domain. Could it be? Seeing Skyheart Sword Saint, the principal's masters immediately understood. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Let me tell you first. Chunhua is Skyheart Sword Saint's uncle, and the Purple Blood Sect where Skyheart Sword Saint is a legacy of the Purple Star Demon Sect many years ago. After the Kong-In sect destroyed the Purple Blood Sect, they are destined to be killed by Chunhua. As for how you six forces should deal with them, it depends on Chunhua." Upon hearing this, the experts of the six forces became even more terrified. They had no choice. An expert at the pinnacle of the six realms of the void was not someone they could afford to provoke. Just like how Demon Master Chunhua had annihilated the Kong-In sect, Demon Master Chunhua could also easily wipe out the six forces. Soon, the slaughter in the Kong-In sect was almost over, and Demon Master Chunhua slowly walked out of the Blood Sea. Jian Wushuang could not help but glance at the Kong-In sect when he saw Demon Master Chunhua coming out, but he nodded secretly. He had been paying attention to it. Although Demon Master Chunhua was slaughtering crazily, most of the people he was slaughtering were the high-level experts of the Kong-In sect. As for the weaker disciples, they were at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, he did not kill or chase them. Compared to the Kong-In sect's direct destruction of the Purple Blood Sect and the capture of all the remaining disciples of the Purple Blood Sect to the Blood Origin domain, the Kong-In sect was much more merciful. Even though there were still many weaker disciples left, the Kong-In sect was completely finished without the support of high-level experts. Uncle Master. Skyheart Sword Saint hurriedly bowed respectfully when he saw Demon Master Chunhua walking over. Chunhua, the people from the six major forces have arrived, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Demon Master Chinhuo's eyes were cold and still filled with a shocking killing intent as he swept his gaze across the bodies of the principal's masters. All the principal's masters who were swept by the gaze of the Demon Master Chunhua felt their hearts tremble. Skyheart, let me ask you, have these six great powers ever persecuted the Purple Blood Sect? The Demon Master Chunhua asked. Martial uncle, the ones who destroyed our Purple Blood Sect back then were the Kong-In sect and Hundred Ghost sect. As for these six great powers, they didn't act. However, these six great powers and the Kong-In sect jointly control the Blood Origin domain. After the surviving disciples of our Purple Blood Sect were captured and brought to the Blood Origin domain, the soldiers of these six great powers also bullied us many times. Many of our disciples chose to end their lives because they couldn't endure their misery. Chapter 3509. Conditions. In other words, the hands of the six major powers have also been stained with the blood of your Purple Blood Sect disciples, right? The voice of the Demon Master Chunhua turned cold. Yes. Skyheart Sword Saint nodded. The principal's masters of the six major powers were scared out of their wits. The most powerful white-haired old man shouted, Lord Chunhua, the Purple Blood Sect is purely the doing of the Kong-In sect. The six major forces have never interfered before. As for what happened in the Blood Origin domain, it was all done by the soldiers guarding there. The six major forces can't completely restrain them. Moreover, we didn't know about the relationship between the Purple Blood Sect and you. Lord Chunhua, the six great factions are willing to immediately apologize to you and the members of the Purple Blood Sect. We are also willing to pay a price to compensate you. We hope that you can be lenient. The white-haired old man was already begging for mercy as much as possible. He had no choice. He was deeply aware of the terrifying strength that the Demon Master Chunhua possessed. Once the Demon Master Chunhua made a move, the six great factions would vanish like the Kongyin sect. Therefore, he could only try his best to ask Demon Master Chunhua for forgiveness. Upon hearing the white-haired elder's words, Demon Master Chunhua narrowed his eyes slightly, but the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish at all. At this moment, Jian Wushuang spoke. Chunhua, the seven forces that control the blood origin domain are all powerful and have a wide range of influence. It's not a problem for you to destroy the Kongyin sect alone. However, if you destroy all seven of them in one go, it will cause a lot of trouble, especially for the forces or experts that have a lot of connections with the seven forces. Of course, your strength is tyrannical, so you don't have to care about these things. However, the Purple Blood sect has to care. In the future, the Purple Blood sect has to rise and grow. They can't have too many enemies. Therefore, we just have to teach these six great powers a deep lesson. There's no need to kill them all. Besides, this man is right. There have been a lot of slaves in the blood origin domain since many years ago. Those who were sent there have no dignity. Although the sergeants sometimes bully them, they usually don't kill them. The disciples of the Purple Blood sect who died in the blood origin domain almost couldn't bear the dark days. We can't blame the sergeants for their deaths. Jian Wushuang's words hit the nail on the head, and he had indeed thought of many things. After hearing his words, the killing intent in Demon Master Qinyuo's eyes eased a little. I think we should ask the six forces to investigate some of the sergeants who bullied the disciples of the Purple Blood sect while they were in the blood origin domain. After finding out who they are, kill them all. Also, ask each of the six forces to give 100,000 divine power as compensation, Jian Wushuang said. After saying that, Jian Wushuang looked at the principals masters of the six forces and asked, "Can the six forces accept what I'm saying?" "Yes, of course." The white-haired elder nodded without thinking. He looked at Demon Master Chunhua nervously. This punishment is too light. Demon Master Qinyuo's face was cold. After the destruction of the Purple Blood sect, there are only a few thousand disciples left. There are too few of them, and it will be difficult for them to recruit new disciples. Therefore, from today onwards, for the next 100,000 years, the six great powers will prohibit the recruitment of disciples from the outside world. The nearby territories will all belong to the Purple Blood sect, regardless of whether they want to join the sect or have talented disciples. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the principals masters from the six great powers changed drastically. Within 100,000 years, the six great powers would not be allowed to take in a single disciple. This punishment was not small to them. After all, if a sect or power wanted to continue on, they could not always rely on the experts of the older generation. Instead, they had to constantly absorb new blood and nurture young geniuses. Only in this way could the old and the new be constantly replaced, allowing the sect to remain strong and prosperous. As a result, the six great factions had always placed great importance on recruiting disciples. Every once in a while, they would hold large-scale entrance feasts in the territories under their control. They would attract countless young cultivators, and they would select some of the best among them. It had always been like this and had never been cut off. It was because of this that the six great factions had been able to remain strong. But now, the six great factions were not allowed to recruit a single disciple for 100,000 years. This was equivalent to a vacuum period of 100,000 years. During the 100,000 years, not a single drop of fresh blood had been injected. This had an enormous impact on any sect or faction. On the other hand, the Purple Blood sect, because of this territory, the other six major factions did not recruit disciples. Under this premise, those young cultivators who wished to join the sect would definitely swarm toward the Purple Blood sect. In addition, with a super expert like the Demon Master Chunhua, the attraction to the outside world would be even greater. With this, forget about 100,000 years. It was estimated that the Purple Blood sect would only need tens of thousands of years to recover its origin chi. At most, it would be lacking some mid-level combat strength. However, as long as there was an endless stream of fresh blood being injected into the Purple Blood sect, sooner or later, the Purple Blood sect would also be able to produce an endless stream of experts. It could be said that this move of the demon master Chunhua was indeed extremely thoughtful. He had also considered a lot for the Purple Blood sect. Most importantly, although this condition seemed harsh, it did not exceed the scope of acceptance of the 6 major factions. Therefore, the 6 major factions would still accept it if nothing unexpected happened. As expected, after a simple discussion among the principal masters of the 6 great forces, the white-haired old man opened his mouth once again. Lord Xinhua, we have already discussed it. We can accept your conditions. From today onwards, our 6 great forces will announce to the public that we will not open our sects for another 100,000 years. As long as we do not obtain the consent of the Purple Blood sect, our 6 great forces will definitely not recruit another disciple. Since that is the case, then we will understand this matter. However, from today onwards, if any of your 6 great factions dare to offend the Purple Blood sect, then don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Demon Master Chunhua said coldly. Of course. The white-haired old man broke out in cold sweat. The principal masters within the 6 great factions secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they had paid a heavy price this time, they were already thankful that they were not implicated by the Demon Master Chinuo's anger. Chapter 35:10 Reconstruction Skyheart. Demon Master Chunhua looked over and asked, "Is the Purple Blood sect far from here?" "Not far. With my speed, I can arrive in half a day. However, my Purple Blood sect has already been mostly destroyed in that battle," Skyheart Sword Saint said. The sect was destroyed. As long as its foundation is still intact, it can be rebuilt. Skyheart, take those disciples and go back to the Purple Blood sect. They'll destroy the 100 Ghost sect first, and then come to the Purple Blood sect to look for you, Demon Master Chunhua said. Yes. Skyheart Sword Saint nodded. There are more than 1,000 disciples of the Purple Blood sect, and they were bullied in the Blood Origin domain. Although most of them have recovered their cultivation, it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen on the way back from the Blood Origin domain. In my opinion, they'll trouble you to escort them along the way, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Of course, the white-haired elder said. It was a piece of cake to escort them along the way. Of course, they would not refuse. Demon Master Chunhua nodded slightly and went straight to the 100 Ghost sect. Seeing the murderous look on Demon Master Chinuo's face, Jian Wushuang began to pray for the 100 Ghost sect in his heart. The 100 Ghost sect is considered an overlord in the second heaven, but unfortunately, they provoked Chunhua. I'm afraid they are doomed, Jian Wushuang praised. One, he did not go to the 100 Ghost sect with Demon Master Chunhua because he had already guessed the outcome of the sect. The 100 Ghost sect would definitely not be able to withstand the wrath of Demon Master Chunhua. Jian Wushuang and Skyheart Sword Saint went to the Blood Origin domain first. When they arrived at the Blood Origin domain, the suppression methods of the disciples of the Purple Blood sect had been broken by the true pupil master, and their cultivation had recovered. Then, Jian Wushuang and Skyheart Sword Saint went back to the Purple Blood sect together. Then, they returned to the Purple Blood sect. Of course, on the way, the principal masters of the 6 major forces also obediently escorted them along the way, not daring to take any of them with them. Not long after, they returned to the Purple Blood sect. When they arrived at the Purple Blood sect, they saw that it was almost a ruin with ruins everywhere. After all, more than 500 years had passed, and the sect had left many traces of time. It was obvious that there used to be a large number of buildings in the ruins, but now they had all been destroyed. Thanks, it's completely destroyed. Jian Wushuang sighed. During the battle, the experts of the Kong-In sect and the 100 Ghost sect joined hands and directly attacked the Purple Blood sect. They massacred wantonly and destroyed everything in the sect. Apart from us who survived, there was almost nothing left, Skyheart Sword Saint said from the side. His voice was also a little low. A sect will more or less experience setbacks and tribulations. It's already good enough to be reborn in blood. Besides, the Purple Blood sect hasn't been established for long. If you think about the Purple Star Demon sect, you might feel better, Jian Wushuang said. Skyheart Sword Saint was stunned. Yes, he was also an expert left behind by the Purple Star Demon sect. The destruction of the Purple Star Demon sect was even more devastating than the destruction of the Purple Blood sect. Just you wait. When Sunfire returns, with him leading you, it won't take long for the Purple Blood sect to completely recover and even reach a new level, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Skyheart's sword, Saint nodded slightly, full of expectation. Not long after, Demon Master Chanhua returned. His successful return meant the fate of the 100 Ghost sect. Except for one Principal's Master who was not in the sect, the rest of the Principal's Masters were killed by Demon Master Chanhua, including many high-level experts of the 100 Ghost sect. More than half of them were killed by Demon Master Chanhua. It could be said that the 100 Ghost sect had followed in the footsteps of the Kong In sect and was completely destroyed. After Demon Master Chanhua returned, he immediately saw Jian Wushuang and Skyheart Sword Saint. Uncle Master, after the experts from the 6 major forces escorted the disciples of the Purple Blood sect back to the Purple Blood sect, they did not leave. Instead, they continued to wait here to see if you have any other orders, Skyheart Sword Saint said. Tell them to go back and finish what they promised, Demon Master Chanhua said directly. Yes, Skyheart Sword Saint immediately sent the message. Demon Master Chanhua stood in the void above the Purple Blood sect and looked down at the ruins, frowning slightly. Chanhua, are you sure you want to rebuild the Purple Blood sect instead of going to the Purple Star Demon sect? Jian Wushuang could not help asking. He knew the relationship between Demon Master Chanhua and the Purple Star Demon sect. If there was a chance for the Purple Star Demon sect to rise again, he would not let it go. However, after hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Demon Master Chanhua nodded slightly. It has been nearly 200 million years since the Purple Star Demon sect was destroyed. It's been too long. Most of the things left in the Purple Star Demon sect have already rotted. There's no need to go to the Purple Crystal Fog Sea and rebuild it under the name of the Purple Star Demon sect. It might be the best choice to continue the legacy in another place under the name of the Purple Blood sect. It's good that you think so. Jian Wushuang nodded. There were only 2 experts left by the Purple Star Demon sect, namely Demon Master Chanhua and Skyheart Sword Saint. Although they both had deep feelings for the Purple Star Demon sect, it had been too long. There was no need for them to insist on rebuilding it. As long as they kept the inheritance of the Purple Star Demon sect, it was the best choice to exist in the Divine Beginning realm under another name. Although the Purple Star Demon sect has not been rebuilt, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time and effort to rebuild the Purple Blood sect, Jian Wushuang said. That's for sure, Demon Master Chanhua said. In fact, as long as we have enough manpower and resources, it's easy to rebuild the things in the sect. The real difficulty is to create the trump card of the sect, which is the sect-protecting formation of the Purple Blood sect. Yes. The sect-protecting formation is a necessary skill and the last trump card of a sect. We must not be careless. Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement. The sect-protecting formation was the foundation and the last resort of a sect. As long as the sect-protecting formation was there, the sect would be absolutely safe. Even if the outside world was in a sea of flames, as long as the sect-protecting formation did not collapse, the people in it would not be a threat. But if the sect-protecting formation was broken, to the sect, that was the same as losing the last layer of protection. The sect would be completely exposed in front of the other party. Just like back in the Demon Realm, the Nine-Tailed Clan and the Blood Clan's sect-protecting formation were extremely powerful. If not for Marquis Duanyu breaking through the formation, even if they had the combat strength of the Demon Master Chanhua, they might not be able to break in, so naturally, they could not pose a real threat to the 2 clans. Chapter 3511. Human Illusion Level. The Purple Blood sect had been destroyed for more than 500 years. Although they had the capital to rebuild the sect-protecting formation was still very important. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I know that Star Palace has a special relationship with you, and Marquis Duanyu said that he was willing to listen to you. So, can you ask him to come to the Purple Blood sect and set up a protective array for us? Of course, the Purple Blood sect will not let him come for nothing. We will prepare a generous reward for him, or let me owe him a favor. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile and said, let me ask him for you. Jian Wushuang directly sent a message to Marquis Duanyu and soon got the answer. Marquis Duanyu, has agreed to set up a clan-protecting formation for your Purple Blood sect. As for the conditions, he hasn't mentioned it yet, Jian Wushuang said. Thank you, Demon Master Chunhua thanked him. He knew that the reason why Marquis Duanyu agreed so readily was largely because it was Jian Wushuang who invited him. Marquis Duanyu said it would take him 2 to 3 months to reach the second heaven. Let's wait here, Jian Wushuang said. In the following time, the Purple Blood sect began to rebuild on a large scale. To rebuild the sect, of course, it would require a lot of resources, which was easy to do. Demon Master Chanhua had a lot of resources left by the Purple Star Demon sect, which could be used. Moreover, even if there were not so many resources, the 6 forces that controlled the blood origin domain nearby would definitely come to him. 3 months later, Marquis Duanyu arrived at the Purple Blood sect. My young friend, Mr. Chanhua. Marquis Duanyu bowed humbly. Marquis Duanyu, you already know the purpose of inviting you here. Now, the Purple Blood sect is under your feet. It has just been rebuilt. What do you think of the sect-protecting formation? Jian Wushuang asked directly. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Marquis Duanyu looked down at the Purple Blood sect and nodded slightly. The general sect-protecting formation is nothing more than to block strong enemies at the critical moment. Therefore, the sect-protecting formation is mainly used for defense. However, there are some sect-protecting formations that can be used for both offense and defense. However, the cost is even greater. Which one do you need, Mr. Chanhua? We will use a pure array formation to defend against strong enemies. As for attacking, we will only need to carry some offensive power on our shoulders, said Demon Master Chanhua. What about the level of the array formation? Marquis Duanyu said again. My young friend Heavenly Sword Marquis has told me before that the Purple Blood sect is not considered a very powerful sect now. However, because of you, Mr. Chanhua, it will definitely rise in the future. The level of this array formation should also be higher, right? Of course, it needs a high-level array formation. It would be best if it could block the array formation of a Saint Realm Master, said Demon Master Chanhua. Back when the Purple Star Demon sect was destroyed, the one who attacked the Purple Star Demon sect was a Saint Realm Master. The sect-protecting array formation of the Purple Star Demon sect back then was actually very powerful. However, in front of a Saint Realm Master, it was like paper. Having experienced it once, Demon Master Chanhua did not wish for the next Saint Realm Master to charge into the Purple Blood sect. Therefore, he naturally wanted a sect-protecting array formation that could block a Saint Realm Master. However, Marquis Duanyu smiled when he heard the words of the Demon Master. I do have a formation that can block a Saint Realm Master. Moreover, I can set it up with my attainments in the Dao of formations. However, the prerequisite is that the resources required to set up such a formation will be much greater than what you can imagine, Mr. Chanhua. Oh, Demon Master Chanhua frowned. Let's not talk about other things first. Just the energy required to maintain the formation can only be absorbed through divine power. To maintain the normal operation of the formation, the divine power that is stored throughout the year is in the hundreds of millions, not to mention the other precious natural treasures. In addition, even if the formation is set up, it must be maintained by 2 or more experts who have reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of the void every million years. Otherwise, the formation might also collapse and disintegrate. These 2 conditions are just 2 of the requirements for setting up the formation. There are also many other requirements that are equally demanding, such as the time required to set up the formation. I wonder if Mr. Chanhua can accept them? Marquis Duanyu said playfully. Upon hearing this, Demon Master Chanhua was somewhat stunned. Jian Wushuang's expression also became strange. However, he could understand. After all, it was not easy to set up a magic array that could withstand a Saint Realm Master. Even if Marquis Duanyu had the ability to set up this magic array, he did not have the capital to do so. Although Demon Master Chanhua had a lot of resources on hand, he was afraid that he would not be able to meet the conditions mentioned by Marquis Duanyu. It seems that I have been too arrogant. I want to think about this array that can withstand the attacks of a Saint Realm Master for the time being. Then, what are the requirements for setting up a slightly lower level array? Demon Master Chanhua said. There are many levels of array formations. An array that can withstand the attacks of a Saint Realm Master or an ordinary ruler-level expert is already an Earth Sage-level array formation. This level of array formation is extremely impressive, so it is naturally quite difficult to set up. For example, the 5 elements array formation of the Nine-Tailed clan is an Earth Sage-level array formation. However, because the Nine-Tailed clan does not have a ruler-level expert supporting them, they are unable to unleash the power of an Earth Sage-level array formation. That is why I was able to break it so easily. However, if a genuine holy level formation is successfully set up, there is absolutely no need to worry about it being broken in the Divine Beginning realm. However, with the resources of the cultivators in the Divine Beginning realm, it is almost impossible to set up an holy level formation. In that case, we can only take a step back and set up a human illusion level formation, Marquis Duanyu said. Human illusion level magic array? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. In the vast universe, a human illusion level magic array is only an entry-level magic array, but in the Divine Beginning realm, it is very high level. For example, the Blood Martin clan's clan protection magic array was also at the human illusion level, but it was only at the intermediate level among the human illusion level magic arrays. And I have a few complete peak stage human illusion level formations in my hands. Once these formations are set up, ordinary 6th level Void Realm experts would definitely not be able to break them. Even if there are 3 or 5 peak stage Void Realm experts, it would be very difficult to shake them. Unless there are 2 or more peak stage Void Realm experts, only then would they be able to break them. Marquis Duanyu said. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Demon Master brightened. Even experts at the pinnacle of the Void 6 realms would need at least 2 to break through it. However, it must be known that other than him, there were only 2 experts at the pinnacle of the Void 6 realms in the Divine Beginning realm. In other words, once such a formation was set up, as long as the Saint Realm Master did not personally take action, no one would be able to break it. Chapter 35:12. Unshakable, Marquis Duanyu. What is the price of setting up a formation at the peak of the human illusion level? Jian Wushuang asked. Although the formation at the peak of the human illusion level is far inferior to that at the Earth Saint realm, the price of setting it up is still very high. However, it is still acceptable for an expert at the pinnacle of the 6 realms of the void, Marquis Duanyu said. If that's the case, Marquis Duanyu, please help us set up the magic formation at the peak of the human illusion level. You can tell me the cost and resources you need. After the magic formation is set up, they'll owe you a favor, Marquis Duanyu said. Haha, it's difficult to set up the magic formation at the peak of the human illusion level, but if I can exchange it for the favor of an expert at the pinnacle of the 6 realms of the void, they'll be very lucky, Marquis Duanyu said. Let's not waste time, Marquis Duanyu. Start to set up the formation, Jian Wushuang said. Marquis Duanyu nodded, and then discussed with Demon Master Chunhua how to set up the formation. After everything was ready, Marquis Duanyu began to set up the formation. It was not easy to set up a magic formation at the peak of the human illusion level. Not only did it require a lot of resources, but it also took a lot of time. During this time, Jian Wushuang stayed in the Purple Blood Sect and watched Marquis Duanyu set up the magic array. Although he did not know much about the Tao of Magic Array, it was because of this that he did not want to miss this opportunity. After all, Marquis Duanyu could be said to have the highest attainments in the Tao of Magic Array in the Divine Beginning realm. Watching him set up the magic array with his own hands could also help Jian Wushuang understand more about the Tao of Magic Array. In the future, whether he was in the Divine Beginning realm or in the universe battlefield, he would certainly have to deal with some special arrays. Thanks for your understanding of array formation, it would be more or less useful. Time passed, and in a flash, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, the Purple Blood Sect had almost been rebuilt. The original ruins had now become a pure land. Birds sang and flowers were fragrant, and palaces and pavilions were everywhere. The entire sect looked magnificent. It was no longer as tragic as before. Most importantly, there was a layer of light membrane that could not be seen by the naked eye in the void around the Purple Blood Sect. This light membrane was the pinnacle human illusion great array that Marquis Duanyu had spent 3 years to set up. Mr. Chunhua, This array has already been set up and it has already formed a cycle. From now on, as long as your purple blood sect infuses a batch of divine power into it every once in a while to provide the energy for the array to operate normally, this array can continue forever. Furthermore, even if an expert were to forcefully break this array in the future, as long as the foundation of the array is not uprooted, you can casually hire 1 or 2 array masters of the 9th stage or above to repair the array. Yes. Demon Master Chanhua nodded slightly and said gratefully, "Thank you, Marquis Duanyu, for the past 3 years." Haha, it's only been 3 years. I'm more than happy to be able to exchange for your favor, Marquis Duanyu said with a smile. Marquis Duanyu. At this moment, Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and said, "The power of the magic formation in front of me is really as amazing as you said. But why does it look like that to me?" That's because the power of this magic array hasn't really erupted. Normally, the magic array only keeps simple operation, so it doesn't consume too much energy. However, once the magic array is attacked, the power of the magic array will be revealed. Marquis Duanyu smiled. "If you don't believe me, you can try the power of this magic array yourself. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL D0T C0M. Then I won't be polite." Jin Wushuang did not refuse. His palm had already grabbed the Blood Mountain sword behind him. One swish, the Blood Mountain sword was unsheathed, and a shocking sword essence instantly swept out in the surrounding void. Then, Jin Wushuang's body flashed and appeared around the magic formation. He activated his life divine power and heaven-cleaving skill at this moment. Whoosh! A blood-red sword light, like a bolt of blood-red lightning, suddenly slashed out with extreme violence. It was the peerless sword manual, Shixiang. The power of this extremely powerful sword, especially when Jian Wushuang used his full strength, had reached the peak of the 5th void realm. However, when the sword directly hit the light film, it was like a drop of water falling into the sea. The light film did not cause much waves, and the whole purple blood sect was still very calm. However, the power of Jian Wushuang's sword had been completely exhausted. Amazing! Jian Wushuang could not help but exclaim, "My sword attack is even more powerful than the full-strength attack of an ordinary expert of the 5th void realm." However, it did not shake the magic formation at all. After all, I attacked from the inside of the magic formation. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. Attacking from the outside of the magic formation and attacking from the inside of the magic formation were 2 completely different things. Under normal circumstances, a magic array had the strongest defense against the outside world, but its internal defense was much weaker. Because of this, in the divine beginning realm, if a force wanted to contribute to another force, they had to attack from the inside and cooperate with the outside. This way, it would be easier to break the protective magic array of the other party. However, the magic array set up by Marquis Duanyu in the Purple Blood Sect had such a strong internal defense that Jian Wushuang could not even move it with his full strength. However, the defensive energy outside the magic array was very strong. With this magic array, the Purple Blood Sect will be safe as long as the Saint Realm Master doesn't personally take action, Jian Wushuang said. Logically speaking, the Purple Blood Sect was inherited by the Purple Star Demon Sect, and the one who destroyed the Purple Star Demon Sect was the Saint Realm Master, Demon Master Chunhua said in a low voice. Although the magic array had been set up, Demon Master Chunhua was still a little worried. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Chunhua, you don't have to worry. So what if the Flame Saint Realm knows that the Purple Blood Sect was inherited by the Purple Star Demon Sect? After all, the Purple Blood Sect has you. It's no longer the Purple Star Demon Sect. It can't resist the Flame Saint Realm at all. Moreover, even if the Purple Blood Sect can't resist it, it's almost impossible for the Flame Saint Master to kill you. As long as you don't die, you can crazily take revenge on the Flame Saint Realm and kill their experts. That would be a disaster for the Flame Saint Realm. The Flame Saint Realm definitely knows this as well. Hence, before they have absolute confidence in killing you, the Flame Saint Realm wouldn't dare to attack the Purple Blood Sect. This is because they aren't willing to pay the price for you." "That's true, but this is also because I'm here. What if one day, I'm no longer here?" Demon Master Chenhua frowned. Chapter 35:13. Outside the world, what if one day, Demon Master Chunhua was no longer around? The Flame Saint realm would not hesitate to attack the Purple Blood sect and destroy it, just like how it had destroyed the Purple Star Demon sect. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. At least now that you're here, the Flame Saint realm won't dare to act recklessly, Jian Wushuang said. Well, that's the only way to think about it. Demon Master Chunhua nodded slightly, then he said seriously, Heavenly Sword Marquis, the Purple Blood sect has just been rebuilt, and there's a lot of work to be done. Right now, the Purple Blood sect needs me very much. I can't leave here in a short time, so I can't continue to be your guard. I expected that. Jin Wushuang was not surprised. He was very clear about the current situation of the Purple Blood sect. In the current Purple Blood sect, other than Demon Master Chenhua, only Skyheart Sword Saint, an invincible saint, could be considered an expert. The other disciples were mostly weak, so at this moment, Demon Master Chunhua definitely could not leave this place. Not only now, but also for a long time in the future. At least until the Purple Blood sect's strength had grown to a certain level and they were able to protect themselves, he would not leave. Naturally, he would not be able to stay by his side anymore. Although I can't continue to stay by your side and be your guard, if you encounter any trouble in the future, you can still send me a message at any time. They'll be there immediately, Demon Master said. In that case, our previous agreement still stands, Jian Wushuang said. Of course it does. Demon Master Chunhua also nodded. Well, you can lead the Purple Blood sect to grow up first. As for me, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He did not know where he should go next. Back to the Temporal Temple? There was nothing for him to do in the Temporal Temple at the moment, so it did not matter whether he went back or not. If he continued to wander alone in the Divine Beginning Realm, there were few places in the Divine Beginning Realm that could have a great effect on him. Even if he wanted to improve his strength, he had to find a good place first. As if he had read Jian Wushuang's mind, Marquis Duanyu suddenly said, My young friend, if you don't have a place to go for the time being, why don't you come with me to the Star Palace? To the Star Palace? Jian Wushuang's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, when he first came into contact with the Star Palace in the Demon Realm, he had been curious about it. Especially after he found out that the founder of the Star Palace was Taoist Black God and had an inseparable relationship with the Seven-Star Mysterious Sect, he looked forward to the Star Palace even more. He had wanted to go to the Star Palace before, but now he was worried that he had nowhere to go. It was undoubtedly the best choice to go to the Star Palace at this time. Marquis Duanyu, I do want to visit the Star Palace now, but is it convenient? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, of course. Marquis Duanyu smiled and said, If you want, I can take you to the Star Palace now. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. In that case, let's go now, Marquis Duanyu said. Goodbye, Chenhua, Jian Wushuang said to Demon Master Chenhua and left with Marquis Duanyu. After leaving the Purple Blood sect, Marquis Duanyu led Jian Wushuang toward Star Palace. Both of them traveled very fast, especially Jian Wushuang. Under the guidance of Marquis Duanyu, he teleported and spent 2 days in a near-chaotic void. This is... Jian Wushuang stood in the chaotic void and looked around with a frown. After a long while, he spoke again, Marquis Duanyu. If I'm not wrong, this should be the edge of the Divine Beginning Realm, right? Yes. Marquis Duanyu nodded. As expected, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. He knew more about the Divine Beginning Realm than before. He was very clear that in the Divine Beginning Realm, other than some extremely strange places, only the edge of the Divine Beginning Realm was chaotic. Since Marquis Duanyu had brought him here, Jian Wushuang had roughly guessed the location of the Star Palace. It seems that my previous guess was right. The Star Palace is not in the Divine Beginning Realm, but outside the realm. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. Outside the realm, outside the Divine Beginning Realm, was naturally the vast universe battlefield. Jian Wushuang had guessed it from the conversation between Marquis Duanyu and Axe One Master. Axe One Master had said that the 3 Principals Masters from Star Palace were too sensitive and could not wander around in the Divine Beginning Realm. In addition, Marquis Duanyu, Axe One Master, and Star Saint Master were all powerful experts of the six void realms, but they were not famous in the divine beginning realm. Obviously, they had never been in the divine beginning realm. Instead, they had been staying in the universe battlefield. Since that was the case, the Star Palace was most likely located in the universe battlefield. Only by setting their headquarters in the universe battlefield could the three great saint realms do nothing to the Star Palace. After all, the three great saint realm masters of the three great saint realms were only supreme in the divine beginning realm. However, outside the divine beginning realm, without the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, any ruler-level expert could have easily killed all three of them. The edge of the divine beginning realm is just separated from the universe battlefield by a piece of primal chaos void. As long as we pass through this piece of primal chaos void, we can truly enter the universe battlefield. That place is the heaven of the strong, said Marquis Duanyu. Universe battlefield. Jin Wushuang could not help but clench his hands. He vaguely remembered that many years ago, in the Endless Territories, he had seen Shuebai's consciousness incarnation in the Blood North secret area. From Shuebai's words, it was the first time he knew about the existence of the universe battlefield. Only then did he understand how vast this world was. The divine beginning realm was just a part of the universe. From that time on, he had been full of yearning for the universe battlefield. Unfortunately, his strength had not been enough before, so he was not qualified to go to the universe battlefield. But now, his strength should be barely enough. My young friend, follow me. Let's go through the chaotic void first, Marquis Duanyu said. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly and followed Marquis Duanyu slowly. The chaotic void was very vast. Because they were in the chaotic void, there might be some dangers. Both Marquis Duanyu and Jin Wushuang were slow, so Jin Wushuang did not dare to use teleportation again. The journey was very peaceful. The two of them flew in the chaotic void for 5 days and finally passed through it. After passing through the chaotic void, Jin Wushuang stepped into the universe battlefield. Chapter 35:14. World Star, this is the vast universe? Jin Wushuang stood in the universe battlefield and looked up. What he saw was a vast dark void, which was boundless and infinite. In the center of the dark void, he could vaguely see some weak lights, which were faintly discernible, like stars. Standing here, Jin Wushuang could clearly sense the great pressure coming from the surrounding void. This pressure originated from the universe origin. Previously, because Jin Wushuang had been staying in the divine beginning realm, with the obstruction of the divine beginning realm, he could not sense the pressure of the universe origin. But now that he was out of the divine beginning realm, he could clearly sense the pressure. This pressure is too strong. With such a strong pressure, ordinary people won't be able to survive in the universe, Jin Wushuang could not help saying. In the vast universe, the pressure from the universe origin is indeed very strong. Moreover, we are still at the edge of the universe, so the pressure from the universe origin is not too strong. However, if you want to go to the core of the universe in the future, the pressure from the universe origin will be even stronger, Marquis Duanyu said. It's because the universe origin is so powerful that ordinary cultivators can't move around in the universe. Those who can resist the pressure and move around in the universe are usually experts above the principal's master realm. Of course, you're only a saint, but you're stronger than most principal's masters. You can also move around in the universe. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. He also felt the pressure of the universe origin, which was extremely strong, but it did not affect his ability to walk in the universe. My young friend, turn around and look behind you, Marquis Duanyu suddenly said. Jin Wushuang turned around and immediately a huge object appeared in front of him. It was a huge and magnificent star. It was oval in shape and floated in the universe. The star was surrounded by a hazy chaotic airflow. Jin Wushuang stood in front of the star. Although he was some distance away from the star, he could still feel the vastness of the star. Is this the divine beginning realm? Jin Wushuang's eyes widened. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Yes, it's the divine beginning realm. Marquis Duanyu smiled. You've been in the divine beginning realm before, so you can't see its complete appearance. But now that you're out of the divine beginning realm and in the universe, you can see its original appearance clearly. In addition, although the divine beginning realm seems to be in front of you now, in fact, you're already very far away from it. Jin Wushuang could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect that the divine beginning realm would look like this, like an ordinary star. It's a star, but it's a world star that contains endless vitality and can give birth to living beings, Marquis Duanyu said. A world star? Jin Wushuang was puzzled. Marquis Duanyu immediately explained, the vast universe is vast and boundless. In this vast universe, there are countless kinds of stars. These stars are divided into two types. One is a world star, which contains boundless life force and is extremely large. It can give birth to living beings and cultivators. The other type is the ordinary Earth star, which has no life force. Most of these Earth stars only have a piece of land and nothing else. Many times, these Earth stars are occupied by some forces in the universe and then transformed into strongholds and bases. The world star and the Earth star are very common in the universe. In addition, because of their size and their cultivation environment, the world stars in the universe are divided into several levels. World stars are divided into levels? Jin Wushuang's expression changed. World stars are divided into Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3. Among them, Level 3 world stars are the most common. For example, the Divine Beginning Realm is an ordinary Level 3 world star. It doesn't give birth to many experts. Since the birth of the Divine Beginning Realm, there have only been a few ruler-level experts. Second-grade world stars have much greater potential than third-grade world stars. Naturally, they give birth to more experts. Let's compare the Divine Beginning Realm. If first-grade and second-grade world stars were born at the same time as the Divine Beginning Realm, then this second-grade world star has already given birth to more than 20 rulers, or even more. More than 20 rulers? Jin Wushuang was shocked. They were born at the same time, but there were so many more masters in a second-grade world star than in a third-grade world star? It was obvious that the cultivation environment in a second-grade world star was much stronger than a third-grade world star. What about a first-grade world star? Jin Wushuang asked again. A first-grade world star is even more amazing. It is said that in the vast universe, as long as a first-grade world star is born for a period of time, the experts in it can easily rule a great territory in the universe battlefield and become an overlord. Even in the deepest part of the universe, no one dares to underestimate the power of a first-grade world star, Marquis Duanyu said. Jin Wushuang sighed in his heart. A second-class world star was much stronger than the Divine Beginning Realm, and a first-class world star with even greater potential was naturally even more terrifying. In addition, there is a legend in the universe that there is an eternal world star in the deepest part of the universe, which is above the first-class world star. The eternal world star is the true ruler of the universe. Marquis Duanyu added, there is an eternal world star? Jin Wushuang was stunned. He had little knowledge of the universe before, but today, he had an eye-opening experience. For the current him, even if the Divine Beginning Realm was relatively vast, he still could not stand at the top of the Divine Beginning Realm. The second-grade and first-grade world stars that were stronger than the Divine Beginning Realm. There were even the legendary Eternal World Stars, which were too far away for him now. Marquis Duanyu, are there any world stars above the second class near the Divine Beginning Realm? Jin Wushuang suddenly asked. Well, Marquis Duanyu's expression changed. He said, the Divine Beginning Realm is located in a relatively remote and marginal part of the universe. Because it's far away from the universe, the level of the world stars in the universe are very low. Most of them are third-class world stars. For example, the dozens of world stars that are known near the Divine Beginning Realm are only third-class world stars. Some of them have been born for a long time, some of them have been born for a short time, and they have given birth to many experts. Chapter 35:15 Chaos Cycle. If we are talking about a second-class world star, I have heard of one. However, it is too far away from us. It would take tens of thousands of years to get to the Divine Beginning Realm from there, Marquis Duanyu said. Jin Wushuang was shocked. It would take tens of thousands of years to get there, and it was at least the speed of an expert above the principal's master realm. Jin Wushuang could not help but sigh at the vastness of the universe. By the way, Marquis Duanyu, you said that among these third-grade world stars, there is only a difference in the length of their birth. Is there a big difference between the length of their birth and the length of their birth? Jin Wushuang asked. Of course there is a difference, and the difference is huge, Marquis Duanyu said. My dear heavenly Marquis, first of all, you should know that the world stars do not exist eternally. They are like a person's lifespan. After they are born, they will slowly grow and become stronger. However, when a world star is at its peak, it will turn from prosperity to decline and eventually destroy. Destroyed? Jin Wushuang widened his eyes. You mean, the divine beginning realm will be destroyed in the future? Of course, not to mention the divine beginning realm, which is a third-grade world star, even a second-grade or first-grade world star will be destroyed. However, the lifespan of a second-grade or first-grade world star is far longer than that of a third-grade world star, Marquis Duanyu said. In the vast universe, there is a definition of time. It is the process of a third-grade sector star being born and destroyed. It is known as a chaos cycle. This definition of time may seem very simple, but a chaos cycle is an incredibly long period of time. For example, the divine beginning realm has probably been in existence for close to 10 billion years now. However, in reality, if one were to look at age, compared to the other third-grade sector stars, the divine beginning realm is still very young. It is still very far away from destruction. However, because the divine beginning realm is still very young, there are not many experts. As time passes, the divine beginning realm will continue to grow, and more experts will be born. At the end of the divine beginning realm's lifespan, there will be at least a dozen rulers in the divine beginning realm. A third-grade world star can give birth to more than a dozen rulers at the end of its growth? According to you, there are many rulers in this universe, right? Jin Wushuang exclaimed. He had just heard from Marquis Duanyu that there were dozens of third-grade world stars around the divine beginning realm. Although these dozens of world stars had not been nurtured to the end, even when they were in their prime, they could still give birth to many rulers. When these sector stars were added up, the number of rulers would be very exaggerated. It's like this. In the vast universe, principal's masters are everywhere. As for ruler-level great beings, if they are in the territory near the divine beginning realm, they are actually quite rare. Don't look at how there are many sector stars nearby and how many ruler-level great beings have been born. However, in reality, many of these ruler-level great beings have died while adventuring in the universe battlefield. Most of the rulers are unwilling to live in this marginal region. Therefore, after becoming rulers, they directly went into the depths of the universe. There are actually not many who are truly willing to stay in this marginal region. In fact, there are only about 30 known master-level experts in the territory of the divine beginning realm. More master-level experts have already gone to the depths of the universe. However, it seems that none of the master-level experts born in the divine beginning realm have gone to the depths of the universe. Instead, they have all stayed, Marquis Duanyu said. Oh, Jin Wushuang's expression changed. That's strange. Most of the ruler-level experts born in otherworld stars choose to travel to the depths of the universe, but why aren't there any ruler-level experts from the divine beginning realm? I don't know. Maybe there are some special reasons, Marquis Duanyu said. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. After hearing Marquis Duanyu's words, Jin Wushuang indeed felt that it was a little strange. My little friend, I've told you about the world star. Now follow me to the Star Palace, Marquis Duanyu said. Okay. Jin Wushuang nodded. Then Jin Wushuang followed Marquis Duanyu to the Star Palace. The two of them were moving rapidly in the dark void of the universe. Although they were constantly suppressed by the universe origin, it did not affect their speed much. However, they were in the universe void after all. Jin Wushuang did not dare to use teleportation. There were countless dangers in the vast universe. If they teleported in the void of the universe, it was very likely that they would fall into these dangers and be doomed. Even if they were lucky enough not to fall into these dangerous places, however, If they did not grasp it well and teleported to an unfamiliar void, they would also be lost and waste more time. A month passed by in the blink of an eye. Marquis Duanyu, we've been traveling in the void for a month, but we haven't reached the Star Palace yet? Jian Wushuang asked with a strange expression. Haha, my dear heavenly sword Marquis, this is not the divine beginning realm. In the vast universe, 100 years or 1,000 years is nothing. After all, the universe is too big. Even if we set off from the divine beginning realm at the speed of a principal's master, it will take us more than 100 years to get there. Although our star palace is not too far from the divine beginning realm, it would take at least several decades to travel at the speed of a principal's master, Marquis Duanyu said with a smile. Several decades? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Marquis Duanyu smiled and said, but don't worry. Our star palace is a well-known force in this territory, especially because it has an extraordinary relationship with the divine beginning realm. Therefore, the Star Palace has set up a hidden universe passage on an uninhabited Earth star on the way. Through this universe passage, we can directly reach the vicinity of the Star Palace. However, we are still several days away from the location of the Earth star. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang shrugged and continued to sneak. After another 6 days, Marquis Duanyu finally came to an Earth star with Jian Wushuang. Earth star was different from World star. It was a piece of land floating in the universe. Moreover, the land was not big, and it was lifeless. Marquis Duanyu came to the center of the Earth star and stopped in front of a concave stone wall. Jian Wushuang also came here and looked at the stone wall in front of him. On the stone wall, there was a special pattern made of secret patterns. Chapter 35:16. Inside the Star Palace, Marquis Duanyu stood under the special pattern and waved his hand, throwing a token toward the special pattern. When the token was about to touch the pattern seemed to come alive, swallowing the token in one gulp. After a while, it was spat out again. At the same time, a layer of gray light slowly emerged from the special pattern, and an ancient aura spread out from it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The stone wall vibrated, and the pattern began to evolve. In just a moment, a dark and boundless passage appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. This is the universe passage? Jian Wushuang looked at the passage in front of him in surprise. He felt that the universe passage was much more stable than the spatial passages he had seen in the divine beginning realm. In the depths of the universe passage, there was an aura that frightened Jian Wushuang. The principle of the universe passage is actually the same as the space passages in the divine beginning realm. It's just that the vast universe space is much more stable than the divine beginning realm. The pressure of the universe origin is also very strong. To set up a universe passage in the vast universe is countless times more difficult than setting up a space passage in the divine beginning realm. For example, my star palace once spent a lot of money to set up this universe passage. The most important thing is that the distance between the Star Palace and the Earth Star is not too far. It takes a principal's master dozens of years to reach the Star Palace, so the universe passage can be set up. However, if the distance is too far, for example, the universe passage from one world star to another, it will be very difficult to set up. Even if the entire Star Palace works hard, it will be very difficult to set up such a universe passage, Marquis Duanyu said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. The universe passage has been opened. My dear heavenly sword Marquis, please follow me. After saying that, Marquis Duanyu directly entered the universe passage. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and immediately followed him. Through the universe passage, Jian Wushuang and Marquis Duanyu came to the vicinity of Star Palace. My dear heavenly sword Marquis, look, that Star Palace. Marquis Duanyu pointed to a floating land in front of them. This floating land was a small Earth star. However, this Earth star had been occupied by the Star Palace a long time ago, and it had been modified by the Star Palace. It indeed looked different from an ordinary Earth star. In the vast universe, many forces will occupy some Earth stars as their nest, and our Star Palace is no exception. Marquis Duanyu smiled, and then led Jian Wushuang directly to the Earth star where the Star Palace was located. This Earth star was very small, and its area was not as large as a small territory in the divine beginning realm. However, it was more than enough to be the layers of a force. In the dark void around the Earth star, Jian Wushuang could vaguely see some faint golden thunderbolts flashing from time to time. Any of these faint golden thunderbolts gave Jian Wushuang a feeling of destruction. There is a special formation around the Earth star. It seems that the level of this formation is extraordinary. It should have reached the level of the Earth Saint realm, right? Jian Wushuang asked. You are right. After all, the Earth star is the nest of the Star Palace. The sect-protecting formation cannot be careless. It is indeed an Earth Saint realm formation, and it is not weak among the Earth Saint realm formations. Usually, the formation maintains normal operation. Even if 3 or 5 masters come at once, the formation can easily resist them. In a life or death battle, Star Palace will activate the formation regardless of the consequences. At that time, the formation will not only be able to resist the attacks of several masters, but it will also be able to kill the masters. Marquis Duanyu said, Kill the masters? So powerful? Jian Wushuang was secretly shocked. My young friend, what I just said is actually a secret in Star Palace. Only the experts at the highest level of Star Palace are qualified to know about it. However, your relationship with Star Palace is quite delicate, so it's okay to know about it. However, you must not tell others about it. After all, it's a killer move of Star Palace. If the enemy forces know about it, it will have a big impact, Marquis Duanyu said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Let's go in first. With Marquis Duanyu's guidance, Jian Wushuang entered the Star Palace without any obstacles. There were also many buildings in the Star Palace, which were very strange in shape and were very different from the divine beginning realm. As they flew through the Star Palace, Jian Wushuang could also sense the obscure aura coming from the surrounding buildings. Along the way, they also met other cultivators. Some of them even came up to greet them. Marquis Duanyu, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. A burly middle-aged man with a height of more than 2 meters came up to Marquis Duanyu. Oh, heavy master? Marquis Duanyu's expression changed, and then he said with a smile, You're here for your brother, right? Yes, my brother has been trapped there for some time, and his situation is getting more and more dangerous. If I don't find a way to break the formation and save him, my life will be in danger at any time, Heavy Master said anxiously. I know, don't worry. I'll go with you after I've settled the young friend behind me, Marquis Duanyu said. The young man behind you? The Heavy Master immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. However, when he saw Jian Wushuang, his expression immediately became strange. Is he a saint? A saint actually came to the universe battlefield? Heavy Master, although the young man behind me is only a saint, his status is extraordinary. In terms of strength, I'm afraid you're not his match, Marquis Duanyu said. Am not his match? Marquis Duanyu, are you kidding? Heavy Master laughed. This was normal. Heavy Master was a principal's master at the peak of the Void Fourth Realm and had cultivated a special secret skill. Even if he met an expert of the Void Fifth Realm, he could still fight. But Jian Wushuang was obviously just an immortal saint. The Heavy Master had never been to the Divine Beginning Realm and had never heard of Heavenly Sword Marquis name. Naturally, he subconsciously felt that a saint was not that strong. You'll know whether it's a joke or not in the future. But now, if you want me to hurry up and save your brother, you'd better step aside, Marquis Duanyu said. Of course, of course. The Heavy Master laughed dryly and immediately stepped aside. Jian Wushuang looked at the Heavy Master with interest and then continued to follow Marquis Duanyu. Chapter 35:17. Number 400? After Jian Wushuang and Marquis Duanyu left, the Heavy Master curled his lips and muttered. An immortal saint actually said that he was stronger than me? What a joke. But that person just now was clearly an immortal saint, yet he could walk in the universe and was treated so seriously by Marquis Duanyu. It seems that his identity is indeed extraordinary. Who cares? It has nothing to do with me. I'd better wait for Marquis Duanyu to come out and save my brother. The Heavy Master muttered a few words and quietly waited. Not only the Heavy Master, But many principal's masters in the Star Palace noticed Jian Wushuang's existence when Marquis Duanyu led Jian Wushuang through the void of the Star Palace. Immortal Saint? An immortal saint actually came to our Star Palace? And he was led by Marquis Duanyu himself? Interesting. This immortal saint seems to have an extraordinary identity. The principal's masters in Star Palace had begun to communicate in secret, and they also began to guess Jian Wushuang's identity. However, it was more common for the principal's masters in Star Palace to be unaware of what had happened in the divine beginning realm over the years, and no one had heard of Jian Wushuang. If only one of them knew, they would not be so surprised if they knew of Jian Wushuang's achievements in the divine beginning realm. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was also asking Marquis Duanyu about some things in Star Palace. Marquis Duanyu, I'm very curious. How many principal's masters are there in Star Palace now? Jian Wushuang asked. Many, Marquis Duanyu said directly. I can tell you that there are more than 60 principal's masters in Star Palace. However, most of the principal's masters in Star Palace are adventuring in the universe battlefield. If all the principal's masters are added up, there are more than 400 principal's masters in Star Palace. 400 principal's masters? Jian Wushuang gasped. In the divine beginning realm, principal's masters were definitely the top experts. Many top forces in the divine beginning realm did not have many principal's masters. The Nine-Tailed Clan and the Blood Clan, which Jian Wushuang knew the best, only had 20 to 30 principal's masters. In the divine beginning realm, 20 to 30 principal's masters was already very scary. But now, in Star Palace, Marquis Duanyu told him that there were more than 400 principal's masters in Star Palace? More than 400 principal's masters? What did that mean? If it was in the divine beginning realm, it would be scary. Marquis Duanyu naturally saw Jian Wushuang's shock. He immediately smiled and said, My young friend, you don't have to be too surprised. I told you before that the divine beginning realm is only a world star, and it's only a third-class world star. Compared to the entire vast universe, it's negligible. As for the principal's masters, they are indeed considered top experts in the divine beginning realm. However, in the vast universe, they are only qualified to roam the universe. In the universe, principal's masters are indeed too mediocre, and the number of them is frightening. For example, in the territory near divine beginning realm, there are dozens of sector stars. Some of them have been born for a very long time, and the number of principal's masters they have nurtured is very shocking. There are also many principal's masters. The sector stars that have nurtured them have already reached the end point. The sector stars have all collapsed, but as principal's masters, they can still survive. Among these principal's masters that have survived, only a small number choose to go to the depths of the universe to try their luck, and most of them stay here. Over time, the number of principal's masters in this territory has reached an astonishing number. After all, Star Palace is a force with a ruler-level expert overseeing it. It has a certain reputation in the surrounding territories. Naturally, its subordinates can recruit a group of principal's masters to come and rely on it. It can be said that Star Palace can have more than 400 principal's masters. This is very normal, Marquis Duanyu explained. Although Jian Wushuang was still shocked by Marquis Duanyu's words, he could still accept it. Indeed, the universe could not be compared to the divine beginning realm. There were some things that could not exist in the divine beginning realm, but in the universe, they could exist in a very reasonable way. Marquis Duanyu, you just said that the principal's masters of Star Palace were recruited, which means that most of the principal's masters of Star Palace are not from the divine beginning realm? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, although Star Palace was founded on the experts of the divine beginning realm, most of the principal's masters in Star Palace have nothing to do with the divine beginning realm. In fact, my hometown is not the divine beginning realm, Marquis Duanyu said. Oh? What is your hometown, Marquis Duanyu? Jian Wushuang asked. My hometown is also from a third-grade world star, but it doesn't belong to this territory and is quite far away from here. I came to this territory because I know there are some great opportunities in this territory, so I came here to try my luck. Later, I met Lord Palace Master in this territory. Lord Palace Master saw that I had a very high attainment in array formation, so he made me some conditions that I couldn't refuse. He asked me to join Star Palace, and I agreed. After that, I stayed in Star Palace, Marquis Duanyu said. Is that so? Jin Wushuang understood. Speaking of Lord Palace Master, didn't Axe One Master say that Lord Palace Master had gone into closed-door cultivation? Who are you taking me to see now? Haha, it's true that the Palace Master is in closed-door cultivation, and he doesn't have time to see you now. But besides the Palace Master, there's another master in Star Palace who wants to see you, Marquis Duanyu said with a smile. Another master? Jin Wushuang's expression changed. Someone you can address as a master, Marquis Duanyu. Could it be another ruler? Well, you'll know when you see him. Marquis Duanyu smiled, but did not say it. Under the guidance of Marquis Duanyu, Jin Wushuang soon arrived in front of an exquisite black tower. The black tower was 7 stories high. Marquis Duanyu led Jin Wushuang to the top floor of the tower. At the entrance of the top floor, Marquis Duanyu stopped. My young friend, the Lord is here. You can go in. I have to help the heavy master save his brother. I want to accompany you. After seeing the Lord, you can send a message to the Axe One Master. He will arrange a place for you in the Star Palace, Marquis Duanyu said. In that case, thank you, Marquis Duanyu, Jin Wushuang said gratefully. Chapter 35:18. Desolation Emperor. After Marquis Duanyu left, Jin Wushuang did not hesitate to enter the top floor of the tower from the entrance in front of him. When he entered the top floor of the tower, he thought it should be like an ordinary tower. But in fact, the space on the top floor was different. Jin Wushuang had already arrived at a unique space, and what he saw was a dense forest. The trees in the forest were so tall that they reached the clouds. Their trunks were extremely huge, but at first glance, they were not much different from ordinary divine trees except for their sturdiness. After Jin Wushuang entered the forest, he immediately heard the sound of cutting wood coming from the depths of the forest. Obviously, someone was cutting trees in the depths of the forest. Following the sound, Jin Wushuang also walked into the depths of the forest. Soon, he saw a woodcutter wearing a simple black robe. The woodcutter wore a bamboo hat and held an ordinary axe in his hand. He chopped the branches of the big tree in front of him again and again. The exposed dark muscles were covered with sweat. Obviously, the woodcutter had been busy for a long time. Is this the Lord that Marquis Duanyu mentioned? Jin Wushuang frowned slightly. In his eyes, the man in front of him was indeed no different from an ordinary woodcutter, and he did not emit any divine power fluctuation. It felt very ordinary. However, Jin Wushuang knew clearly that the person who could appear in this special space was not an ordinary person. Only if the other party was so strong that he completely surpassed his level would he feel like an ordinary person. Taking a deep breath, Jin Wushuang bowed and said, "Greetings, senior." The woodcutter's axe stopped, and he finally raised his head, revealing an extremely ordinary middle-aged man's appearance. However, although the woodcutter's appearance was extremely ordinary, his eyes were extremely deep. He had already looked at Jin Wushuang. You are Heavenly Sword Marquis? The woodcutter stopped what he was doing and rested his axe on his shoulder, looking at Jin Wushuang with interest. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. May I know who you are, senior? My name is Desolation Emperor, but few people know this name. In the universe battlefield or in the divine beginning realm, people usually call me the Heaven Ancestor, the woodcutter said casually. Heaven Ancestor? Jin Wushuang was stunned, but then he was shocked. Heaven Ancestor, the Heaven Ancestor of the Heaven Ancestor Taoist sect. Like the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master and the Temporal Temple Master, he was one of the most powerful experts in the divine beginning realm and the founder of the Heaven Ancestor Taoist sect. In the divine beginning realm, he had dealt with both the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master and the Temporal Temple Master, but he had never had the chance to meet the Heaven Ancestor. However, Jin Wushuang did not expect to meet the Heaven Ancestor directly when he had just entered the universe battlefield. Moreover, he had met the Heaven Ancestor directly in the Star Palace. Taking a deep breath, Jin Wushuang suppressed the shock in his heart and said respectfully, Heavenly Sword Marquis, greetings, Senior Heaven Ancestor. Haha, little guy, you don't have to be so formal. Just find a place to sit, the Heaven Ancestor said. Jin Wushuang looked around and found that there was not even a chair here. However, he did not put on airs and directly sat on the ground. The heaven ancestor sat down on the ground and casually put the axe in his hand to the side. Little guy, it seems that you were surprised to see me here. The heaven ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. A little. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. After all, this is the Star Palace, and you are here. Are you also a member of the Star Palace? No, no, don't misunderstand. The heaven ancestor waved his hand. I'm not a member of the Star Palace, but I have some friendship with the Palace Master. I've been adventuring in the universe battlefield all year round, but I occasionally stop to find a place to rest. However, I'm too lazy to return to the divine beginning realm, so I usually come to the Star Palace. This time, when I heard that you were in the Star Palace, I wanted to see you. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then said with a smile, It's my great honor to be summoned by you. Young man, don't be humble. Others may not know your real identity, but I know it very well. The heaven ancestor glanced at Jian Wushuang. He said playfully, Although you're only a young man at the saint level, you're chosen by Xian Yi. You carry the hope of the rise of the seven-star mysterious sect. Jian Wushuang was stunned, but he was not surprised. Most of the experts in the divine beginning realm did not know his true origin, but as the founder of the heaven ancestor Taoist sect and a close friend of Star Palace, it was normal for him to know about it. Senior, do you know my master? Do you know him? Jian Wushuang asked. No. The heaven ancestor shook his head. When the seven-star mysterious sect was destroyed, the heaven ancestor Taoist sect was not yet one of the three freedom alliances in the divine beginning realm. At that time, I was not a ruler and was not qualified to interact with a big shot like your master. However, after the seven-star mysterious sect was destroyed, I became a ruler and began to interact with Star Palace. Naturally, I know your master better. I have to say, your master's skills are indeed impressive. Before he died, he not only sealed the original seven-star divine realm with his heaven-reaching means, but also created you in the sealed seven-star mysterious realm, creating hope for the seven-star mysterious sect to rise again. Even now, I still admire his ability. Jian Wushuang was also slightly silent. His master's methods were indeed incredible. Compared to his master Xian Yi, he was still far behind. You have inherited Xian Yi's mantle, and just like him, you have unlimited possibilities in the future. You even have the opportunity to overturn the rule of the three saint realms and change the overall structure of the divine beginning realm. Unfortunately, your current strength is too weak. Although you have some battle strength, in the end, you are not even a principal's master yet. But it's normal. After all, you're a perfect level creature, and you're restricted by the heavenly Tao. It's not easy for you to become a principal's master. For example, your master was said to have completely comprehended three rules and fused them together to become a principal's master. But now, how far are you from that? The heaven ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment and then said, I have mastered and merged two principles, but I am still comprehending the third principle. Oh! The heaven ancestor's expression changed, and then he asked, What is the third principle you are comprehending? The destruction principle, Jian Wushuang answered directly. Chapter 35:19. Chopping down trees, the destruction principle? The heaven ancestor smiled and stood up. Little guy, you stay here and watch. Jian Wushuang looked puzzled. The heaven ancestor picked up the axe beside him and walked to the bottom of a big tree. Watch carefully, the heaven ancestor said as he chopped the axe directly at the big tree. The axe looked ordinary, just like how an ordinary woodcutter cut a tree. However, the axe looked completely different in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The axe did not contain any divine power or the power of rules. However, the moment he swung it, Jian Wushuang felt an unprecedented sense of destruction. This sense of destruction was as if the things in front of him should be destroyed and would be destroyed. In the face of this destructive will, nothing could survive. Bang! The axe hit the tree, but it broke the tree in half. The tall tree immediately fell down and collapsed. The heaven ancestor put the axe back on his shoulder and looked at Jian Wushuang. Little guy, How is it? This, Jin Wushuang was a little confused. He did not know how the heaven ancestor used the axe. He did not use any divine power or the power of the destruction principles. But the destructive will contained in the axe was so powerful, it was even more powerful than the killing moves of some experts who had mastered the destruction principles perfectly. You didn't see it clearly? Then let's see it again. The heaven ancestor smiled and swung the axe again. This time, Jin Wushuang focused his attention on the identical axe. Indeed, he did not sense any divine power or the power of the destruction principles in the axe, but the destructive will was so powerful that it shook the world. How can the pure destructive will be so powerful without any power of destruction principles? Jin Wushuang's eyes were wide open. The will of principles is the original will of any principles. This will can be said to be the root of the principles. If you master this will, it will be much easier for you to comprehend these principles in the future, the heaven ancestor said with a smile. Then he handed the axe to Jin Wushuang and said, "Try it." Jin Wushuang nodded and took the axe. After taking it, he understood that the axe used by the heaven ancestor was indeed the most ordinary one. The axe used by mortals did not have any power. Even the blade of the axe was rusty and not sharp. However, when the heaven ancestor swung the axe without using any divine power, Jin Wushuang felt that the axe could destroy the world. Will of destruction? Jin Wushuang took a deep breath and walked to a big tree. He swung the axe in his hand and chopped at the tree. He did not use any divine power or use any principles. The axe hit the tree, but it made a sound like metal colliding. Jin Wushuang's axe did not even break the bark of the tree. This, Jin Wushuang was stunned. The heaven ancestor smiled and said, "Although the axe is very ordinary, the trees in this space have existed for a long time and have absorbed a lot of heaven and earth spiritual chi. They are much tougher than ordinary trees. Little guy, if you have nothing else to do, stay here and chop more trees. We'll take a nap first." After saying that, Spirit Ancestor found an empty space and lay down. He covered his face with the bamboo hat and did not look at Jin Wushuang again. However, Jin Wushuang's expression was extremely grave at this moment. Opportunity. This is undoubtedly a rare opportunity for me. Senior Heaven Ancestor, teach me how to master the will of destruction principles. As long as I don't use any divine power or the power of principles, I will most likely be able to master the will of destruction principles. By then, it will be very easy for me to comprehend the will of destruction principles. Such an opportunity is a once-in-lifetime opportunity. I must not waste it. Let's begin. Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with determination. In this special space, he held the ordinary axe and began to chop the tree in front of him again and again. Every time he swung the axe, he was thinking about the destructive will brought by the heaven ancestor when he swung the axe. Time began to pass slowly. Jin Wushuang had already forgotten everything. He only thought about the axe and the tree in front of him. In a flash, 3 years had passed. Bang! The axe directly hit the tree in front of him. This time, there was no sound of metal colliding. Instead, there was a heavy muffled sound. The axe in Jin Wushuang's hand had already cut open the bark of the tree. A trace of the axe blade barely sank into the tree. This scene made Jin Wushuang's eyes light up. The will of destruction. So this is the will of destruction. I have only grasped a trace of it. I can barely let the axe cut open the bark of the tree, but I finally understand the will of destruction. Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with surprise. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but once it started, the rest would be much easier. Jin Wushuang also grasped the will of destruction. Although he had sensed the existence of the will of destruction from the axe wielded by the heaven ancestor, it was extremely difficult for him to grasp it. He simply practiced and tried again and again in the forest, but he finally grasped a tiny bit of the will of destruction. Although it was only a trace, it had already opened the door. Continue. Jin Wushuang continued to wave the axe in his hand. The moment Jin Wushuang waved the axe and cut open the bark of the tree, the bamboo hat on the heaven ancestor's face moved slightly. Under the bamboo hat, the eyes of the heaven ancestor had opened, and there was a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. He is worthy of being chosen by Xian Yi. In just 3 years, he has comprehended a trace of the destruction will. His comprehension is indeed amazing. It seems that it won't be long before he can master the complete destruction will. The heaven ancestor smiled, then he closed his eyes again. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, Jin Wushuang had stayed in the forest for a full 10 years. On this day, Jin Wushuang also swung the axe in his hand and chopped down a whole tree. There was no divine power on the axe, but the moment it was swung, it suddenly burst out with a shocking destructive intent. Bang! The rusted ordinary axe was like a sharp blade, directly cutting through the body of the tree. Boom! The tree collapsed. Jin Wushuang was also ecstatic. Chapter 35:20. The ultimate divine fruit of destruction, it's done. Jin Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. In the past 10 years, I've been hacking in the forest day and night. During this time, I've hacked 1,000,000 times. Finally, I've mastered the destruction origin will. Without using any divine power or principles, I can cut down the tree in front of me with this destruction will alone. Jin Wushuang murmured. His heart was filled with excitement. Lying on the empty ground beside him, the heaven ancestor, who had been dozing off for 10 years, had removed his bamboo hat and opened his eyes to look at Jin Wushuang. Thanks. I thought I would sleep for decades, or even centuries. I didn't expect to be woken up by you in just 10 years, the heaven ancestor said indifferently. Senior, I didn't fail you. I have already mastered the destruction origin will, Jin Wushuang said. Well, not bad. The heaven ancestor smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and threw a pitch-black fruit that was emitting a strong destructive aura to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang took the fruit and held it in his hand. He asked in puzzlement, Senior, what is this? The ultimate destruction divine fruit contains the complete power of the destruction principles. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator who consumes the ultimate destruction divine fruit will more or less comprehend many destruction principles. Some geniuses who are extremely talented in the destruction principles can fully comprehend more than half of the destruction principles with the help of the ultimate destruction divine fruit, or even completely grasp them. However, if you rely solely on the ultimate destruction divine fruit to control the destruction principles, there will be some difference in the use of the destruction principles in the future. This is because if you rely solely on the ultimate destruction divine fruit to control the destruction principles, it will be very difficult to understand the destruction origin will in the future. However, if a person who has already mastered the destruction will consumes the ultimate destructive divine fruit, it will be no different from the destruction principles he has comprehended. It will be exactly the same, the heaven ancestor said. Then he looked at Jin Wushuang calmly. Jin Wushuang was even more surprised. According to the heaven ancestor, he had already mastered the destruction will, so he could swallow the ultimate destructive divine fruit without any scruples. With the miraculous effect of the ultimate destructive divine fruit, he could completely master the destruction principles. Senior, this fruit, Jin Wushuang hesitated. After all, it's our first time meeting. This fruit can be my gift to you, the heaven ancestor said with a smile. Thank you, Senior, Jin Wushuang thanked him, but he did not refuse. He could see that the heaven ancestor in front of him was likely on the side of the 7-star mysterious sect. Even if he did not fight against the 3 saint realms with the 7-star mysterious sect, he would at least be against the 3 saint realms, and he was chosen by Xian Yi. The heaven ancestor knew that he could overthrow the rule of the 3 saint realms in the future, so he did not hesitate to give him opportunities. First, he taught him the will of destruction, and then he gave him the ultimate divine fruit of destruction. This allowed him to master the principles of destruction in a short period of time, which would greatly increase his strength. You can leave now after receiving the greeting gift, the heaven ancestor said. I'll take my leave. Jin Wushuang did not stay any longer. After bowing respectfully, he turned around and left. Soon, Jin Wushuang disappeared into the forest. After Jin Wushuang disappeared, the heaven ancestor slowly stood up from the ground. He stretched out his hand, and the axe that he used to chop the tree flew into his hand. This ordinary-looking axe, the moment he held it in his hand, it instantly transformed. The ordinary axe turned into a golden divine axe that emitted a monstrous aura. It seemed to have the ability to split the sky. Old friend, thank you for the past 10 years. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that little guy wouldn't have been able to grasp the destruction origin will so quickly. The heaven ancestor smiled faintly. As he spoke, the divine axe in his hand began to tremble slightly. The casual tremble immediately produced waves that shook the entire space-time. Jin Wushuang had thought that the axe in his hand was just an ordinary axe used by ordinary people. At least, that was how he saw it. After all, he could not feel the slightest bit of power from the axe in his hand. In fact, the axe was an extremely powerful universe supreme treasure. It was just a retractable power. Jin Wushuang had been in the forest for 10 years, and when he used the axe to cut down trees time and time again, it was invisible. The axe had helped him a lot. Otherwise, in just 10 years, no matter how talented Jin Wushuang was or how strong his comprehension was, he would not have been able to grasp the destruction origin will so easily. After all, the level of the destruction origin will was extremely high. Even many principles masters who had mastered the destruction principles were unable to master the destruction origin will. I've helped the little guy. As for his future growth, it's up to him. The heaven ancestor smiled and put on his bamboo hat again. The power of the divine axe in his hand was restrained again. The heaven ancestor turned into a woodcutter again and continued to cut down the trees in the forest. In the Star Palace, my dear heavenly sword marquis, this is the place for you to live. See if you're satisfied. Axe 1 Master led Jin Wushuang to a courtyard. Although the courtyard was not large, it was extremely exquisite. There was a separate magic formation around the courtyard that could block the detection of the surrounding experts. Not bad. Thank you for your help, Axe 1 Master, Jin Wushuang said. You're too kind. You can stay here and do whatever you want for the rest of the time. However, most of the principals masters in Star Palace are very old and have very strange temperaments. If you want to communicate with them, you'll have to be a little more lenient, Axe 1 Master said. I understand. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. Axe 1 Master left after giving his instructions. In the courtyard, Jin Wushuang stood alone with a smile on his face. I have already mastered the destruction origin will and the ultimate destruction divine fruit given to me by the heaven ancestor. In the following days, I will first consume the ultimate destruction divine fruit. In addition to the special treasures I exchanged for in the treasure pavilion of the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, I will first master the destruction principles thoroughly. Once I master the destruction principles, they'll have an additional power of the will, and my strength will also increase dramatically. At that time, they'll have nothing to fear even when facing experts of the 6 void realms. In addition, once I master the destruction origin will, my swordsmanship can also be improved, and I can even try to create stronger swordsmanship. Jin Wushuang muttered and soon began to cultivate alone. Chapter 35-21. 600 years it was quiet in the Star Palace. Jin Wushuang was alone in his courtyard, cultivating, and no one came to disturb him. He could feel at ease comprehending the destruction principles and studying swordsmanship at the same time. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 600 years had passed. In a secret pavilion in the Star Palace, several high-level experts of the Star Palace gathered together and were sorting out some information about the universe battlefield during this period. Everyone, take a look at this information. Axe 1 Master waved his hand, and immediately, a piece of information appeared in everyone's line of sight. The content of the information was that an advanced universe true treasure armor had appeared on Bloodrock Mountain battlefield, which had caused a lot of competition, and this advanced universe true treasure armor had been obtained by Goldmaster in the end. Goldmaster? Isn't this old guy adventuring in Quicksand Demon Realm? When did he go to Bloodrock Mountain? Star Saint Master said. He probably went there in the near future. My Star Palace hasn't heard anything about him, but I'm sure he's lucky. He got an advanced universe true treasure armor not long after he arrived, a red-clothed girl said with a smile. This red-clothed girl was one of the higher-ups of Star Palace, 7 Emotions Master. One to be able to become a higher-up of Star Palace, This red-clothed girl was also a principal's master who had reached the 6th level of the Void Realm. Thanks, said Marquis Duanyu. This Golden Crow master's combat power is already extremely powerful, and he's already considered quite strong among the principal's masters of the 6th level of the Void Realm. Now that he has obtained an advanced universe true treasure armor, his combat power will definitely be stronger than before. In the future, he'll be even more difficult to provoke. Who cares? Seven Emotions Master said, anyway, there's no enmity between Golden Crow Master and my Star Palace. Whether he's strong or not has nothing to do with us. In the future, we just need to pay a little attention to him. There's no need to pay too much attention to him. Compared to Golden Master, I'm more concerned about that God Fey Master who appeared in Devil Smoke Valley recently. God Fey Master? Hearing this name, the expressions of the people present immediately became solemn. This God Fey Master is indeed worthy of being taken seriously. After all, ever since he appeared in Devil Smoke Valley, he has been killing experts in a frenzy. Furthermore, his killing spree is extremely frenzied. Regardless of who the other party is, regardless of what background the other party has, which faction he comes from, or even whether he is weak, as long as he meets him, he will not hesitate to kill him with all his might. Most importantly, he is terrifyingly strong. From the strength he displayed previously, he should have already reached the peak of the 6th level of the Void. Such a powerful madman would be a huge headache for any power. Axe One Master said, indeed, I don't know where this God Fey Master came from. Before this, he didn't have any fame at all. Now that he has appeared, he is slaughtering maniacally. Furthermore, his survival abilities are extremely strong. Previously, he angered an expert at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Void, but in the end, he easily escaped from the hands of that expert. This proves that to kill him, at the very least, a ruler-level expert would have to act personally. But how many ruler-level experts do we have in this territory? If we don't reach a certain level, why would we lower our status to deal with a principal's master? Marquis Duanyu asked. A ruler-level expert was high and mighty, something a principal's master could not compare to. However, because a ruler-level expert was too aloof, they would not lower their status to deal with a principal's master personally unless the other party really offended them too harshly. However, in ordinary small fights, for example, the current God Fey Master wantonly massacred in Devil Smoke Valley. However, he massacred experts from all sorts of factions and was not a single faction, so he did not cause too much of a loss to any faction. Ruler-level expert would not personally appear. According to my estimations, this God Fey Master shouldn't be an expert from our territory. He might be from another territory. When he heard that we have 3 great battlefields here, he specially rushed over. We've already encountered quite a few madmen like him who have no background and are incomparably powerful. All of them are extremely difficult to deal with. The best way to deal with such madmen is to stay at a respectful distance. Send a message to all the experts under my Star Palace who are adventuring in Devil Smoke Valley to be extremely careful of this God Fey Master. The moment they see him, they will immediately flee for their lives. Although this God Fey Master is powerful and his life-saving abilities are exceptional, his methods of pursuing and killing others aren't necessarily that brilliant. As long as we don't let him get too close, the principal's masters within our Star Palace will have a very high chance of escaping, Axe One Master said. That's all we can do. Everyone present nodded. And at this moment, oh! Axe One Master's expression suddenly changed. Axe One, what's wrong? Marquis Duanyu looked over. It's my little friend, the Heavenly Marquis. He just sent me a message saying that he's going to Devil Smoke Valley to explore, Axe One Master said. My little friend, the Heavenly Sword Marquis? Seven Emotions Master's expression changed. The little friend you're talking about, could it be the immortal saint called Heavenly Sword Marquis Sword that you brought from the Divine Beginning Realm? It's him. Axe One Master nodded. This little fellow, has he gone mad? He is an immortal saint, but he actually said that he wants to go to Devil Smoke Valley? Seven Emotions Master said in surprise. That might not be the case. Marquis Duanyu smiled. Seven Emotions Master, you might not know this, But although Heavenly Sword Marquis is only an immortal saint, his combat strength has long surpassed that of an ordinary Principal's Master. Back then, in the Great War of the Nine-Tailed Clan in the Divine Beginning Realm, I personally saw him kill a Principal's Master of the 4th level of the Void Realm by himself. Therefore, in terms of combat strength, he is at least at the peak of the 4th level of the Void Realm and is at the 5th level of the Void Realm. In addition, his talent is extremely shocking. After cultivating in my Star Palace for 600 years, his strength must have improved. Now that he says he wants to explore Devil Smoke Valley, he must have a certain degree of confidence. An immortal saint killed a Principal's Master of the 4th level of the Void? Is this true? Seven Emotions Master was in disbelief. This is absolutely true. Axe 1 Master, Star Saint Master, and I saw it with our own eyes, Marquis Duanyu said. It is true. Axe 1 Master and Star Saint Master nodded. Even if it is true, he is still an immortal saint. It would be too ostentatious for him to venture into Devil Smoke Valley, Seven Emotions Master said. That's why he's sending me a message now. He wants me to think of something, such as finding him a supreme treasure that can hide his godly power aura. Axe 1 Master smiled. There's an obvious difference between the Principal's Master and the immortal saint. It's nothing more than his godly power aura. As long as there's a treasure that can hide his godly power aura, naturally no one will know that he's the immortal saint. Chapter 35-22. The Three Battlefields. There are a few treasures in Star Palace that can hide the divine power aura of a cultivator. If you want, just pick one for him, Marquis Duanyu said with a smile. Based on his strength and some of his previous achievements in the Divine Beginning Realm, as long as he doesn't seek death or accidentally enter some dangerous places in Devil Smoke Valley, there shouldn't be too much danger. Well, I think so too, Axe 1 Master said with a smile. They knew clearly that Jin Wushuang could not even deal with a Master of the Saint Realm in the Divine Beginning Realm. His life-saving ability was probably much stronger than the one they were talking about, Master Fei. In the Devil Smoke Valley, as long as he did not enter those dangerous places, only a Master-level expert would be able to kill him. However, how could an ordinary Master-level expert have the time to deal with a little guy like him? Marquis Duanyu, Axe 1 Master, and Star Saint Master all agreed that Jin Wushuang should go to Devil Smoke Valley. Only Seven Emotions Master, who did not know Jin Wushuang very well, rolled his eyes but did not say anything. In that case, you guys continue to chat. They'll go and see this Heavenly Sword Marquis in person. Axe 1 Master laughed and disappeared into the secret pavilion. Star Palace, in the courtyard where Jin Wushuang lived. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Axe 1 Master rushed over from afar. Axe 1 Master, please come in person. Jin Wushuang greeted him with a smile. You're too kind. I know you're going to Devil Smoke Valley, so I don't dare to delay. Axe 1 Master also smiled. My friend, since you've decided to go to Devil Smoke Valley, you should know where it is, right? Yes. It's one of the 3 battlefields in this territory. It's filled with endless dangers and opportunities, Jin Wushuang said. Haha, it's good that you know. Devil Smoke Valley is the second most dangerous of the 3 battlefields, especially the core area of Devil Smoke Valley. Even a ruler-level expert has to travel carefully. Although your life-saving ability is not weak, you still have to be careful if you go there, Axe 1 Master said. I understand. Jin Wushuang nodded. Jin Wushuang had known for a long time that there were 3 universe battlefields in the territory of the Divine Beginning Realm, namely Bloodstone Mountain, Devil Smoke Valley, and Quicksand Demon Realm. These 3 battlefields had existed in this territory for God knows how long. No one knew how these 3 battlefields came about, but everyone in this territory knew that there were a lot of opportunities in these 3 battlefields. Because of this, experts from all the world stars in this territory like to explore the 3 battlefields, including many ruler-level experts. For example, in the Divine Beginning Realm, the universe battlefields mentioned by the Principal's Masters referred to these 3 places. Since Jin Wushuang had already left the Divine Beginning Realm, he would naturally explore the 3 universe battlefields. Especially in the past 600 years, his strength had improved greatly, which had given him a certain amount of capital. In the Devil Smoke Valley of the three universe battlefields, the reason why Jin Wushuang chose to explore this place first was that there was a star map of the universe battlefields among the opportunities given to him by the Blood North secret area. The star map recorded a special space that might contain great opportunities. The location of this special space was in the Devil Smoke Valley. As one of the three battlefields, Devil Smoke Valley not only has a large number of experts from various astral worlds roaming there, but also contains a large number of natural dangers. For me, I don't need to pay too much attention to those experts from various astral worlds. After all, they are not experts above the ruler level, so they should not be able to threaten me. But the natural dangers in Devil Smoke Valley are the most terrifying. Jin Wushuang knew very well. His life-saving ability was strong. Even if a ruler-level expert was chasing after him, he could still try to escape. There was even a chance that he could escape. However, some of the natural dangers in Devil Smoke Valley could even kill a ruler-level expert. If he was careless and fell into those natural dangers, forget about the Star Palace. He was afraid that no one in this territory would be able to save him. No one would be able to save him. For example, Shui Bei found the special space. According to Shui Bei, when he just approached it, he was suffocated and did not dare to go deep. However, Shui Bei was a very powerful expert of the Fifth Void Realm. He did not dare to go far in that special space. It was obvious how dangerous that special space was. This time, Jin Wushuang was going to explore that special space, so he had to be careful. My young friend, this is what you need. Axe 1 Master reached out and took out a gray bead with a strange aura and handed it to Jin Wushuang. This bead was accidentally obtained by an expert of Star Palace. After you refine it and integrate it into your body, it will naturally help you hide your divine power aura. However, the level of this bead is not too high. After it conceals your aura, the Principal's Master will naturally not be able to see any flaws. An ordinary ruler-level expert who is weak in strength or perception may not be able to see through it. However, if you encounter an extremely strong or extremely sensitive ruler-level expert, he will be able to see through you easily. It's already good enough to fool an ordinary master-level expert. Jin Wushuang accepted the gray bead with satisfaction. There were only so many master-level experts in this territory. He did not even know if he would meet a master-level expert during his trip to Devil Smoke Valley. Even if he did meet one, he would not be able to see through his strength unless he was extremely strong. Or, if it was a ruler-level expert with sharp senses, he would not be able to see through his actual strength. Most importantly, even if a ruler-level expert happened to see through his strength, so what? A ruler-level expert wouldn't be so bored as to reveal this matter to the public unless it was a ruler who had a grudge against him or the Star Palace. Other than this ruler, I've also prepared two things for you. Axe 1 Master said, then flipped his hand and took out another jade slip. This jade slip contains the star map of Devil Smoke Valley that our Star Palace experts have obtained after searching for a long time. Of course, Devil Smoke Valley is too huge. Even after searching for a long time, the star map that our Star Palace has obtained is probably less than 1/10 of Devil Smoke Valley. However, it's better to have this star map than not having it. Okay. Jin Wushuang nodded. The star map was very important in the Devil Smoke Valley. Without the star map, it was no different from seeking death to wander blindly. Chapter 35-23, Blood Crystal Armor. Other than the star map, the Jade Slip also contains information about most of the experts from the various forces in the astral world of this territory. Most of them are experts who happen to be wandering in the Devil Smoke Valley during this period of time, especially those who are extremely powerful and need the main experts. They are all marked in the Jade Slip. Take a good look and have a good idea. In the future, when you are adventuring in the Devil Smoke Valley, if you encounter these extremely powerful experts, it's best to avoid them. After all, those who are adventuring in the universe battlefield, as long as they aren't from any major faction, can be classified as enemies. In the universe battlefield, there are people everywhere who kill and plunder the treasures of other experts. There are many people like this in the Devil Smoke Valley, and among them, there is no lack of experts. Take the newly risen Master Fei for example. He is a complete killing maniac. In Devil Smoke Valley, he kills anyone he sees. You must be careful when you meet such a person, Axe One Master warned. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and took the jade slip. In addition to this jade slip, Star Palace has specially prepared a supreme treasure for you. Oh, this is it. Axe One Master waved his hand, and a blood-red crystal-like armor appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. As soon as the blood-red crystal jade armor appeared, a strong aura of a true treasure immediately emanated. The strength of this true treasure aura was much stronger than many true treasures Jian Wushuang had seen in the divine beginning realm. Axe One Master, this is? Jian Wushuang looked puzzled. Its name is the Blood Crystal Armor. It was obtained by Star Saint Master when he was adventuring in the Quicksand Demon realm. It is an elementary universe true treasure armor, Axe One Master said. Elementary universe true treasure? Jian Wushuang frowned. Don't underestimate it. Although it's only an elementary universe true treasure, it's completely different from those true treasures in the divine beginning realm. Most of the true treasures in the divine beginning realm are produced by the divine beginning realm itself, or forged by the blacksmiths in the divine beginning realm. They can't be compared to universe true treasures. Even elementary universe true treasures are much more powerful than those so-called top-tier true treasures in the divine beginning realm. As for this blood crystal armor, as a low-level universe true treasure armor, not only does it have amazing protective abilities, but it can also greatly increase one's own power. This is a treasure that many principles masters yearn for and even fight over madly. Actually, there aren't many such treasures in Star Palace, so under normal circumstances, even great beings from Star Palace would need to make sufficient contributions to Star Palace or rely on other treasures to exchange for a universe true treasure of this level. There are almost no free gifts. As for you, our Star Palace has also considered that you are only an immortal saint after all, and it's your first time exploring the universe battlefield. In order to improve your life-saving ability, we temporarily gave you the blood crystal armor. However, we only lent it to you, and you will have to repay it in the future. After you have explored the universe battlefield for a period of time and familiarized yourself with the environment, our Star Palace will take back the blood crystal armor. Or you can take out a treasure of equal value to exchange for the blood crystal armor, Axe One Master said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and looked at the blood crystal armor in front of him. Without hesitation, he forced out a drop of blood essence and began to refine it. In just a moment, the blood crystal armor turned into a blood-red robe and was put on his body. As for the golden armor that Jian Wushuang was wearing, he naturally put it back into his interspatial ring. Although the golden armor was his natal armor, which had gradually grown over the years and reached the level of a supreme treasure, it was forged in the divine beginning realm, so its limitations were too low. It was far from being comparable to the universe supreme treasure armor. Previously, Jian Wushuang wore the golden armor, so it could only provide him with some protective abilities. But now that he wore the blood crystal armor, Jian Wushuang immediately understood the universe supreme treasure armor. It was very different from the golden armor. The blood crystal armor not only had excellent protective abilities, but it could greatly weaken the attack power of the enemy experts. At the same time, it also contained 3 layers of power. The first layer of power increased the power of one's divine power by 10 times. The second layer of power increased the power of one's divine power by 40 times. The third level of power increased the power of his divine power by 100 times. This is too strong? Jian Wushuang's eyes widened. The power of divine power increased by 10 times or 100 times. Did this not increase a person's strength? Although the armor only increased the basic divine power, not the power of the will after mastering the rules or the strongest power of the whole, the increase in the basic divine power was still significant, would also have a huge impact on a person's strength. Especially for Jian Wushuang, he was a perfect chaotic creature. Although he was only at the saint level, his basic divine power was even stronger than that of an ordinary principles master. In other words, his basic divine power was already stronger than that of an ordinary principles master. If he activated the power of the blood crystal armor, he could fully display his advantage in the basic divine power. This armor is too powerful, and it's only an elementary universe true treasure. I wonder how powerful that so-called advanced universe true treasure or top tier or pinnacle universe true treasure is. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. At the same time, the image of the mountain river map appeared in his mind. After all, the mountain river map was a pinnacle universe true treasure. It was a pity that although he had the supreme treasure, he had never been able to fully utilize its power. He had only used the power given to him by the blood wave on the Saha Island. He had forcefully activated the power of the mountain river map and severely injured the Flame Saint Master and the Sorcerer God. My young friend, can you activate the triple power of the blood crystal armor? Axe 1 Master looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang immediately tried, and the results soon came out. I've already tried. Now I can only activate the first level of power. As for the second level of power, I feel it's still far from enough, Jian Wushuang said. It's already good enough to activate the first level of power. Axe 1 Master smiled and said, under normal circumstances, only the top experts among the Principal's Masters can activate the first level of power. The second level of power can only be activated by experts who have reached the pinnacle of the Void Master. As for the third level of power, it can only be activated by experts at the ruler level. Chapter 35-24, Devil Smoke Valley. Only a master-level expert can activate the third level of power? Jian Wushuang was surprised. It's all the same, and it's because the blood crystal armor is only an elementary universe true treasure armor. If it's an advanced or top-tier universe true treasure armor, even an ordinary master can't fully unleash its power. But as long as it can unleash part of the power of a true treasure, it can greatly increase its strength. Axe 1 Master smiled. My dear Heavenly Sword Marquis, you've just arrived at the universe battlefield, and you haven't really explored it yet, so you don't know much about it. In fact, for many great beings who have explored the 3 battlefields of the universe, their own power is important, but there are some powerful true treasures that can greatly enhance their power. Take ordinary attack true treasures as an example. Any universe true treasure, even if it's just a low-level universe true treasure, can be very useful in the hands of great beings. Ordinary Principal's Masters all have immortal bodies, which are extremely difficult to kill. However, as long as they have an attack godly weapon at the level of a universe true treasure, it'll be easy to kill this Principal's Master. For example, in the Divine Beginning Realm, it is extremely difficult for a Principal's Master at the 5th level of the Void Realm to kill a Principal's Master at the 4th level of the Void Realm. It requires a certain degree of luck. However, on the universe battlefield, if those Principal's Masters at the 5th level of the Void Realm who have universe true treasures encounter a Principal's Master at the 4th level of the Void Realm, as long as they think of a way to prevent the other party from escaping, it will be extremely easy to kill him. Sometimes, they can even kill the other party with a simple move or two. Some Principal's Masters who have a big gap in strength can even kill a Principal's Master in one strike. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, it's indeed very difficult to kill a Principal's Master in the Divine Beginning Realm. However, in the universe battlefield, even though they are all Principal's Masters, it seems that it's relatively easy for an expert to kill a weak one as long as they have a powerful universe true treasure. However, I don't have any universe true treasures that can be used to attack. His offensive godly weapon was the Blood Mountain Sword, which was his original godly weapon. It had grown with him. Although it had the potential to become a universe true treasure, there was still a big gap between it and a universe true treasure. Star Palace had only given him a blood crystal armor for life-saving purposes, but they had not given him any offensive godly weapons. My young friend, there is another token here. This token is your identity token. After you refine it, you can sense any experts from the Star Palace near you. In addition, if you encounter any danger or trouble in the 3 battlefields in the future, you can use this token to seek help from the experts from the Star Palace around you at any time, Axe 1 Master said. I understand. Jian Wushuang took the token and nodded slightly. All right, I've given you everything I need to give you. I've told you everything I need to tell you. Now, you can go directly to the hidden stronghold near Devil Smoke Valley through the universe passage in my Star Palace, Axe 1 Master said. Then he turned around and left. Thank you, Axe 1 Master. Jian Wushuang thanked him. After Axe 1 Master left, Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief and then smiled. I have mastered the principles of destruction in the 600 years of cultivation in the Star Palace. I have also created the strongest move in swordsmanship. It is time for me to go to the Devil Smoke Valley and have a good look. With that, Jian Wushuang headed straight for the Star Palace Cosmic Passage. As one of the 3 battlefields, Devil Smoke Valley was frighteningly large. In the Divine Beginning realm, there were countless cultivators and vast territories in the universe, but in fact, the area of the Divine Beginning realm was far smaller than Devil Smoke Valley. It was not even 1/20th of the total area of Devil Smoke Valley. It was precisely because Devil Smoke Valley was too vast that so many experts from the Star Palace went to explore it. However, the area they explored was still less than 1/10 of Devil Smoke Valley. In the void near Devil Smoke Valley, there was a hidden stronghold of the Star Palace. In the void outside the stronghold, brother, this time, we have to properly explore Devil Smoke Valley. We have to find more opportunities before we can return, Heavy Master, who carried a heavy sword on his back and was more than 2 meters tall, said in a deep voice. I know. Last time, in order to save me, you exchanged all the contribution points you earned in Star Palace in one go. You even exchanged the basic universe true treasure armor you obtained with great difficulty for contribution points. Only then did you ask Marquis Duanyu to come and save me. Don't worry. This time, you and I will explore Devil Smoke Valley. We must earn back all the things you exchanged for, said an evil middle-aged man with purple hair and purple eyes. Haha, with your words, I can rest assured. With us brothers working together, as long as our luck isn't too bad and we encounter a limited number of monsters, we should be able to do whatever we want. If we have the chance, we can even try venturing into the depths of Devil Smoke Valley, the Heavy Master said. Venturing into the depths is still too much of a stretch. Let's first venture into the outer regions and see if there are any gains, the purple-haired, purple-eyed, evil middle-aged man said. Him. Heavy Master nodded, but suddenly, his expression changed. He lifted his head and stared at the space behind him. There, a figure walked out from the Star Palace's stronghold. Heavy, that person walked out from your Star Palace's stronghold. He should be an expert from your Star Palace, right? But why does he look so unfamiliar? The violet-haired, violet-eyed, evil middle-aged man asked. Of course he's unfamiliar. He has only stepped into the universe and has only been in my Star Palace for 600 years. During these 600 years, he has been staying in my Star Palace's lair. This is probably the first time he has ventured into the 3 great battlefields, Heavy Master said. Is that so? The purple-haired, purple-eyed, evil middle-aged man understood. However, Heavy Master had already frowned at this moment. Strange. 600 years ago, Heavenly Sword Marquis was only an immortal saint when he was brought to the Star Palace by Marquis Duanyu. Now, he has already broken through to become a Principal's Master. 600 years ago, he was only an immortal saint? In other words, he has just broken through to become a Principal's Master? The purple-haired, purple-eyed, evil middle-aged man could not help but be surprised. A Principal's Master who has just broken through actually dares to come to Devil Flame Island to explore. Moreover, it seems that he intends to explore alone? What audacity! That's right. Heavy Master also nodded. He has just broken through, and yet he dares to explore Devil Flame Valley alone. This Heavenly Sword Marquis really doesn't know what's good for him. In any case, he doesn't have any friendship with us, so there's no need to pay attention to him. Let's go. After saying that, Heavy Master and the purple-haired, purple-eyed, evil middle-aged man headed straight for Devil Flame Valley. Chapter 35-25. Heavy Master Jian Wushuang had just walked out of the stronghold of Star Palace, so he naturally noticed Heavy Master. Heavy Master, the one next to him, should be his brother, Purple Sound Master, right? 600 years ago, when I first arrived at Star Palace, Heavy Master was very anxious to ask Marquis Duanyu to save his brother. Now it seems that he has been saved. However, the Heavy Master doesn't seem to want to talk to me. Jian Wushuang touched his nose with a strange expression, but he did not care. He had already refined the bead that hid the aura of divine power. He used the bead's saint aura and deliberately disguised it as the aura of a principal's master. Therefore, when the heavy master saw him, he thought that he had broken through to become a principal's master. In fact, he was still an immortal saint. However, even though he was just an immortal saint, Jin Wushuang still went to the Devil Smoke Valley alone. The Devil Smoke Valley was filled with black smoke, which was a kind of miasma. It had a certain erosive effect on the divine body of cultivators, especially in the deepest part of the Devil Smoke Valley, where the miasma was extremely strong. Even principals masters in the 4 or 5 void realms could hardly resist it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the experts who dared to go to the deepest part of the Devil Smoke Valley were all above the 6 void realms. Just like what the heavy master had said earlier, they were not venturing into the depths of the Devil Smoke Valley. Within the hazy black smoke, the heavy master and the purple sound master were moving forward side by side. As they had just entered the Devil Smoke Valley, they were still at the outermost perimeter of the valley. The dangers here were much less, hence, the two of them were not too nervous. They were chatting as they moved forward. I don't know what kind of ability that heavenly sword Marquis has. 600 years ago, it was said that Marquis Duanyu personally went to the astral world to bring him in. When I saw him at that time, he was clearly just an immortal saint, but Marquis Duanyu said that his strength might not be inferior to mine. Brother, don't you think this is a joke? The heavy master curled his lips and said, an immortal saint is as powerful as you? Purple Sound Master shook his head and smiled. Maybe there's a special relationship between Sword Sky Marquis and Marquis Duanyu. Yeah, I think so too. You didn't see it, but I sensed him. The blood robe he's wearing is actually a low-level universe true treasure armor, the blood crystal armor. It's one of the top-tier universe true treasure armors, and it's more valuable than the one I got before. Now that it's in his hands, I'm sure he didn't exchange it for it with his contribution points. Maybe it was Marquis Duanyu who gave it to him, said Heavy Master. Haha, why? Are you jealous of him, or the blood crystal armor on his body? Purple Sound Master laughed. In fact, even if there is a special relationship between Marquis Duanyu and Sword Sky Marquis Duanyu can't give him a low-level universe true treasure of Star Palace by himself. Even if he wanted to give it to him, he had to exchange it with his contribution points. That's true, said Heavy Master, but I still can't accept it. A great being from Star Palace risked his life to get a true treasure, and yet, it was given to him for nothing. Look at him. With his power, he's wandering around Devil Smoke Valley alone. It won't be long before other great beings find him and kill him. His blood crystal armor will naturally fall into the hands of others. If I get this blood crystal armor, my power will completely recover to peak level, or even stronger. Alright, don't be jealous. If you want a true treasure, you can look for it in Devil Smoke Valley. There are many opportunities and true treasures here. If you're lucky, you might be able to get a higher level true treasure armor, Purple Sound Master said. Yes, you're right. Heavy Master nodded. However, at that moment, a thin figure suddenly appeared in the black smoke in front of them. Huh. Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master immediately looked over. This person is Bitter Hand Master from the Punishment God sector. Bitter Hand Master is only at the 4th level of the Void Realm, and he doesn't have a universe true treasure armor to protect his body. However, he has an offensive godly weapon that is at the level of a low-level universe true treasure. In addition, he has a domain-type true treasure and a soul defense-type true treasure, which is the best in the star sector. Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master recognized the figure in front of them immediately, and at the same time, they immediately remembered the information about this person. In an instant, their gazes became somewhat heated, and that Bitter Hand Master also noticed their gazes at the first moment and was startled on the spot. His expression also changed drastically, and without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled madly. Haha, you still want to escape? Bitter Hand Master, why are you in such a hurry to escape? You should stay and have a good talk with us brothers. Both Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master laughed loudly, and their speed immediately erupted as they chased after Bitter Hand Master. On the universe battlefield, The great beings from various forces and factions did not need to pay attention to any rules. When they saw each other, as long as they thought they were stronger than the other, they could directly intercept and kill or plunder. Now that the two of them saw Bitterhand Master, the first thing they understood was that Bitterhand Master could not compete with either of them. Besides, Bitterhand Master had an offensive godly weapon at the level of a universe elementary true treasure. There were also several top-tier true treasures within the star sector. These things were very attractive to both Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master. Therefore, the two of them made a decision without hesitation. They wanted to kill Bitterhand Master in front of them and seize the treasures in his hands. However, as the two of them chased after him, they discovered that although this Bitterhand Master was not very strong, his escape speed was very impressive. The two of them had already burst forth with their fastest speed. However, they were unable to close the distance between them. And during the chase, Zeeming Master also discovered something. Something isn't right. The direction this Bitterhand Master is fleeing toward is actually the tornado stream. Zeeming Master frowned. The tornado stream is filled with incomparably terrifying hurricanes on both sides. Even the divine bodies of experts at the 6 void realms could be easily annihilated. Although there is a passageway in the middle of the tornado stream that can be directly passed through, the passageway isn't wide. Once an intense battle occurs, the slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into the hurricanes on both sides and be doomed forever. The Bitterhand Master is not slow. He has a chance to escape from us. Why is he running toward Whirlwind Brook? Chapter 35-26. Traps. There were many dangerous places in Devil Smoke Valley. One of them was Whirlwind Brook, and it was quite famous. The surroundings of Whirlwind Brook were filled with terrifying hurricanes. Those hurricanes could easily kill Principal's Masters. Even the Principal's Masters of the 6 states of Void would have a high chance of dying if they were caught in those hurricanes. Such a dangerous place was a taboo for ordinary cultivators, and they did not dare to go there easily. Therefore, seeing that Bitterhand Master was actually fleeing in the direction of the tornado stream, Zeeming Master felt a little strange at the first moment. However, Heavy Master snorted coldly and said, "This place is relatively close to the tornado stream. Bitterhand Master was chased by you and me, so he could only run for his life. It's normal for him to flee to the tornado stream in a moment of desperation. It's not a big deal. He's a Principal's Master at the bottom of the 4 levels of the Void, and he doesn't have any great power or background behind him. Could it be that he wants to scheme against the two of us?" One Heavy Master did not mind. Hearing his words, Purple Sound Master nodded slightly. "You're right." Although the two of them sensed that Bitterhand Master was fleeing in a strange direction, they did not pay too much attention to it and continued to chase after him. The main reason was that the two of them were more confident in working together. In the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley, there were only a few top experts who could truly threaten the two of them, and this Bitterhand Master did not have a big background. Thus, they were not too vigilant and on guard. After a round of pursuit, the 3 of them quickly entered the Whirlwind Brook. The moment they entered the Whirlwind Brook, Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master immediately sensed the terrifying hurricanes on both sides. Although the hurricanes were still some distance away from them, they still gave them a feeling of fear and trepidation. "Heavy, be careful. The hurricanes in this Whirlwind Brook are extremely terrifying. If either one of us were to fall into these hurricanes, we would most likely die," Purple Sound Master said. "I know." Heavy Master nodded heavily. However, his gaze was fixed on Bitterhand Master, and a fierce light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Bitterhand Master's speed has already slowed down. Purple Sound Master nodded. "From the moment we chased after him, his speed was close to ours at the start. However, gradually, his speed slowed down. It seems that he used some sort of secret technique previously. In a short period of time, he was able to burst out with a speed close to ours. However, as time passes, his speed will become slower and slower. This way, we can catch up to him." During his escape, Bitterhand Master's speed had been slowing down. It was precisely because of this that the two of them felt that they had a chance to chase down and kill Bitterhand Master, which was why they did not hesitate to chase him all the way to this whirlwind brook. However, right at this moment, the figure of Bitter Hand Master, who had been frantically fleeing ahead, suddenly stopped. He stopped in the central area of the Whirlwind Brook passage, after which he turned his head to look at Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master. A cold and strange smile appeared on his face. Heavy Master from Star Palace and solitary expert Purple Sound Master have chased after me for such a long time. Aren't the two of you tired? Bitter Hand Master said coldly. Heavy Master and Z-Ming Master's expression sank. From Bitter Hand Master's expression and his words, they immediately had a bad premonition. Bitter Hand Master's gaze suddenly turned to the side. I wonder if these two principals masters are in accordance with your wishes, my lord? My lord? Heavy Master and Z-Ming Master's expressions changed. Sure enough, after Bitter Hand Master finished speaking, a human figure slowly stepped out from the hurricane on the other side. Someone is here? And he is hiding in the hurricane? Heavy Master was shocked. They knew very well how terrifying the hurricanes on both sides of the tornado stream were. Even the hurricanes at the edge could easily kill a 5-level Principal's Master of the Void Realm. As for a 6-level Principal's Master of the Void Realm, they could only withstand it. Only a great being at the 6th level of the Void Realm with the universe true treasure armor and above could stay in the hurricanes at the edge with relative ease. And the person who appeared now was obviously hiding in the hurricanes at the edge. While enduring the attacks of the hurricanes, he was also using them to perfectly hide himself. Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master did not notice that there was someone there at the first moment. It was not until Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master arrived here, and they were very close to him, that he finally walked out of the hurricane and appeared in front of Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master. To be able to do this, there was no doubt about his strength. Bitter Hand Master, you did well. This is for you. The person who walked out of the hurricane glanced at Bitter Hand Master and threw an interspatial ring over. Thank you, my lord. Bitter Hand Master received the interspatial ring, and his face revealed a look of surprise and joy. At this moment, Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master had also clearly seen the appearance of the person and recognized him at the first moment. Once they recognized him, their hearts instantly trembled. God Fei Master. It's actually him. Wasn't he adventuring in the depths of Devil Smoke Valley? When did he come to the outer region of Devil Smoke Valley? Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master's expressions changed drastically. God Fei Master was an extremely powerful expert who had risen to power in Devil Smoke Valley all these years, and he was an absolute madman who only knew how to kill. When he roamed the Devil Smoke Valley, he would kill all the experts he met, regardless of their strength or background. Furthermore, he was terrifyingly strong. He was a peak existence among the experts of the 6 Void Realms. Such a madman was feared by all the powers, including the experts of the various astral worlds. They did not dare to provoke him. For example, the Star Palace had already given the order that all the experts who roamed the Devil Smoke Valley, as long as they encountered this God Fei Master, they would immediately flee for their lives. Moreover, they would immediately flee when they discovered the other party's existence. They absolutely could not give the other party the chance to get close to them. Heavy Master naturally remembered this point. However, he had never expected that this God Fei Master would actually come from the depths of Devil Smoke Valley to this outer region. Moreover, he had come just as he came. He had actually joined forces with Bitter Hand Master. He had let Bitter Hand Master set up a trap to lure him and Purple Sound Master over. Now, he and Purple Sound Master had already arrived here, and God Fei Master was right in front of them, just a short distance away. Brother, run! Heavy Master did not hesitate. After confirming that the other party was God Fei Master, he immediately let out a roar and turned around to flee frantically. Chapter 35-27. The person who came to save you, run. Purple Sound Master was also burning with anxiety, and he started to run away madly. Seeing this, God Fei Master sneered, "You are already jumping on my face, and you still want to escape?" So, God Fei Master's speed burst out. As a peak expert of the 6 states of the void, his speed was much faster than that of Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master. Moreover, the distance between them was not far, and with his speed, he caught up in a short moment. Die! Godfrey Master held a golden hammer in each of his hands. These 2 golden hammers seemed to weigh hundreds of millions of kilograms. As Godfrey Master waved his right hand, one of the golden hammers streaked across the void like a bolt of golden lightning. It struck out in the direction of Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master. Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. Attack together! Heavy Master shouted in a low voice, and the heavy sword behind him immediately went up to meet it. Purple Sound Master also unleashed all of his power at the first moment, and a purple battle blade slashed out like a purple demon. Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master were not weak, and they were both pinnacle great beings at the 4th level of the Void Realm. Furthermore, one of them had cultivated a special secret technique, and the other had 2 universe true treasures on him. If they were to clash head-on, they were not weaker than ordinary great beings of the 5th level of the Void Realm. Now that the 2 of them were working together, they were not completely defenseless against Godfrey Master. Pong! Heavy Master spat out a mouthful of blood, and his godly body trembled crazily. More than 40% of the godly power in his body was consumed. As for Purple Sound Master, his godly body was heavily injured because he had the protection of a low-level universe true treasure armor. However, the amount of godly power consumed was much better than Heavy Master's. However, the rebounding force created by the collision caused the distance between the 2 of them and Godfrey Master to widen. The 2 of them started to flee frantically once again. At the same time, Heavy Master took out his Star Palace token and hurriedly sent a message to the token. Mayday, Mayday! I've already fought head-on with Godfrey Master, and I've already used up a lot of my godly power. Anyone who is near, come and save me. As soon as the news of Heavy Master was spread out, most of the experts who were adventuring in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley received the news and immediately responded. Godfrey Master? He actually came to the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley? Heavy Master, how could you be so careless and actually fight with Godfrey Master? You should have immediately fled when you saw Godfrey Master from afar. Now that you've fought him head-on, how could you escape? Being targeted by Godfrey Master? Then how can we save you? Even if we can rush over, wouldn't it be suicide? I don't fear Godfrey Master too much, but unfortunately, I am too far away from Tornado Stream. There is no way I can rush over. Heavy Master, you'd better pray for your own good. Heavy, there is nothing we can do to redeem you. Most of the Principal's masters who were adventuring outside Devil Smoke Valley had sent news. However, it was either because they were too far away that they could not make it in time, or even if they were relatively close, they were not as strong as Heavy Master. Rushing over would also be courting death, and it would be of no use at all. Naturally, none of them could do anything about it. After receiving these replies, Heavy Master's heart turned cold. But right at this moment, Heavy Master, I just happened to be near Tornado Stream, and I'll be arriving at the entrance of Tornado Stream soon. Hurry over to my side as soon as possible, and I'll help you escape. A message was suddenly transmitted over. Yes, this is... Heavy Master was startled, but then his expression became strange, because the person who transmitted this message to him was none other than Heavenly Sword Marquis, whom he had not thought highly of before and thought that the other party was seeking his own death by coming to Devil Smoke Valley. Sword Heaven Marquis, he is also near Tornado Stream, and he is already rushing over here? Heavy Master narrowed his eyes. Although he came here to save me, his strength, I don't care about that. Let's escape first. Heavy Master still did not believe in Jian Wushuang's strength. However, in the current situation, Jian Wushuang was the last straw, so he had to grab hold of it. The Tornado Stream passage was not long. With the speed of Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master, they soon reached the entrance of the Tornado Stream, and Jian Wushuang arrived there just in time. Is that Godfrey Master? Jian Wushuang stood at the entrance. His soul power had already sensed the existence of Godfrey Master, and at the same time, he had also sensed the danger of the Heavy Master and the Purple Sound Master. Without hesitation, Jin Wushuang activated the golden sky painting banner. Space-time domain. A vast amount of space-time power merged into the golden sky painting banner. The golden sky painting banner shook slightly and immediately merged with the surrounding void. Walala! An endless amount of time and space power, visible to the naked eye, swept out like a wave of air. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge space-time ocean. The space-time ocean covered the entire world around it, and the entire world was under Jian Wushuang's control. The Golden Banner was a universe supreme treasure to begin with, and it was an advanced universe supreme treasure that focused on space-time. Over the years, as Jian Wushuang's strength increased, and he became more proficient in the use of time and space rules, he was able to perform some of the techniques in the golden sky painting flag better. From the time and space imprisonment at the beginning to the time and space imprisonment now, he was able to use the complete time and space domain. The effect of the time and space domain was actually similar to that of an ordinary domain type advanced universe true treasure. The difference was that an ordinary advanced domain type true treasure mainly suppressed the opponent's strength, but the time and space domain suppressed the opponent's speed to the greatest extent. For example, when Jian Wushuang used the space-time domain and used it, all the space-time power pressed down on God Fei Master's body, instantly reducing her speed dramatically. Heavy Master, Purple Sound Master, both of you, get out of here quickly, Jian Wushuang shouted. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Heavy Master looked up at Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he also noticed that God Fei Master's speed had been greatly reduced, and he was immediately overjoyed. He did not have time to thank Jian Wushuang and rushed to the void with Master Purple Sound Master at their fastest speed. After all, the two of them were not suppressed by the space-time domain at all. God Fei Master also looked at Jian Wushuang. Did you call for help? God Fei Master narrowed her eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. I've never seen this person in the information. He must be a principal's master who just appeared. However, his universe true treasure in space-time is extremely rare. Chapter 35-28. Flying Type True Treasure. God Fei Master was very knowledgeable. He could tell that the time-space true treasure Jian Wushuang was using was of a very high level. Otherwise, it would not have exerted such a great pressure on his speed. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a senior universe true treasure in terms of time and space. It might even be at the top level among senior universe true treasures. God Fei Master's eyes narrowed slightly. A true treasure in terms of time and space is extremely valuable. It's not much more valuable than an ordinary true treasure armor. As for a time and space true treasure that has reached the level of an advanced universe true treasure, I'm afraid it's even more valuable than the combination of Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master. Thinking of this, God Fei Master's eyes locked on Jian Wushuang. He did not chase after Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master. Instead, he rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was not as good as God Fei Master. God Fei Master is coming for me? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He guessed that God Fei Master was thinking about his golden banner. Haha, it depends on whether you have the ability to think about my true treasure. Jian Wushuang smiled. He turned around and rushed toward the void. God Fei Master followed him at full speed. As for Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master, they had already escaped. That was close. We were almost killed by you, God Fei Master. Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master stood in the void not far away from Tornado Stream. Both of them were still in fear. God Fei Master is too terrifying. He lost more than 40% of my divine power in one move. He could have killed me in another 2 or 3 moves. Fortunately, Heavenly Sword Marquis came in time and stopped him for us. Otherwise, Heavy Master sighed softly. Heavy Master, you previously said that Heavenly Sword Marquis came to Devil Smoke Valley alone to seek death. However, in the blink of an eye, he saved you. If it weren't for him, the two of us would have been doomed, Purple Sound Master said. It was indeed my fault. I was too stupid. When I see him after this, I will definitely apologize to him in person, Heavy Master said. Not just apologize. This time, he saved us brothers. We must remember this favor. We should be grateful to him, Purple Sound Master said. Of course. But now, the troublesome thing is that God Fey Master has his eyes on him. We don't know if he can escape from God Fey Master's hands, Heavy Master said worriedly. Don't worry. Heavenly Sword Marquis has a universe true treasure in the aspect of time and space, and it seems to be of a high level. Even God Fey Master's speed is greatly suppressed by him. As long as God Fey Master's speed is constantly suppressed, he shouldn't be able to catch up with Heavenly Sword Marquis, so he won't pose any threat to him, Purple Sound Master said. Well, I hope so. The Heavy Master nodded slightly. In the vast void outside Devil Smoke Valley, Jin Wushuang and God Fey Master were chasing each other rapidly. It had to be said that God Fey Master was an expert at the peak of the 6th realm of the Void Realm, so he had some strength. Even though he was limited by the space-time domain, his speed was still very fast. Unfortunately, in terms of speed, Jin Wushuang was also very good at it. If God Fey Master had not been suppressed by the space-time domain, Jin Wushuang's speed would have been much slower than his. However, because of the pressure of the space-time domain, Jin Wushuang's flying speed was actually a little faster than God Fey Master's. God Fey Master, you can't catch up with me at all. Do you want to waste time following me? Jin Wushuang chuckled as he flew. Can't catch up with you? God Fey Master sneered and looked around the void. There shouldn't be any experts around here. In that case, there's no need to hide anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, God Fey Master's body shook and a pair of huge golden wings appeared behind him. The golden wings had beautiful lines, as if they had grown on God Fey Master's body. However, Jin Wushuang knew that the golden wings were a true treasure and an elementary universe true treasure. A flying universe true treasure? Jin Wushuang was stunned when he saw the golden wings. There were many types of true treasures, including flying, space-time true treasures, and suppression true treasures. They were much more precious than ordinary attack true treasures and true treasure armors. What God Fey Master took out was obviously a flying elementary universe true treasure. Wow! As soon as the golden wings appeared, God Fey Master transformed into a golden stream of light, leaving golden phantoms in the void. His speed was more than twice as fast as before. The gap between him and Jin Wushuang, and it was starting to close up fast. So fast. Jin Wushuang's pupils contracted. This God Fey Master has been wandering in Devil Smoke Valley for quite some time. Not only has he killed wantonly, he has even been hunted down by experts at the pinnacle of the 6 levels of Void. However, no matter if he is killing or being hunted down, no one has ever heard of him possessing a flying-type universe true treasure. From the looks of it, he has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Jin Wushuang sighed in admiration. After seeing the speed of God Fey Master's golden wings, Jin Wushuang understood that he could not get rid of God Fey Master by relying on his speed alone. The latter would certainly catch up with him. In this case, Jin Wushuang simply did not bother to run anymore. Buzz. Jin Wushuang suddenly stopped in the void and turned to look at God Fey Master. Haha, kid. You know you can't escape, so you don't want to run anymore? God Fey Master laughed loudly and appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. The golden wings on his back were still unfurled. It seemed that he was ready to pounce on Jin Wushuang at any time. God Fey Master, you're too conceited. The only reason I ran away just now was because I didn't want to cause trouble. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Jin Wushuang smiled faintly without any fear in his heart. Although God Fey Master was very powerful and was already at the peak of the 6 Void Realms, and was well known in Devil Smoke Valley, Jin Wushuang was no longer comparable to before. 600 years ago, when he was adventuring in the Demon Realm, it was impossible for him to face an expert at the peak of the 6 Void Realms. Jin Wushuang was even shocked when he saw the fierce battle between Demon Master Chenhua and Diying. But now, 600 years later, as his strength soared, he had nothing to fear from a mere expert at the peak of the 6th realm of the Void. Chapter 35-29. Fighting God Fey Master. God Fey Master. I've heard that you've been slaughtering people in Devil Smoke Valley all these years. Only a few people have survived. But today, I'd like to see how powerful you are. Jin Wushuang smiled. The Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hand. Boy, you're so arrogant. Since you're courting death, I'll grant you your wish. Godfrey Master's eyes turned cold. The pair of golden wings on her back flapped violently, and a gale instantly blew. Godfrey Master also turned into a golden stream of light. In an instant, he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Godfrey Master held a golden sledgehammer in each hand. One of the sledgehammers turned into a golden bolt of lightning and struck toward Jian Wushuang furiously. Jian Wushuang had already activated his life divine power the moment Godfrey Master attacked. He also activated his heaven-cleaving skill. I've been cultivating in seclusion in Star Palace for 600 years. I'd like to see how much progress I've made in these 600 years. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with a fierce light. The moment Godfrey Master swung the golden hammer, he took a step forward and swung the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. At this moment, Jian Wushuang unleashed all of his power without holding back. At the same time, he activated the first stage of the Blood Crystal Armor with his divine power, which instantly increased the power of his basic divine power by 10 times. Whoosh! A blood-red sword light suddenly descended and collided with the golden hammer in the blink of an eye. Even though his opponent was an expert at the peak of the 6 Void Realms, Jian Wushuang had no intention of retreating. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded. A large amount of black smoke in the void was blown away by the power and disappeared. The surrounding void even began to tremble violently. Whoosh! Godfrey Master turned into a golden flowing light again and retreated rapidly. As for Jian Wushuang, he also retreated for a distance before coming to a stop. On the surface, the two were evenly matched. You! Godfrey Master raised her head and looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. You're an expert of the 6th realm of the void? Why, are you surprised? Jian Wushuang smiled. There are dozens of star worlds in this territory, and there are countless experts. Isn't it normal for a 6th realm of the void realm to suddenly appear? Like you didn't have any fame before. Did you suddenly appear? Godfrey Master understood. Indeed, there were many experts in this territory, not only in the universe battlefield, but there were also many top experts hiding in the star worlds. Many of them had yet to venture into the 3 battlefields, therefore, they were not famous. However, not being famous did not mean that they were weak. When Godfrey Master saw Jian Wushuang today, he immediately felt that Jian Wushuang was a stranger. Secondly, the divine power aura emitted by Jian Wushuang was very ordinary. At the level of an ordinary principles master, it made him think that Jian Wushuang was very weak. He only dared to venture into the universe battlefield because he had a time-space type universe supreme treasure. But now, he realized that Jian Wushuang was also very strong. Although he could not compete with Jian Wushuang, he was not much weaker than Jian Wushuang. If you can compete with me, you will be famous in the universe battlefield. Boy, what's your name? Godfrey Master stared at Jian Wushuang. My name, I use the blood sword in my hand as a weapon. You can call me Blood Sword Master. Jian Wushuang smiled. He did not want to continue using the name of Heavenly Sword Marquis. After all, Heavenly Sword Marquis was too famous in the Divine Beginning Realm, and the 3 Saint Realms of the Divine Beginning Realm dreamed of killing him. Unfortunately, they could not do it in the Divine Beginning Realm, but it was different in the Universe Battlefield. Although the 3 Saint Realm Masters would not rush to the Universe Battlefield, they could think of other ways to kill him in the Universe Battlefield. Therefore, he decided to change his name. The name Blood Sword Master was derived from his Blood Mountain sword, which was why he had such a personality. Blood Sword Master, you are indeed extraordinary to be able to fight me head-on. However, you ruined my plan today. So, don't think that I will let you go so easily, Godfrey Master said. Haha, since you won't let me go, then go ahead. Use whatever means you have. To be honest, I really hope you can find a way to kill me, Jian Wushuang said with a bright smile. As you wish. Godfrey Master did not hesitate. His figure flashed, and his terrifying speed burst out again. Even with the suppression of the space-time domain, Godfrey Master's speed was still far faster than Jian Wushuang's. This time, when Godfrey Master appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, he brandished his golden hammers at the same time. The 2 hammers were like 2 golden fire wheels, hurling at Jin Wushuang continuously and ferociously. Jin Wushuang immediately defended himself. Bang, 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 bang. Deafening sounds of collisions and explosions rang out in the void. Jin Wushuang and God Fei Master had fought with all their might, and Jin Wushuang had used the peerless sword manual he had created to its fullest. However, God Fei Master's two sledgehammers were obviously more terrifying. Each of the two sledgehammers was extremely powerful and fierce. Jin Wushuang had to use all his strength to defend against the power of a single hammer strike. But the two sledgehammers kept attacking him crazily. It put a great pressure on Jin Wushuang. God Fei Master is really fierce. His strength is indeed terrifying, especially his two hammers. They are too powerful. I'm at a disadvantage in close combat with him. If it weren't for my blood crystal armor, I wouldn't have been able to resist them. Jin Wushuang's face was solemn. He could see that God Fei Master's strength was not at the peak of the 6 void realms. However, the two hammers in his hands and the supreme treasure armor he was wearing were both universe supreme treasures. Moreover, her level was not low. Coupled with the golden wings on her back, her battle strength was no weaker than that of an ordinary expert at the peak of the 6 void realms. Jin Wushuang had already mastered the destruction principles, so with the addition of his willpower, life divine power, and heaven-cleaving skill, he could also unleash the battle strength of an expert at the 6 void realms. His blood crystal armor was of a very high level. After activating the first level of power, it increased his basic divine power by 10 times, which gave him an advantage in the power of basic divine power. Unfortunately, Jin Wushuang was at a great disadvantage in terms of offensive divine weapons. Chapter 3530. Retreat and Scathed. Jin Wushuang's offensive magic weapon, Blood Mountain Sword, was not even a universe supreme treasure, so it was naturally inferior to the two hammers in the hands of God Fei Master. Moreover, in terms of absolute arts, Jin Wushuang was also inferior to God Fei Master. As a result, when the two fought fiercely, Jin Wushuang was completely suppressed. Blood Sword Master, is that all you've got? Humph. I thought so highly of you just now. God Fei Master snorted coldly. How dare you ruin my plan with such strength? You're courting death. God Fei Master's eyes were cold. The two golden hammers in his hands contained earth-shaking power. However, as soon as God Fei Master finished speaking, the power of his two golden hammers increased by another level. In an instant, Jin Wushuang felt his pressure increase sharply. Any one of the two hammers could crush him completely. Whoosh! Jin Wushuang barely withstood the attack of the golden hammers, but he suddenly retreated. After regaining his balance, Jin Wushuang smiled and said, God Fei Master, how about you take my sword? God Fei Master narrowed her eyes. Jin Wushuang had already made his move. He was still some distance away, but he had already slashed out the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The moment the sword was slashed out, a shocking destructive will suddenly swept up. This destructive will, with a will to die, pressed down on God Fei Master in an overwhelming manner. God Fei Master raised his head with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but his speed was not slow. The golden hammer in his right hand suddenly burst out with golden light. Star flash. Swoosh. The golden light flashed and disappeared like a golden meteor streaking across the void. The golden hammer had already collided with the sword light that Jin Wushuang had slashed out. When the two collided, a burst of terrifying power immediately erupted and swept out in all directions with a huge airwave. At the center of the airwave, God Fei Master's body trembled slightly and then staggered back a few steps. As for Jin Wushuang, he did not take a step back. A supreme skill? God Fei Master looked at Jin Wushuang in surprise. I tried my best to use my strongest skill, till death do us part. In the end, I only gained a slight advantage in a head-on collision with him. As expected of God Fei Master, your strength is really impressive. Jin Wushuang smiled. To the death is the latest trick he has created in his 600 years in the constellation. This unique move was mainly because he had seen the scene of the Heaven Ancestor waving that axe in the forest. That axe not only contained the complete will to destroy, but also contained many mysteries, which also had a great impact on him. After he mastered the principles of destruction, he combined the principles of time and space, the principles of reincarnation, and his swordsmanship comprehension to create this latest move. This move did not only contain the will to destroy. Jin Wushuang also mastered the three principles, as well as his swordsmanship attainments to the fullest. But in terms of level, this move, indeed, has reached the peak of the 6th level absolute art level. Although God Fei Master's combat power was at the level of a great being at the pinnacle of the 6 levels of Void Realm, the reason he was so powerful was largely due to the fact that he had a universe true treasure. His combat strength was only relatively strong among the 6 Void Realms, and he had never created a peak level 6 secret skill. Therefore, Jin Wushuang was able to gain a slight advantage in the fight against God Fei Master's secret skill. However, this advantage was very small. God Fei Master, I've learned my lesson in today's battle. There's still a long way to go. If we meet again in the future, we'll fight again, Jin Wushuang said with a smile. You want to leave? God Fei Master's eyes were cold. The wings on his back had already spread out. It was obvious that he did not intend to let Jin Wushuang leave so easily. With God Fei Master's speed and the help of the wings on his back, he could easily catch up to Jin Wushuang even under the suppression of the space-time domain. Jin Wushuang naturally knew this, but he smiled and said, God Fei Master, there's something I haven't told you. If I really want to leave, there aren't many people in the universe battlefield who can stop me. Really? God Fei Master narrowed her eyes, eager to try. Goodbye. Jin Wushuang smiled and disappeared in front of God Fei Master. What? God Fei Master looked at the empty void in front of her in astonishment. What happened? Blood Sword Master disappeared? God Fei Master frowned. Teleportation? No, this is Devil Smoke Valley, one of the universe battlefields. The space and time in Devil Smoke Valley are distorted, so teleportation is impossible. Everyone knew that teleportation was impossible in the 3 battlefields. It was not only because there were too many dangerous places and too many obstacles in the 3 battlefields. More importantly, the space and time in the 3 battlefields were different from the space and time in the universe. The space and time here were not balanced, so even great beings who were proficient in the principles of space and time, they could not teleport in the 3 battlefields. But the scene in front of them, he suddenly disappeared without leaving any soul aura. This is obviously a teleportation method. Blood Sword Master, God Fei's expression was a little ugly. He observed the surrounding void for a long time before he was sure Jin Wushuang had indeed used a teleportation method to leave. Blood Sword Master, I'll remember you, God Fei Master muttered. He was not famous before, but now he has the battle strength of the 6 Void Realms. Although he is still far from the peak of the 6 Void Realms, he has many techniques. Not only does he have an advanced universe supreme treasure in space-time, but he also knows how to teleport in the universe battlefield. It won't be long before he becomes famous in the universe battlefield. It's a pity that he can teleport, unless he is an expert who is also proficient in the space-time rule and can confine space-time. It's impossible for anyone to keep Blood Sword Master. At least, I can't do anything to him. God Fei Master shook his head. He had to admit that even though he was stronger than Jin Wushuang in terms of physical strength, he could not do anything to Jin Wushuang even if Jin Wushuang appeared in front of him again. If Jin Wushuang wanted to leave, there was no way he could keep him. I originally wanted to quietly go to the outer area to hunt some prey and get some benefits, but I met a Blood Sword Master at the beginning. How unlucky. God Fei Master sighed softly and turned to leave. Chapter 35-31. Shame. This was the entrance to Tornado Stream. Jin Wushuang had come here before and left a space mark here. After using space-time teleportation, he had returned to this place. After getting rid of God Fei Master, Jin Wushuang began to think about the battle just now. After 600 years of cultivation, although my strength has greatly improved and I'm no weaker than an ordinary expert of the 6 realms of the void, it's still very difficult for me to fight against an expert like God Fei Master, who can exert the battle strength of the peak of the 6 realms of the void. At most, I can barely fight with her, Jian Wushuang thought. In the battle just now, he had not fought with God Fei Master for a long time, and he had forced her back twice. It did not seem like he was at a disadvantage, but Jian Wushuang knew very well there was still a big gap between his strength and God Fei Master's. First, in terms of absolute arts, other than his strongest sword technique, the 7 sword techniques of the Peerless Sword Manual, which he had created, were only at the threshold of level 6 absolute arts, or even barely. Compared to God Fei Master's absolute arts, there was a big gap. Secondly, in terms of true treasures, God Fei Master's offensive true treasures and true treasure armors were of a very high level, and he even had the assistance of a flying universe true treasure. Jian Wushuang's true treasure armors were fine, but the level of Blood Mountain Sword was a little too low. Just these 2 points alone, God Fei Master could crush him without any scruples. Jian Wushuang had a bigger problem. The reason why he could unleash power that was no less than that of an expert of the 6 void realms was because of his life divine power and the heaven-cleaving skill. It was equivalent to giving him 2 more levels of willpower. However, the life divine power was fine, as it only stimulated the potential of a perfect creature. It would not be a burden to him, but the heaven-cleaving skill consumed a lot of his divine power. As a perfect, chaotic creature, his divine power was vast, hundreds of times more than that of a regular principles master. However, the heaven-cleaving skill consumed a lot of divine power. Even if Jian Wushuang used it at all costs, in a fierce battle, he could only use the heaven-cleaving skill about 20 times at most. In other words, he could only use the power of an expert in the 6th realm in 10 or 20 attacks. The rest of his attacks could not meet that requirement. Naturally, he could not keep fighting with such combat strength. Therefore, when he fought with God Fei Master just now, he chose to escape immediately after he had a simple understanding of her strength and used his strongest combat strength. The reason was not that he did not want to continue fighting with God Fei Master, but because he could not keep his strongest combat strength and had to escape. Although this battle has not been long, I have already gained a lot, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. This battle allowed him to clearly understand his current strength and some of his shortcomings. He also understood how to improve his strength. First of all, he had to improve his absolute arts. He had to improve the 7 sword moves of the Wushuang Sword Manual as soon as possible. This was the most urgent matter. Secondly, he had to find a more powerful attack supreme treasure. As for the Blood Mountain Sword, unless he found another expert to refine it, it would be difficult for it to meet his requirements. As for finding a way to fuse all 3 rules that he had mastered, it would take a longer time. Jian Wushuang could only take it slowly. Jian Wushuang was deep in thought when suddenly, Heavenly Sword Marquis. Heavy Master's voice came from the void beside him. Jian Wushuang came back to his senses and immediately looked over. When he got rid of God Fei and returned to the entrance of Tornado Stream, he had already sent a message to Heavy Master. Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master, who had received the message, immediately rushed over. Heavenly Sword Marquis, did you lose God Fei Master? Heavy Master asked first. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. God Fei Master is very fast. Unfortunately, I have a space-time domain, which greatly limits his speed. He can't catch up with me at all, so he had to leave. Jian Wushuang lied and did not tell Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master that he had actually fought with God Fei Master. Moreover, he had left in front of God Fei Master, so God Fei Master could only watch. It's good that he has left. God Fei Master has been wandering in the depths of Devil Smoke Valley and killing crazily. Many experts have died at his hands. However, because he has killed too many people, experts from various forces in the Star Realms have become very wary of him. They have ordered to flee as soon as they see him. Our Star Palace has also given such an order. I didn't expect that God Fei Master would be so cunning. After knowing that the experts from various forces were on guard against him, he sneaked into the outer area and joined hands with Master Bitterhand. He told Master Bitterhand to leak his tracks in front of us to lure us to kill him. Meanwhile, he hid in the hurricane at the edge of Tornado Stream, waiting for us to fall into his trap. Purple Sound Master and I fell for his trick and almost died at his hands. Fortunately, you arrived, Heavenly Sword Marquis, Heavy Master said as he looked at Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, he bent down and gave Jian Wushuang a big bow. Heavy Master, what are you doing? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Heavenly Sword Marquis, don't reject me. I have to give you this big bow, not only to thank you for your kindness, but also to apologize to you for the contempt I showed you. I was stupid and blind. Now that I think about it, I'm really ashamed, Heavy Master said sincerely. Heavy Master, you don't have to do this, Jian Wushuang said with a bitter smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis, just let him be, Purple Sound Master said. If you don't accept his gift, he won't be able to survive for the rest of his life. You know, when I saw you outside the Star Palace stronghold, Heavy Master told me that you were courting death by wandering around Devil Smoke Valley alone. Jin Wushuang was stunned. I'm ashamed. The Heavy Master apologized repeatedly. Jian Wushuang shook his head and accepted the gift, but he did not care. Axe One Master had given him information about many experts in the territory, including those in Star Palace. Of course, there was also an introduction about the Heavy Master. In addition to his strength, the information also mentioned the character of the Heavy Master, which was reckless and one-track-minded. However, he was extremely loyal, which was evident from the time when Master Purple Sound Master was trapped. The Heavy Master had spared no effort to ask Marquis Duanyu to help him. Jian Wushuang was very willing to befriend such a person who valued loyalty. Chapter 35-32. Paluo God because he knew how Heavy Master was like. Even though he knew that Heavy Master did not like him, when he found out that Heavy Master was being hunted by God Fei Master, he still rushed over to save him. If it were anyone else, even if Jian Wushuang came to save them, he would not be so enthusiastic. Heavenly Sword Marquis, they'll remember what happened today. They'll definitely return the favor in the future, Heavy Master said. Heavy Master, you're too kind. Jian Wushuang smiled. They were still exchanging pleasantries, but at this moment, Jian Wushuang and Heavy Master's expressions changed. What's wrong, you two? Purple Sound Master looked over. It's a message from my Star Palace saying that a Universe Supreme Treasure is being born in the nearby territory. They want us to go there immediately, Heavy Master said seriously. A Supreme Treasure is being born? Purple Sound Master raised his eyebrows. If it's just an ordinary elementary Universe Supreme Treasure, it will take a very short time for it to be born. Even if we get the news now, it's probably too late for us to go there. The person who sent the message must know this. But since he sent the message, could it be that it's an advanced Universe Supreme Treasure? The 3 universe battlefields were filled with a large number of opportunities and treasures. For example, the birth of a true treasure was a common occurrence. As long as it was a universe true treasure, it would take a certain amount of time for it to be completely born. The higher the level of the true treasure, the longer it would take for it to be born. It's not an advanced universe true treasure, but its value is higher than an ordinary advanced universe true treasure, said Heavy Master. It's not an advanced universe true treasure, but its value is higher than that of an advanced universe true treasure? Could it be? Purple Sound Master immediately thought of a possibility. It's Paluo God. It's a part of Paluo God. Heavy Master said excitedly. Is it really Paluo God? Purple Sound Master became excited. Guys, what is this Paluo God? Why are you so excited? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Although he had received the message, it only said that it was a component of Paluo God. He had just entered the universe battlefield, so he did not know what Paluo God was. Heavy Master immediately explained, Paluo God is a very famous treasure in Devil Smoke Valley. No one knows what level it is exactly, but conservative estimates say that it is at least at the peak level, and its power is extremely strong. Unfortunately, this true treasure hasn't been complete since it was discovered. Instead, it has been disassembled and formed into parts. It is said that there are a total of 36 Paluo God parts, and these Paluo God parts alone have power equivalent to a low-level universe true treasure. However, if 3 Paluo God parts are combined together, their power is far higher than a high-level universe true treasure. and it is even close to the level of a top-tier true treasure. If there are more than 9 Paluo God parts, the combination of them would be extremely terrifying, even among top-tier universe supreme treasures. However, although there are 36 Paluo God parts, there seem to be less than 20 Paluo God parts in Devil Smoke Valley. Some parts have already been spread around. Some people have collected 3 Paluo God parts, but some don't. This makes the Paluo God parts even more valuable than ordinary Advanced Universe Supreme treasures, even though they are only Elementary Universe Supreme treasures. Is that so? Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. It's a once-in-lifetime opportunity for us to see the Paluo God component appear near us. Let's go. We'll rush there immediately. If we're too late and let the Paluo God component fall into someone else's hands, we'll regret it, the Heavy Master said. Immediately, the 3 of them rushed toward the place where the Paluo God component had appeared. The Black Thunder Pool was also a dangerous place in Devil Smoke Valley. This place was filled with dark black divine lightning. These dark black divine lightning were extremely violent and powerful. Ordinary Principles Masters would dare to enter this Black Thunder Pool, but this Black Thunder Pool was only on the ground. There were some in the lower sky, but the void above was not touched. Thus, Principles Masters who passed by could choose to fly directly from the void above the Black Thunder Pool, not having to worry about encountering any dangers. However, today, a Holy Rod part was born in the Black Thunder Pool. When Jin Wushuang, Heavy Master, and Purple Sound Master arrived at the Black Thunder Pool, they immediately saw a black holy rod in the void in the middle of the pool. The black holy rod was not big, and it was smaller than ordinary stick-type supreme treasures. However, the power it emitted was quite impressive. Is that the Paluo God part? Jin Wushuang glanced at the black staff and narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he noticed the human figure in the void near the black staff, and his expression became solemn. The 3 people appeared beside one of the human figures. Saber Python Master, Heavy Master greeted the man. Heavy Master, Purple Sound Master. Saber Python Master nodded slightly, but then he looked at Jin Wushuang and asked, "Who is this? He just arrived in our Star Palace. His name is..." Heavy Master did not finish his sentence. "Bloodsword, just call me Bloodsword," Jin Wushuang said first. "Bloodsword Master, it is very nice to meet you." Saber Python Master was very humble. Jin Wushuang also nodded slightly. Saber Python Master was a Principles Master in Star Palace, and his strength had reached the peak of the Void 4 realms. This time, Saber Python Master was the first to discover the appearance of the Paluo God component. He was also the one who had sent the message to them. "Saber Python, how long until the Paluo God component is born?" asked Heavy Master. Although the Paluo God component is only a low-level universe true treasure, it was decomposed by Paluo God. The time it takes for it to be born is not any shorter than a normal high-level universe true treasure. It has been a while since I discovered the Paluo God component. It should be soon before the Paluo God component is born, said Saber Python Master. However, it was born in the Black Thunder Pool. As long as it doesn't go underground, it's not dangerous. Therefore, people often pass by here. Although I was the first to see it, others still found it while I was waiting for it to be born. So far, many people have gathered here. Jin Wushuang and the other 2 also looked carefully at the people around them. At this moment, there were 8 experts waiting for the appearance of the Paluo God component, not counting them. Chapter 35-33 was born. The other 8 experts were divided into 4 camps. Jin Wushuang first looked at the burly man who had put a lot of pressure on them. The burly man was wearing red armor and carrying a huge axe on his back. He stood there with his arms folded like a statue, but he did not bother to look at anyone around him. He is the 8-Axe Master, right? Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. The 8-Axe Master was a solitary expert who had been wandering around Devil Smoke Valley all year round. He was extremely powerful and had reached the peak of the 5th Void Realm. Moreover, his axe skills were extremely violent, and he had created a 6th-level absolute art. He was only one person, but the pressure he brought was much stronger than the other camps. Therefore, there was no other expert who had reached the peak of the fifth void realm. Among the other three camps, one had two experts of the fifth void realm working together. One had one expert of the fifth void realm and one expert of the peak of the fourth void realm. The remaining three experts of the fourth void realm were all in the same camp, including Jian Wushuang and the others. There were a total of 12 experts present. Fortunately, the strongest among these people is only the expert of the peak of the fifth void realm, 8-Axe Master. There are no experts of the sixth void realm here. If the four of us work together, we can still have a chance, the Heavy Master said. This is the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley after all. It's already good enough to have experts of the peak of the fifth void realm. As for experts of the sixth void realm, almost all of them have gone to the depths of Devil Smoke Valley. Who would come to this outer area? The Saber Python Master said. You don't say. Not long ago, we ran into one. It was the infamous God Fei Master, Heavy Master said. What? God Fei Master came to this outer region? Saber Python Master was shocked. That is indeed the case. Heavy Master and I were pursued by him. Fortunately, Blood Sword Master helped us to get out of the situation. Moreover, the place where he was pursuing us was nearby. We don't know if the appearance of this broken Poluo God part will attract him here, Purple Sound Master said. It shouldn't be. Heavy Master shook his head. Has the appearance of this Poluo God component caused too much of a commotion? The only ones who can discover it are the experts who just happened to pass by the Black Thunder Earth Pool. After these experts discover it, they will at most pass on the news to their own forces, but they will definitely not make this matter completely public. After all, they also want to snatch this Poluo God component. Naturally, they do not want too many people to know that this Poluo God component was born here. As for that God Fei Master, although it is true that he is extremely powerful, he is an expert who travels alone. Who would tell him the news of the appearance of the Poluo God parts here? As long as he doesn't happen to pass by this Black Thunder Pool, then he won't be able to participate in this battle. That makes sense. Purple Sound Master and Saber Python Master both nodded. At this moment, in the void beneath their feet, Poluo God trembled slightly. He was about to break free from the Black Thunder Pool. Poluo God's component is about to be born. Saber Python Master's eyes lit up. Everyone, be prepared to fight for it at any time, Heavy Master said. Once something happens to Poluo God's component, I'll immediately use my space-time domain to suppress them, Jian Wushuang said. With your space-time domain, Blood Sword Master, their speed will be greatly restricted. This will increase our chances, Heavy Master said. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang did not want to expose his name, so Heavy Master now called Jian Wushuang Blood Sword Master. Buzz. With a shrill cry, the Poluo God component, which was trapped in the Thunder Pool, finally broke free from the Thunder Pool. The aura of a universe true treasure instantly spread out. It's born. The eyes of the 12 great beings who had been waiting around all lit up. Attack. Snatch it. In an instant, each great being emitted a terrifying aura as they directly rushed toward the Poluo God part. 8-Axe Master, who was standing alone in the void realm like a statue, had already taken out his huge axe. In an instant, he turned into an ancient fierce beast and dashed out. The two experts of the 5 void realms who were standing together also rushed out at the same time. As for Jian Wushuang and the other 3, Saber Python Master, Heavy Master, and Purple Sound Master all rushed out at once. Jian Wushuang was the only one who did not rush out. Instead, he took out the golden sky painting banner and used the space-time domain. Buzz. The enormous space-time domain covered the area around the Poluo God component. In addition to Saber Python Master, Heavy Master, and Purple Sound Master, the other experts in the area were also affected. They were all slowed down by the enormous speed. A domain-type true treasure? No, this feeling should be a space-time true treasure. The great beings who were trapped in the space-time domain had a change of expression. However, at this moment, without any warning, a large amount of golden light suddenly shone. With 8-Axe Master as the core, the crimson gold flowing light surged like a raging ocean. In the next moment, it filled the entire battlefield. Within the crimson gold flowing light, 8-Axe Master seemed to have become the ruler. Even Jin Wushuang's space-time domain was greatly impacted by the crimson gold flowing light. A domain-type true treasure. This is a domain-type universe true treasure. It's 8-Axe Master. Damn it. We're both trapped in the space-time domain at the same time, so we're much slower than the golden light. But 8-Axe Master used the golden light to block the space-time domain, so his speed isn't affected at all. Quick, block 8-Axe Master. The great beings who were eager to get the Poluo God parts started to get anxious. 8-Axe Master was originally the strongest among them, and his speed was also the fastest. Now that 8-Axe Master's speed was not being suppressed, he could be the first to appear in front of the Poluo God parts and take them away. Once the Poluo God parts fell into 8-Axe Master's hands, if they wanted to fight for them again, there would be no chance at all. After all, if they wanted to fight for the treasure from 8-Axe Master, they would definitely have to think of a way to kill 8-Axe Master. But who here had the strength to do so? Even if everyone joined hands, they probably would not be able to do anything to 8-Axe Master, right? Thus, everyone understood that they absolutely could not let the Poluo God component fall into 8-Axe Master's hands. Immediately, the Principal's Masters who were still some distance away from the Poluo God component all made their moves. All of them made their moves almost at the same time. Even though they were some distance away, the 8-Axe Masters did not dare to ignore their attacks. Chapter 35-34 Battle. However, facing the attacks of the surrounding people, 8-Axe Master merely smiled coldly. The huge axe in his hand suddenly drew a beautiful scar in the air, forming a huge axe shadow. It swept away the attacks of these Principal's Masters with ease. So powerful. We have so many people working together, yet he managed to sweep them away with a single axe? He's too powerful. We can't stop him at all. The expressions of these Principal's Masters were extremely unsightly. Their attacks were unable to stop 8-Axe Master, and they were not even able to obstruct 8-Axe Master. They could only watch as 8-Axe Master approached the Poluo God component. 8-Axe Master appeared in front of the Poluo God component, and he waved his hand. He was about to put the Poluo God component into his interspatial ring. The surrounding Principal's Masters all had helpless expressions on their faces. But at this moment, a scarlet sword light suddenly lit up beside 8-Axe Master. What? 8-Axe Master's expression suddenly changed. This sword light had appeared too suddenly, and its angle was extremely tricky. As soon as it lit up, it stabbed toward his throat. Most importantly, that sword light was too fast. So fast that he could not swing his huge axe in time to block it. Moreover, this sword light contained an astonishing piercing power, which made his heart palpitate. He did not dare to face it with his godly body. There was nothing he could do. 8-Axe Master could not be bothered to retrieve the Poluo God component anymore. Instead, he retreated hastily. With this rapid retreat, he once again widened the distance between him and the Poluo God component. At this moment, a figure appeared beside the Poluo God component like a ghost. Then, with a simple wave of his hand, the Poluo God component had already fallen into his hands. This sudden change caused the surrounding Principal's Masters to be somewhat stupefied. They had originally thought that no one present could stop 8-Axe Master, and that the Poluo God component was bound to fall into 8-Axe Master's hands. Unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, someone had suddenly appeared beside 8-Axe Master. Furthermore, he had forced 8-Axe Master to retreat, and he had obtained the Poluo God component. The three most shocked ones were the Heavy Master, Saber Python Master, and Purple Sound Master. They had clearly seen the other party's appearance. It was Jin Wushuang, who had cast the space-time domain behind them. It's Blood Sword Master. It's him. Isn't he behind us? When did he run to the Poluo God component? The Heavy Master, the Saber Python Master, and the Purple Sound Master could not help but turn around. They found that the void where Jin Wushuang was previously was empty. However, when did he leave for the Poluo God component? No one noticed him at all. The shadowless escape art at the exceptional level is very useful. Cultivators below the 6 realms of the void, as long as they are not particularly good at soul perception, can hardly detect my presence, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He had learned the shadowless escape art in the temporal temple. It originated from the blood sword master, a very terrifying principles master in the temporal temple. When the shadowless escape art was used, it could disappear without a trace. It could hide from the soul detection of a cultivator. Jian Wushuang had mastered the shadowless escape art long ago. He had not relied on it to kill or escape from enemies during battles on more than one occasion. For example, when he was adventuring in the Blood Wave realm, he had relied on the shadowless escape art. At that time, he was recognized as the best assassin at the saint level in the divine beginning realm. However, at that time, his mastery of the shadowless escape art was still in the initial stage. Even if he had mastered it later, he could only hide it from the soul detection of some principles masters of the 3 or 4 void realms. However, not long ago, during the 600 years that Jian Wushuang had been in seclusion in the Star Palace, he had finally mastered the shadowless escape art to the perfect level. The shadowless escape skill at the perfection level was not much weaker than the blood sword master at his peak. Under normal circumstances, only principles masters above the 6th realm of the void realm could sense it, or experts at the 5th realm of the void realm, who were particularly good at soul perception, could sense it. Just now, when everyone was fighting for the Paluo God component, Jian Wushuang had actually moved. However, he had used the shadow escape skill to move forward, so no one noticed his existence. It was not until 8-Axe Master approached the Paluo God component and was about to take it into his hands that he made his move decisively. He forced 8-Axe Master back and took the Paluo God component himself. I'm sorry to have wasted your time. Jian Wushuang looked at everyone with a smile. However, except for Heavy Master and the other 2 from the same camp, the other principles masters all looked at him with fierce eyes. Especially 8-Axe Master, whose eyes were full of killing intent. How dare you snatch food from my mouth? You're courting death. 8-Axe Master growled. His aura suddenly soared, and in an instant, he charged toward Jian Wushuang like a furious beast. Wherever he passed, the air was forced back by the overwhelming killing intent. Blood Sword Master, be careful, Heavy Master shouted. Let's go. The principles masters from the other camps would not give up just like that. They charged forward one by one, but their target was no longer 8-Axe Master. It was Jian Wushuang instead. Quick, stop them. Saber Python Master growled. In an instant, he joined hands with Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master to find a way to stop the principles masters around them. With their strength, with the help of the space-time domain, more than half of the principles masters around them were successfully stopped by them. However, 3 people still broke through their obstruction, especially 8-Axe Master, who was in a rage. No one could stop him. Seeing 8-Axe Master and the other 2 principles masters who had reached the 5th realm of the void, Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly and disappeared in front of everyone. Disappeared? Damn it! Where did he go? The 2 principles masters of the 5th realm of the void looked gloomy. They scanned the surroundings with their soul power, but they could not find any trace of Jian Wushuang. As for 8-Axe Master, he also released his soul power, trying to find Jian Wushuang, but he found nothing. Can he hide his special secret skill from soul detection? 8-Axe Master's face darkened. No, it's impossible for his secret skill to hide from the cultivator's cultivation detection. The reason why I can't find him is because my soul perception is not strong enough. In that case, 8-Axe Master was stunned. He flipped his hand and took out a purple bead. Chapter 35:35, Suppression. Is that a soul golden pearl? The principles masters around them all noticed what 8-Axe Master had brought out. It's a soul golden pearl, and it's of an extremely high level. Its value is also extremely shocking, and it's equivalent to 1/3 of a low-level universe true treasure. Under normal circumstances, a soul golden pearl of this level would be used to swallow and strengthen one's soul resistance when it's attacked by the soul. Of course, after a cultivator consumes it, his soul power will soar, and his soul sensing ability will also be greatly enhanced, Heavy Master said seriously. 8-Axe Master is really generous. Purple Sound Master sighed. On the battlefield, everyone saw 8-Axe Master take out the purple pearl and swallow it without thinking. After swallowing it, his soul power and soul perception ability increased greatly. In a short time, his soul perception ability would not be weaker than an ordinary expert of the 6 void realms. With the help of the soul gold pearl, 8-Axe Master immediately found Jian Wushuang. I found him. He's there. 8-Axe Master's eyes were cold, but he appeared in an empty void. This void was also in the battlefield. It seemed empty, but 8-Axe Master knew that Jian Wushuang was hiding here. Die! 8-Axe Master shouted and swung his giant axe at lightning speed. The void was almost split open, and Jian Wushuang's figure appeared in the void and retreated rapidly. You found my position by consuming treasures. 8-Axe Master, you're quite skilled. Jian Wushuang smiled. Boy, hand over the Poluo God component, and he'll let you go. Otherwise, 8-Axe Master stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold gaze. Otherwise what? Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. 8-Axe Master, you think too highly of yourself. I just didn't want to go through so much trouble, so I used my escape art to leave. Do you really think I want dare to fight you face to face? Huh. 8-Axe Master frowned and stared at Jian Wushuang. 8-Axe Master, since you found me, I'll play with you. Jian Wushuang had already pulled out the Blood Mountain sword behind him and looked at 8-Axe Master with interest. Very good. 8-Axe Master's voice was cold, and his body suddenly rushed out. This time, Jian Wushuang did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He also went up to meet him. Just as he was about to fight with the 8-Axe Master, Jian Wushuang activated his Life Divine Power. Of course, he only activated his Life Divine Power. As for the heaven-cleaving skill, he was not in a hurry to use it. However, even though he only activated his Life Divine Power, the power that Jian Wushuang unleashed was not weaker than that of the Void 5-Realm Principles Master. In addition, the first stage of the Blood Crystal Armor magnified his advantage in basic divine power. In terms of power, he was not much weaker than 8-Axe Master. 8-Axe Master, take this. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but the Blood Mountain sword in his hand slashed out rapidly. A huge blood-red sword light with a violent aura suddenly swept out. It was the Peerless Sword Manual. Shixiang, get lost. 8-Axe Master growled in a low voice, and the huge axe in his hand swept out in a mighty and straight manner. He did not hold back in this axe attack, and he did his best. In his eyes, he was an expert at the peak of the 5th level of the Void. Yet he was facing this Principles Master who had no reputation before and whose aura was extremely ordinary. He could definitely crush him. However, the moment the axe shadow he swung out truly collided with the blood-colored sword light, the 8-Axe Master was stunned. The blood-red sword light contained an extremely violent power. When it collided with the axe shadow, it was shattered and even the giant axe in his hand was slightly changed. He staggered backward. This is a level 6 absolute art? 8-Axe Master was still a little stunned. However, Jian Wushuang had already rushed out like a ghost in front of him. Whoosh! Another sword attack. This sword attack emitted a terrifying tearing force and directly tore apart the void. It was the Peerless Sword technique, Star Dream. 8-Axe Master subconsciously raised his hand to block the sword attack, but the tearing force contained in the sword technique made him stagger again. How can this strength be so strong? 8-Axe Master was extremely surprised. However, Jian Wushuang began to perform his swordsmanship. Whoosh! 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 One after another, sword lights were displayed from Jian Wushuang's hands. Some of these swordsmanship were swift and violent, some were strange and enchanting, and some were terrifying and oppressive. Most importantly, each of these swordsmanship was extremely powerful. Every sword attack forced 8-Axe Master to defend with all his strength, but it was only a passive defense. He could not find a chance to fight back. He's too strong. His strength is no weaker than mine, and his swordsmanship is too terrifying. The Eight-Axe Master was a little terrified of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Because Jian Wushuang had fought with him many times, he had displayed many swordsmanship, and each of these swordsmanship was a 6th-level absolute art. It should be known that a 6th-level absolute art was compatible with an expert in the 6 realms of the void. Although the 5 realms of the void could create 6th-level absolute arts, like him, it was very difficult to create a 6th-level absolute art. However, Jian Wushuang had not only created a 6th-level absolute art, but he had also created more than just one sword move. Many of his sword moves had reached the 6th-level absolute art level. What he did not know was that although Jian Wushuang was not a true principles master, in terms of real strength, he was definitely not weaker than a principles master of the 6th realm of the void. Most importantly, his talent in sword principle was extremely high. Along the way, he received many incredible opportunities. For example, 600 years ago, the Heaven Ancestor, ruler-level expert, gave him a demonstration of the axe skill. The axe skill had greatly affected him. He often came into contact with experts of the 6 void realms and even fought with them. Naturally, his swordsmanship had improved greatly. Up until now, his 7 sword moves of the Wushuang Sword Manual had all reached the level of a 6th-rank absolute art. All have been elevated to the level of level 6. Under the premise that their powers were about the same, Jian Wushuang had the absolute advantage in the competition of strength and ultimate skills. Don't get cocky, kid. After being suppressed by Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship for a long time, Eight-Axe Master was finally enraged. A golden lightning suddenly flashed from his body, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His eyes turned scarlet. Are you going to use your killer move? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. It's good that I'm tired of playing. It's time to end it. Chapter 35-36. Thunderpool. Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold, and a shocking destructive will suddenly rose up. I won't stop until I die. Whoosh! The sword was instantly slashed out. The moment the sword was slashed out, the shocking destructive will also immediately rose to the extreme. The destructive will, filled with hatred and endless destruction, directly covered Eight-Axe Master. Eight-Axe Master had also displayed his strongest skill. The giant axe in his hand seemed to cover the void and oppress the whole area. However, the mighty shadow of the axe, after it collided with Jian Wushuang's sword light, which was determined to die. Clang! With a crisp sound, Eight-Axe Master's body slightly sank. The light in the axe shadow immediately dimmed, and his move was instantly disintegrated. However, this was only the beginning. After destroying his axe shadow, the astonishing sword skill with a terrifying destructive will came crushing toward his divine body again. A majestic power directly hit Eight-Axe Master's divine body. So, the Eight-Axe Master was unable to control his godly body after being struck by this power. His entire body suddenly fell downwards like a cannonball. One had to know that this place was in the Black Thunder Pool. The ground of the Black Thunder Pool was covered with black divine lightning. The power of those black divine lightning was extremely tyrannical. Ordinary principles masters would not dare to step into it. However, because of the impact of the power, Eight-Axe Master's entire body was smashed into the thunder pool below. The thunder pool instantly surged with a large amount of black divine lightning, crazily covering Eight-Axe Master like a wave. This scene caused the surrounding principles masters to be shocked. Eight-Axe Master was actually struck into the thunder pool? Is Eight-Axe Master dead? This man defeated Eight-Axe Master and hacked Eight-Axe Master into the thunder pool? The principles masters widened their eyes and looked at the thunder pool below, exclaiming in disbelief. However, Jian Wushuang ignored them. After hacking Eight-Axe Master into the thunder pool below, he withdrew his Blood Mountain sword and performed shadowless escape art. Eight-Axe Master was still in the thunder pool. As soon as Jian Wushuang performed shadowless escape art, the surrounding people did not know where he was. Naturally, they could not obstruct him. He directly passed through the battlefield. He walked out of the Black Thunder Pool. At the same time, he sent a message to Heavy Master to ask them to leave. Heavy Master, Saber Python Master, and Purple Sound Master immediately retreated. The few Principal's Masters did not stop them. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang and the others had disappeared from everyone's sight. After Jian Wushuang and the others left, the thunder pool below suddenly rumbled. Then, 8-Axe Master, who was emitting a terrifying murderous aura, struggled out of the thunder pool. The black divine thunder in the black thunder pool was powerful and posed a great threat to ordinary Principal's Masters. However, 8-Axe Master was an expert at the peak of the fifth void realm, and he was wearing armor at the level of an elementary universe supreme treasure. He could barely resist the erosion of the divine thunder. He had been trapped in the thunder pool for only a moment, so his life was not in any danger. However, he had consumed a lot of divine power. After he got out of the thunder pool, he immediately looked around with his ruthless eyes, but he did not see Jian Wushuang again. Where are they? 8-Axe Master shouted in a low voice. 8-Axe Master, the people from Star Palace, including the one who fought with you, have left, an expert of the fifth void realm said. Left? 8-Axe Master's face darkened slightly, but he could only shake his head helplessly. Jian Wushuang had already obtained the Poluo God component, and then he fought with him and defeated him. At this point, Jian Wushuang would naturally choose to leave. Moreover, even if Jian Wushuang had not left, what could he do? To snatch the Poluo God component from Jian Wushuang again? Was that possible? Jian Wushuang had already proven his strength in the battle just now. Even if he did not use the shadowless escape art to fight him head-on, he would definitely crush him. If the Poluo God component fell into the hands of such an expert, he, 8-Axe Master, was completely helpless. Do you know the name of the person just now? 8-Axe Master asked. I don't know. That person is very unfamiliar. He must have just entered the universe battlefield not long ago, so we don't know him. However, he is with Saber Python Master and Heavy Master. He is most likely from Star Palace, the expert of the 5 Void Realms said. Oh right, I heard Heavy Master call him Blood Sword Master just now. A Void 4th level Principal's Master beside him said. Blood Sword Master? 8-Axe Master's eyes narrowed slightly before he nodded. Blood Sword Master should be his title. Furthermore, his sword techniques are strange and terrifying. When he executed his sword techniques, he left behind streaks of blood-colored sword light in the void. He indeed deserves this title. 8-Axe Master, you have just fought head-on with Blood Sword Master. What do you think of his strength? Asked the Principal's Master of the 5th level of the Void Realm. There were dozens of astral worlds around the 3 universe battlefields, and there were countless forces of all sizes. There were countless great beings, and these great beings were all adventuring in the 3 battlefields. Naturally, they had to know themselves and their enemies well. For example, if an extremely powerful expert appeared in the 3 battlefields, it would not take long for everyone to know his name and information. It was because of this information, the various forces did not deliberately hide it, and most of them were willing to share it. Their encounter with Jian Wushuang this time also showed that Jian Wushuang's strength was extraordinary. However, only the 8-Axe Master, who had really fought with Jian Wushuang, knew what level Jian Wushuang's strength was at. Therefore, the surrounding Principal's Masters all wanted to know Jian Wushuang's specific battle strength level from the 8-Axe Master. They all wanted to know the level of Jian Wushuang's battle strength from the 8-Axe Master so that they could be prepared when they fought with Jian Wushuang in the future. After a moment of silence, the 8-Axe Master spoke directly. Blood Sword Master's aura alone is not very strong among Principal's Masters, but his battle strength is extremely terrifying. The power he possesses is not much weaker than mine, and has reached the peak of the 5th Void Realm. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is his unique skill, his sword skill. His swordsmanship is too terrifying. When he fought with me, I saw that among the swordsmanship that he displayed, there were at least 5 sword techniques that had reached the level of a 6th-tier ultimate art, especially that last sword technique that he displayed. If I'm not mistaken, that should already be a peak 6th-tier ultimate art. Chapter 35-37. An absolute art at the peak of level 6? The surrounding principal's masters were all shocked. If Jian Wushuang's creation of several initial level 6 absolute arts was only a surprise to them, then the creation of an absolute art at the peak of level 6 was enough to completely shock them. This was because under normal circumstances, a peak stage 6 absolute art could not be created without the battle strength of the 6th realm of the void. The power that Jian Wushuang displayed just now was only at the peak stage of the 5th realm of the void, but with this absolute art, he was probably not much weaker than an ordinary expert of the 6th realm of the void. This blood sword master swordsmanship is really terrifying, and his other methods are also very brilliant. For example, the time and space domain that he displayed just now, as well as his strange escape skill, are even more amazing. With all these methods combined, his threat to ordinary principles masters is probably no less than that of an ordinary expert of the 6th realm of the void. 8-Axe Master continued. However, the strange thing is that Blood Sword Master's offensive magic weapon doesn't seem to be very high level. It's not even a universe true treasure. If he can get an offensive magic weapon at the level of a universe true treasure, his combat power might be able to improve even further. Hearing 8-Axe Master's words, the principal's masters all secretly drew in a breath of cold air. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang was already terrifying enough. Would he not be even more terrifying if he took another step forward? 8-Axe Master, thank you for informing us. The Void 5 Realm Principal's master cupped his hands and then turned to leave with the people around him. The other Principal's masters knew that there was nothing to fight for, so they naturally left one after another. In the end, only 8-Axe Master was still standing there. Blood Sword Master, 8-Axe Master's face was solemn, but his mind was full of thoughts. I don't know why, but I always feel that he didn't use his full strength when he fought with me. Even when he used his ultimate skill at the peak of stage 6, I still feel that he didn't use his full strength. What's going on? 8-Axe Master was a little confused. In fact, his intuition was right. Although Jian Wushuang had shown many skills in the fight, his real battle strength had not been fully unleashed. He had never used the Heaven-Cleaving skill alone. Once he used the Heaven-Cleaving skill, it was equivalent to an additional portion of his willpower. His strength could crush 8-Axe Master in an instant. However, Jian Wushuang did not do that. Instead, he deliberately reserved his strength. The reason why he fought head-on with the 8-Axe Master was that Jian Wushuang wanted to use the 8-Axe Master to train his swordsmanship as much as possible. After all, he had already taught an absolute art at the peak of level 6. Although he had gained enlightenment from the Heaven Ancestor's axe and mastered the destructive will, he had created this absolute art. It meant that he had reached a new level in swordsmanship. After reaching this level, he could also improve the 7 sword moves in the Peerless Sword Manual. Although these sword moves could not reach the peak of the 6th level like the Fight to the Death, they could still be improved to the advanced level of the 6th level. Since he wanted to improve, he naturally needed to spend time and practice. The 8-Axe Master was not weak, so his battle with him was undoubtedly a form of training for Jian Wushuang. Unfortunately, the 8-Axe Master definitely did not know about this. In the void outside the Black Thunder Pool, Jian Wushuang, the Heavy Master, the Saber Python Master, and the Purple Sound Master gathered together again. However, at this moment, the Heavy Master, the Saber Python Master, and the Purple Sound Master looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of shock. After all, they had seen with their own eyes that Jian Wushuang had snatched the Poluo God component from 8-Axe Master. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had fought with 8-Axe Master head-on, and most importantly, he had crushed 8-Axe Master. 8-Axe Master was an expert at the peak of the 5th Void Realm. Moreover, he was very famous. How strong was Jian Wushuang to be able to crush such an expert head-on? Heavy, didn't you say that Blood Sword Master had just become a Principal's Master not long ago? Where did you get the news? Purple Sound Master looked at Heavy Master with some resentment. Just broke through? Are you kidding me? Blood Sword Master's strength is not much weaker than an expert at the 6th Void Realm. How could he have just broken through? Saber Python Master said directly. Heavy Master was at a loss for words. 600 years ago, he had indeed seen that Jian Wushuang was only at the Immortal Saint realm, But the battle strength that Jin Wushuang displayed today, it was definitely not something that a person who had just broken through to become a principal's master could possess. Is it really as Marquis Duanyu said, that when Heavenly Sword Marquis was at the Immortal Saint realm, his strength was no less than mine? Heavy Master muttered in his heart. Jin Wushuang, who was standing next to the three of them, saw this scene and smiled. There's no point in talking about these things. All I need to do is get my hands on the Paluo God component. Yes. The Heavy Master nodded, but he was sure that he was looking at Jin Wushuang in a completely different way now. In this world, no matter where they went, the experts would always be respected. These cultivators also respected the experts in their hearts. Previously, although the Heavy Master no longer looked down on Jin Wushuang, and his relationship with Jin Wushuang had eased, it was mainly because of Jin Wushuang's life-saving means, and because Jin Wushuang had saved him. Moreover, he was able to escape from the hands of God Fei safely. It could be said that the Heavy Master had only been grateful to Jin Wushuang before, but he did not have any respect for him. However, it was different now. The Heavy Master was completely in awe of Jin Wushuang now because he knew that Jin Wushuang was much stronger than him. It was not only him, but also Saber Python Master and Purple Sound Master. Blood Sword Master, congratulations. That Paluo God component is a good thing. Saber Python Master sighed softly. It is indeed a good item. However, the Paluo God component was obtained by the four of us together. Although I put in a little more effort, I can't monopolize it. So, let's discuss how to distribute it, Jin Wushuang said. Upon hearing Jin Wushuang's words, Saber Python Master, Heavy Master, and Purple Sound Master were delighted. Of course, they were full of desire for the Paluo God parts. However, because of Jin Wushuang's strength, and because of his overwhelming strength, they had obtained the Paluo God parts in this competition. Therefore, if Jin Wushuang did not mention the distribution, they would definitely not mention it. But now that Jin Wushuang had taken the initiative to ask for it, they naturally wanted to share it. After all, they had contributed. Chapter 35-38, Distribution, Blood Sword Master. Our Star Palace actually has some rules about the distribution of treasures, Heavy Master said. Oh, tell me about it. Jin Wushuang looked at him. First of all, the first expert who finds a true treasure and sends the news must take a share. Under normal circumstances, the first one to find a true treasure can take 10 to 20% of the share. Secondly, during the treasure competition, the rest of the share will be distributed according to each person's contribution, Heavy Master said. And this time, Saber Python Master was the first to see the Paluo God parts, and he passed the news to us. Only then could we rush over in time to fight for them. Saber Python Master would definitely get a share. In addition, during the fight, Saber Python Master had more or less put in some effort, so it shouldn't be too much to get a 20% share. As for Purple Sound Master and I, we only gave those cultivators some hindrance during the fight. The others basically didn't do anything. In the end, it was almost all thanks to you, Blood Sword Master, that we were able to get the Paluo God parts. Therefore, it's already pretty good that Purple Sound Master and I can get a 10% share together. The remaining 70% will all go to you, Blood Sword Master. Blood Sword Master, Saber Python Master, what do you think of the distribution? Heavy Master knew his own limits. He and Purple Sound Master did not put in much effort in this competition. They would be satisfied if they could get 10% of the shares. I don't have any objections. After all, I didn't put in much effort in the competition. I only found the Paluo God component and passed the news to you. It's already a lot to get 20% of the shares. Blood Sword Master, what do you think? Saber Python Master looked at Jin Wushuang. In fact, the distribution was just their wishful thinking. They mainly had to see if Jin Wushuang would accept the distribution. If Jin Wushuang did not accept it, of course, they would make some concessions. However, Jin Wushuang gave a forthright smile and said, as long as the three of you are satisfied, of course I won't have any objections. Well, it's settled then. Saber Python Master smiled. Blood Sword Master, you can send a message to Axe 1 Master. He controls the true treasure vault of our Star Palace. The experts of our star palace need his permission to exchange for treasures in the true treasure vault. At the same time, if we get any treasures, we can go to the true treasure vault and exchange them for contribution points. The Paluo God parts are useless to us. In the end, we must exchange them for contribution points. Ask him how many contribution points he will exchange for the Paluo God parts, and then we will distribute them according to our respective shares, Heavy Master said. Okay, I'll ask him now. Jin Wushuang did not hesitate and immediately sent a message to Axe One Master. My young friend, you said you got the Paluo God parts? Axe One Master could not help being surprised when he received Jin Wushuang's message. After all, the Paluo God component was quite famous in the universe battlefield, and its value was extremely precious. Jin Wushuang had obtained a Paluo God component not long after he set off for Devil Smoke Valley. It was truly a rare stroke of luck. Axe One Master, this Paluo God component was obtained by me, Saber Python Master, and Heavy Master together. Now, I want to ask how many contribution points this Paluo God component can be exchanged for in the true treasure vault, so that we can share it, Jin Wushuang said. Well, Axe One Master pondered for a moment, then he said, although there have been a lot of Paluo God parts in the universe, not many of them have been spread in the universe battlefield. There are also people who are eager to get a Paluo God part. As far as I know, 2 of them have obtained 2 Paluo God parts and are eager to get a third one. Their prices are also very high, so the Paluo God part is naturally very valuable. If you want to exchange it for contribution points, you can get 350 contribution points. 350 contribution points? Jin Wushuang nodded slightly and cut off the communication. Bloodsword Master, what do you think? The Heavy Master and the Saber Python Master looked at Jin Wushuang eagerly, especially the Saber Python Master. After all, he could get 20% of the total contribution points. In his opinion, 20% should be a significant amount of contribution points. Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution points given by Axe One Master are 350 points, Jin Wushuang said. 350 points? Upon hearing this number, Saber Python Master and Heavy Master were stunned at first, but then they were overjoyed. Haha, I knew it. The value of the Paluo God parts is very shocking. It must be higher than the value of an ordinary advanced universe true treasure. Now it seems that it is true. Saber Python Master laughed loudly. 350 contribution points. That's close to the value of an advanced universe true treasure armor. Haha, we really made a profit this time, Heavy Master said with a laugh. Jin Wushuang had a strange look on his face. After all, he had never been to the Star Palace True Treasure Vault, so he had no idea about these contribution points. He had thought that 350 contribution points was not a big number, however. Judging from the expressions of Saber Python Master and Heavy Master, the contribution points should be quite a lot. Gentlemen, are 350 contribution points a lot? Jin Wushuang asked. Yes, of course. Saber Python Master nodded. Bloodsword Master, let me put it this way. In the Star Palace's True Treasure Vault, ordinary offensive magic weapons at the level of Elementary Universe True Treasures can only be exchanged for 10 contribution points, while offensive magic weapons at the level of Advanced Universe True Treasures can only be exchanged for 100 contribution points. As for the Paluo God parts, they are directly exchanged for 350 contribution points, which is equivalent to the price of 3.5 Advanced Universe True Treasures. That's right. Purple Sound Master and I can only get 10% of the total, but that's still 35 contribution points, which is equivalent to 3.5 low-level Universe True Treasure attack weapons. I exchanged my True Treasure armor for Purple Sound Master, and that True Treasure armor was only worth 42 contribution points. This time, Purple Sound and I came to Devil Smoke Valley to find a way to get more contribution points to exchange for the True Treasure armor, and now, almost all of them have returned. The point is, I didn't take any risks when I got these contribution points, Heavy Master said with a laugh. His face was full of surprise and joy. Purple Sound Master, who was beside him, was also smiling. Chapter 35-39 Adventuring alone this time, Heavy Master and Purple Sound Master had come out to explore together. They had come out to find a way to get enough contribution points, and then they would exchange Heavy Master's true treasure armor back. But now, the 10% share of this Poluo God component had almost all been returned. As for the Saber Python Master, he was even happier. He had received 20% of the share, which was 70 contribution points, which was a huge fortune for the Saber Python Master. Of course, they could not compare with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang alone could receive 70% of the share, which was 245 contribution points, which was more than 2 Advanced Universe Supreme Treasures. The Poluo God part is in my hands now, but I don't have any contribution points. I can only give you the contribution points when I return to the Star Palace and go to the Supreme Treasure Vault to exchange for it. But the problem is that I just came out of the Star Palace and don't want to go back immediately, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. That's okay. Purple Sound Master, and I just came out of the Star Palace and didn't expect to go back so soon. You can give us the contribution points later when you return to the Star Palace. What about you, Saber Python Master? Heavy Master looked at Saber Python Master. They'll return to Star Palace soon, but am not in a hurry for the contribution points. I can wait in Star Palace for a while, but how long do you plan to stay in Devil Smoke Valley? Saber Python Master asked. I think he'll stay in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley for now. After a while, they'll go to the core area of Devil Smoke Valley. They'll definitely go back to Star Palace before entering the core area, Jian Wushuang said. Blood Sword Master, are you going to explore the core area of Devil Smoke Valley? Heavy Master looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise, but he immediately understood. That's right. With your strength, you can go there. However, there are many experts in the core area of Devil Smoke Valley, which is much more dangerous than the outer area. You have to be careful. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled. In that case, they'll go back to Star Palace and wait for 100 or 200 years. When you return to Star Palace, you can send me a message, Blood Sword Master, Saber Python Master said. No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded. Since it's a deal, let's part ways again. Goodbye, both of you, Heavy Master said, and then left with Purple Sound Master. Saber Python Master cupped his hands at Jian Wushuang and turned to leave. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked around calmly. Devil Smoke Valley, one of the 3 battlefields, not only contains countless opportunities and precious treasures like the Poluo God parts, but also countless experts from the surrounding star worlds. Although the experts in the outer area are not as good as those in the core area, they are enough to practice swordsmanship. My goal in Devil Smoke Valley is to reach a very deep area, the special place that the Shui Bei Master discovered. However, there are too many unknowns, and it's too dangerous. Therefore, before venturing into that special place, I must improve my strength to the peak that I can temporarily reach. Naturally, I must improve my swordsmanship first. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. He already had a detailed plan in his heart. He would stay in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley first, not only to familiarize himself with the illusion in the battlefield, but also to hone his swordsmanship. After he had completely improved his swordsmanship and reached a new level of strength, he would set off for the core area of Devil Smoke Valley until he went to the special land discovered by Shui Bei. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately flew to the side. Half a day later, 2 figures were flying side by side in the void outside Devil Smoke Valley. One of them was a white-haired skinny elder, and the other was a chubby bald youth. They walked together with a relaxed expression. It was normal. After all, they were both principles masters in the 5th realm of the void and had extraordinary life-saving skills. If they worked together and did not encounter a madman like God Fei Master in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley, or they were seeking death by intruding into dangerous places, otherwise, no one would be able to threaten them. However, halfway through, a figure suddenly blocked their way. The person who stood in their way was Jian Wushuang. Who are you? The white-haired skinny elder stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. Blood Sword, Jian Wushuang answered. Blood Sword? The white-haired skinny elder and the fat bald youth immediately recalled the information they had read about the experts, but they found that there was no Blood Sword Master. Blood Sword, you must be an expert who has just appeared, right? The chubby bald young man smiled. Do you know who we are? Of course I do. Master Yun and the Chubby Master are from the ancient Yuan star world. You two have always been famous in the universe battlefield, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. You know our names, but you still dare to stand in front of us. Boy, you have guts. The chubby bald young master flipped his hand, took out a fruit, and took a bite. He looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. It's because I know your names that I came here. If it were a weaker principal's master, I wouldn't be interested. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, Let's cut the crap. Let's fight. Thanks. It seems that you really don't care about us. The chubby master praised. He had casually thrown away the fruit in his hand. He knows their strength, but he still dares to come to us. He must have something to rely on. Fifth brother, don't be careless. Let's attack together. Master Yun said. Okay. The chubby master nodded. The next moment, the two attacked at the same time. Jian Wushuang immediately drew his blood mountain sword and went up to meet them. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Jian Wushuang fought against two masters at the same time, relying on his swordsmanship to fight against Master Yun and the chubby master. The battle was extremely fierce, but it did not last long. Soon, Jian Wushuang chose to retreat. Thank you for your guidance. Goodbye. Jian Wushuang said goodbye and turned to leave. Master Yun and the chubby master had no intention of keeping Jian Wushuang. Chapter 3540. The name Blood Sword. What was the Blood Sword Master's intentions? The chubby master took out another fruit and ate it while watching Jian Wushuang leave. I don't know. Although he came to us, it seems that he doesn't really want to be our enemy. After fighting with us, he just left. If I'm not mistaken, he just wants to fight with us, Master Yun said. Purely to have a battle with us? Could it be another battle maniac? Chubby Master sighed. The three universe battlefields had gathered dozens of experts from the astral worlds around them. There were simply too many of them. And with so many experts, their temperaments were naturally different. Among them, there were some who liked to kill, like God Fei Master. They almost killed anyone they saw, but at the same time, there were also some who liked to challenge others. They would take the initiative to fight with others to improve their strength. These crazy killers only pursued fierce battles, but they did not pursue killing. They were completely different from God Fei Master. In the eyes of Master Yun and the chubby master, Jian Wushuang was the second kind of crazy killer. It's better to meet a crazy killer than a crazy killer. Blood Sword Master is very strong. If he really kills us, we might not be his match, the chubby master said. Two, maybe. Master Yun nodded slightly. The two chatted for a while and then continued to move forward. From this day on, Jian Wushuang had indeed become a battle maniac. He roamed the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley, looking for experts everywhere, and then took the initiative to fight with them. The opponents he found were usually experts of the Fifth Void Realm with some strength. Of course, he would not miss the chance to meet experts above the peak of the Fifth Void Realm. But no matter who he fought with, he was almost evenly matched. He did not have any advantage in a fight. He did not have any advantage in a fight with an ordinary expert of the Fifth Void Realm, but he did not have any disadvantage either. However, he was the same when he fought an expert at the peak of the Fifth Void Realm. The reason for this was that Jian Wushuang had deliberately reserved his strength from the beginning to the end. When he fought with these experts, he would try his best to control the power of his divine power, and then try his best to hone his swordsmanship. He would rely on himself to gain an advantage. For example, when he fought with an ordinary expert of the Fifth Void Realm, Jian Wushuang basically did not even activate his life divine power. He would rely on his own will and the power of his basic divine power, which was equivalent to the power of the peak of the Fourth Void Realm. Then he would rely on his swordsmanship to fight fiercely with his opponent. No matter who he fought with, he would always control his power to be weaker than his opponent, and then try to maximize his advantage in swordsmanship. In this way, he could better hone his swordsmanship. Of course, his unbridled challenge naturally attracted the attention of all the great beings in the surrounding astral world. The name of Blood Sword Master gradually began to spread in the universe battlefield. Not long after, Everyone who was adventuring in the universe battlefield knew of the existence of Blood Swordmaster, and this Blood Swordmaster was a madman who loved to fight. Recently, he had been crazily challenging experts from all over the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley. As for the strength of Blood Swordmaster, experts from all over the universe were unable to accurately gauge Jian Wushuang's strength. This was because all the experts who fought with him were basically evenly matched. They only knew that his swordsmanship was extremely good. However, Blood Swordmaster had defeated 8 Axe Master in the fight for the Poluo God parts. Therefore, the Star World's definition of Jian Wushuang's strength was that he was a Principles Master at the peak of the 5 Void Realms. At the same time, he was very close to the level of the 6 Void Realms. As for his challenges in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley, anyone could see that he must have used these battles to hone his strength. Star Palace, in the secret pavilion. Recently, the Blood Swordmaster who has been wandering in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley seems to be quite famous, Marquis Duanyu said. It's like this. Moreover, I heard that this Blood Swordmaster is from our Star Palace, but when did our Star Palace have a Blood Swordmaster? 7 Emotions Master looked puzzled. When Axe 1 Master heard this, he smiled. Blood Swordmaster is indeed an expert from our Star Palace. He is the heavenly sword Marquis that Marquis Duanyu brought back from the divine beginning realm. It's just that when he roamed Devil Smoke Valley, he deliberately used the alias Blood Sword. It's him? 7 Emotions Master had a strange expression. If I remember correctly, this heavenly Marquis sword should still be an immortal saint. He hasn't broken through to the Principles Master, right? He hasn't broken through. Axe 1 Master nodded. I've told you before that the heavenly sword Marquis isn't weak. Even if he ventured into Devil Smoke Valley alone, you don't have to worry. You didn't believe it, but now, you believe it, right? A mere immortal saint actually defeated 8 Axe Master and seized Poluo God's component. Moreover, he made such a name for himself in Devil Smoke Valley. This is a little too terrifying. 7 Emotions Master couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh right. Why did he crazily challenge all the experts in Devil Smoke Valley during this period of time? I've asked him about this before. He said that he was honing his sword techniques." Axe 1 Master smiled, "Oh right. Only a few of us know that Blood Sword Master is the immortal saint. Please don't leak this out." Of course, we're not stupid enough to leak this out. However, if he encounters an extremely powerful ruler-level expert while adventuring in Devil Smoke Valley, you'll be able to see through his level of strength. When that time comes, he'll definitely leak it out, and it'll definitely cause a sensation. 7 Emotions Master said. We'll talk about it later, but for now, just keep it a secret, Axe 1 Master said. The surrounding people also nodded. As time passed, Jian Wushuang continued to wander around the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley, challenging experts from all over the place and honing his swordsmanship at the same time. In a flash, 50 years had passed. Outside Devil Smoke Valley, there was a vast black land. Wang, a faint aura of a true treasure surrounded it. In the center of this land, a long spear surrounded by a faint purple godly thunder slowly rose from the ground. This long spear, however, judging from its aura, was clearly a universe true treasure. Even though it was only a low-level universe true treasure, after it was born, there were still many great beings attracted to it. Right now, there were no less than 10 great beings standing around the long spear. Among them, there were 2 great beings at the 5th level of the Void Realm. They were all waiting for the long spear to be born completely, and then they would start fighting for it. Chapter 3541. Master Dragonhawk Hong. Suddenly, an aura fluctuated, and the black spear that everyone was staring at finally rose up from the ground. The moment the spear rose up, the surrounding Principles Masters instantly moved. One by one, figures rushed down at the fastest speed. Everyone wanted to rush to the front of the spear and put it into their interspatial rings. But right at this moment, a layer of space-time principles energy suddenly spread out. As soon as this layer of space-time principles energy appeared, it instantly covered the entire void. In the blink of an eye, it formed a massive space-time domain. The numerous principal's masters who had rushed toward the spear at the first moment also immediately fell into this space-time domain, their speed drastically decreasing. What's going on? A space-time treasure? What a powerful space-time domain. My speed has been suppressed by so much? These principal's masters were all secretly shocked. After the space-time domain appeared and suppressed the speed of all the principal's masters present, a figure appeared in front of the black long spear. With a simple wave of his hand, he put the black spear into his interspatial ring. After that, he slowly turned around. What a strange escape art. We didn't notice that someone was beside us. This person is Blood Swordmaster. It's him. It's rumored that he has a space-time domain and an extremely strange escape art that can hide from the soul detection of cultivators. It seems that it's true. The surrounding principal's masters had already recognized Jian Wushuang. However, after knowing that the long spear had fallen into Jian Wushuang's hands, the principal's masters immediately gave up the idea of fighting for it. In the past 50 years, Jian Wushuang had roamed the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley and constantly challenged experts from all over the place. This challenge had made him extremely famous. Among the experts he had challenged, there were at least 10 experts at the peak of the Fifth Void Realm. However, after the fierce battle with Jian Wushuang, these experts all admitted that Jian Wushuang had not displayed his strongest strength. During the time he had fought with them, he had not displayed his strongest strength. Even so, Jian Wushuang could still slightly suppress them. This led to the judgment that Jian Wushuang should be able to fight against experts of the 6 Void Realms. Such an expert had a strong life-saving ability. If the long spear fell into his hands, who would be qualified to fight for it with the surrounding principal's masters? Moreover, the long spear was only an elementary universe supreme treasure. It would be unwise to snatch it from Blood Sword Master for such a supreme treasure. Everyone, I'm sorry to have made you wait in vain. Jian Wushuang smiled and looked around at the principal's masters. Blood Sword Master, you're too kind. If we had known you were here, we would have left long ago. Everyone knows that you, Blood Sword Master, have a powerful space-time domain, and your speed and movement techniques are very strange. It's simply asking for trouble to snatch the treasure from you. A purple-haired man said with a smile. Yes, with you here, Blood Sword Master, how can we compete for the treasure? Another man also smiled. Jian Wushuang also smiled. He could see that the principal's masters present were very good to him. After all, in the 50 years he had been wandering in Devil Smoke Valley, although he had challenged countless experts, Jian Wushuang had never killed any of them. Regardless of whether they were strong or weak, in the fierce battle, he had even made friends with many experts. Among them, there were experts from various star worlds and forces. In addition, Jian Wushuang was very strong, which made people respect him. Naturally, the principal's masters treated him better. Blood Sword Master, you've already got the long spear. You don't want us to stay and fight you one by one, do you? The stronger expert of the 5 Void Realms among the principal's masters said, That's not necessary. If you want to leave, you can leave now. But Master Dragonhawk is an exception. Jian Wushuang's eyes locked on one of the principal's masters in the crowd. Me? Master Dragonhawk, who was wearing cyan armor and had eagle-like eyes, looked surprised, but then he smiled and said, Blood Sword Master, are you going to spar with me? Yes, it's you. Jian Wushuang nodded. His eyes looked calm, but there was a hidden killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Master Dragonhawk did not notice this killing intent. The surrounding principal's masters also looked at each other with strange expressions. There were no less than 10 principal's masters present. Master Dragonhawk's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th realm. Among these principal's masters, he was definitely not the best and was stronger than him. Obviously, there were 2 experts of the 5th realm of the void. Generally, experts who like to fight would definitely challenge the experts. Why would they challenge the weaker ones? Therefore, they initially thought that Jian Wushuang would only challenge 2 experts of the 5th realm of the void. They did not expect that Jian Wushuang would challenge Master Dragonhawk. Although it was strange, they did not pay much attention to Jian Wushuang as he had never killed anyone in the past 50 years. Master Dragonhawk still greeted them with a smile. It's rare for Blood Sword Master to think highly of me. I, Dragonhawk, will have to risk my life to accompany you. Master Dragonhawk, show me your strongest strength. Jin Wushuang's expression was cold as the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Be careful. Master Dragonhawk reminded him as a hook-type magic weapon appeared in his hand. His body swayed slightly and appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. The hook also strangely bypassed the special curve. It went straight for Jin Wushuang's throat. The moment Master Dragonhawk made his move, Jin Wushuang's expression turned completely cold as he activated the life divine power in his body. During the past 50 years, when he sparred with others, even if he needed an ordinary expert of the Void 5 realms, he would not easily activate the life divine power in the beginning. Master Dragonhawk was only at the peak of the Void 4 realms, but Jin Wushuang had already used the life divine power in the beginning. Not only that, his power had also reached its peak at this moment. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand, with an unprecedented violent aura, drew a beautiful blood-red mark in the void and suddenly slashed out furiously. Peerless Sword Manual, Shi Xiang. Boom. The sword light swept out with earth-shaking power. In addition to the heaven-splitting skill, Jin Wushuang had already used his strongest power and strength. Chapter 3542. Killing Move. This move. The moment Master Dragonhawk saw Jin Wushuang's move, he could feel the extraordinary power contained in the move. However, he was the first to make a move, and his power had been pushed to the limit. At this time, he could not avoid the fight at all. He could only brace himself and meet Jin Wushuang head-on. As a result, the collision, clang. The hook in Master Dragonhawk's hand was smashed and changed direction. It was almost thrown away, but the brilliant blood-red sword light was not affected at all. It continued to chop at Master Dragonhawk's divine body. Master Dragonhawk also had an elementary universe true treasure armor on his body. It immediately reduced the power by more than half, but the rest of the power was transferred to his body, causing him to be severely injured. Almost 40% of his divine power was instantly destroyed. Buzz. Master Dragonhawk retreated rapidly. On the way, everyone could see that his aura had been greatly weakened. Blood Sword Master. After he stabilized himself, Master Dragonhawk revealed a look of shock and anger. Master Dragonhawk, I forgot to tell you that the battle between us today will determine the victor, as well as life and death, Jin Wushuang said leisurely. Life and death? Master Dragonhawk was stunned. Blood Sword Master is going to kill Master Dragonhawk? The surrounding principal's masters were also astonished. In the 50 years that Jin Wushuang had been wandering in the Ou Thankserts of Devil Smoke Valley, he had never killed anyone among the experts he had challenged. But today, he was going to kill Master Dragonhawk. Run! Master Dragon Eagle did not hesitate. He immediately fled when he saw that Jin Wushuang was going to kill him. He did not dare to stay any longer. Jin Wushuang's sword attack had scared him. The power of that sword attack was so strong that it was no less than that of an ordinary expert of the 6 realms of the void. He had the armor of an elementary universe supreme treasure, but almost 40% of his divine power had been destroyed in an instant. If he were to receive a few more strikes, he would definitely die. Do you think you can escape? Jin Wushuang smiled coldly. His space-time domain instantly covered Master Dragonhawk, and he disappeared into the void at once. The space-time domain suppressed Master Dragonhawk, causing his speed to drop drastically. Jin Wushuang, on the other hand, used his shadowless escape art, and his speed was extremely fast. He easily caught up with Master Dragonhawk. Master Dragonhawk, die! Jin Wushuang shouted and slashed his Blood Mountain sword at Master Dragonhawk. Why, Blood Sword Master, why do you want to kill me? Master Dragonhawk roared crazily. He did not understand why Jin Wushuang wanted to kill him when he had never killed anyone before. He had never had any contact with Blood Sword Master before? Was it because of Star Palace? However, there was a certain conflict between his camp and the highest level of Star Palace. Most of the experts under Star Palace came from the surrounding star worlds, so they did not get involved in the conflict between Star Palace and the highest level of his camp. Most of them did not get involved. In that case, what was the reason? Master Dragonhawk, do you want to know why I want to kill you? Jian Wushuang looked down at Master Dragonhawk with a cold gaze. At this moment, Master Dragonhawk's aura was extremely weak, and he had less than 10% of his divine power left. There was no chance for him to survive in Jian Wushuang's hands. When he heard Jian Wushuang's words, he immediately raised his head. He was eager for Jian Wushuang to give him an answer. However, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and said, "You want to know the answer? Unfortunately, I won't tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang attacked again. He cut off the head of Master Dragonhawk and killed him. After the death of Master Dragonhawk, his supreme treasure armor, his long hook, and his interspatial ring naturally fell into Jian Wushuang's hands. After killing Master Dragonhawk easily, Jian Wushuang looked at the surrounding Principal's Masters. The Principal's Masters were not as relaxed as before when they saw Jian Wushuang's eyes. On the contrary, they were all vigilant. They did not know whether Jian Wushuang was purely looking for trouble with Master Dragonhawk or whether he would continue to target them after killing him. Jian Wushuang naturally saw through their thoughts and smiled. "Don't worry, the person I'm looking for is only Master Dragonhawk. I want to kill him because of the sacred island behind him. He'll kill anyone who comes from the sacred island. As for experts from other astral worlds or forces, I don't have any enmity with them." Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the surrounding Principal's Masters heaved a sigh of relief. "Farewell, everyone." Jian Wushuang turned around and left. Seeing Jian Wushuang leave, the Principal's Masters were relieved. "Fortunately, Blood Swordmaster is friendly to us," a Principal's Master said. "Blood Swordmaster has always been friendly to us. As for Master Dragonhawk, it seems that Blood Swordmaster killed him because of the sacred island behind him. I just don't know what grudge Blood Swordmaster has with the sacred island. The sacred island is just an insignificant small force in this universe territory. This force itself seems to be the overlord of the absolute beginning star world, the three great sacred territories. However, the absolute beginning star world has something special compared to the other star worlds. Although the three great sacred territories are the overlords of the absolute beginning star world, they don't have a ruler-level expert guarding them. Because there is no ruler-level expert guarding them, the sacred island doesn't have much presence in this territory. In addition, I heard that there are some grudges between the highest level of the Star Palace and the Sacred Island. It's very likely that Blood Sword Master killed the people of the Sacred Island because of this. The Principal's Masters all started to discuss. Whether it was the Star Palace or the Sacred Island, they were both one of the powers in this universe. Even though the Sacred Island was weaker and had a lower sense of existence, these experts from the various astral worlds still knew about it. They also knew that there were some grudges between Sacred Island and the highest level of Star Palace, so they had all made guesses. No matter what grudges there are between Star Palace and Sacred Island, or between Blood Sword Master and Sacred Island, it has nothing to do with us. We can only not take the initiative to provoke this Blood Sword Master. That's true. However, Blood Sword Master's power is indeed tyrannical. That Master Dragonhawk is, after all, a great being at the pinnacle of the fourth level of the Void Realm, and he has a universe true treasure armor to protect his body. Yet, he was easily killed by Blood Sword Master, and he didn't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Thanks, that's true. These Principal's Masters left one after another amidst the admiration. Chapter 3543. Absolute Shadow. Master Dragonhawk is indeed an expert at the peak of the fourth Void Realm. He is quite wealthy. Jian Wushuang was flying alone in the void outside Devil Smoke Valley, with a faint smile on his face. After killing Master Dragonhawk, he had already checked his interspatial ring. Apart from Master Dragonhawk's elementary universe true treasure armor and the hook, which was also at the elementary universe true treasure level, Master Dragonhawk's interspatial ring also had an offensive universe true treasure. In other words, Master Dragonhawk had 3 universe true treasures. Although they were only at the elementary level, they were indeed very valuable. If I exchange these 3 universe true treasures in the Star Palace's true treasure vault, the 2 elementary offensive true treasures can be exchanged for 20 contribution points, and the true treasure armor can be exchanged for 40 contribution points. In total, it's 60 contribution points, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Now I finally understand why God Fei Master loves killing so much. God Fei Master was a crazy person who killed everyone in Devil Smoke Valley. He seemed crazy, but in fact, he benefited a lot from such wanton killing. After all, the experts who dared to venture into the universe battlefield were not weak, and most of them had 1 or 2 universe true treasures. At the very least, they had to have 1 universe true treasure for attacking. Every time God Fei Master killed someone, he would get all of their wealth. After killing one great being after another, God Fei Master would naturally accumulate a lot of true treasures, and his wealth would become richer. Of course, there were disadvantages to doing so. Firstly, he would become the public enemy of all the forces, and many great beings would try to kill him. Second, he would kill and collect true treasures like this. Because he had killed too many, when he got too many true treasures, he might be targeted by some top-tier great beings, and he might even attract a ruler-level great being. Although a ruler-level great being rarely lowered his status to deal with a principal's master, if this principal's master had too many true treasures and too much wealth, even a ruler would be envious. I got 3 elementary universe true treasures from Master Dragonhawk, and in the past 50 years, I've encountered a few true treasures. I also got 2 attack-type elementary universe true treasures from them, and I also got the Poluo God parts from the beginning. If I exchange them all for contribution points in the true treasure vault, it should be quite a large amount. It should be enough for me to exchange for some things, Jian Wushuang muttered. Over the past 50 years, Jian Wushuang had challenged experts from all over the world. His swordsmanship had improved a lot over the years. Up until now, most of his swordsmanship had improved. Reaching the level of a 6th level advanced absolute art was already his goal. Now, he did not need to continue the wanton challenge. Instead, he was ready to explore the core area of Devil Smoke Valley. He'll go back to the Star Palace in exchange for contribution points. Then he'll exchange for some suitable true treasures, and then he'll explore the core area. Jian Wushuang made up his mind and immediately headed to the Star Palace. Of course, when he decided to return to the Star Palace, he sent a message to Saber Python Master and Heavy Master. In the Star Palace, Jian Wushuang first went to the True Treasure Vault and exchanged all the treasures he had acquired over the years for contribution points. Among them, the Poluo God parts were exchanged for 350 contribution points. The True Treasure Armor of Master Dragonhawk was exchanged for 40 contribution points, and the other 4 offensive universe true treasures were also exchanged for 40 contribution points, a total of 430 contribution points. However, Jian Wushuang had to return the contribution points of the Blood Crystal Armor first. As the Blood Crystal Armor was the best among the elementary universe true treasure armors, the exchange price was 55 contribution points. After subtracting it, Jian Wushuang actually only got 375 contribution points. Then, Jian Wushuang went to see Heavy Master and Saber Python Master. Heavy Master, Saber Python Master, these are your contribution points. Jian Wushuang gave them the share that belonged to Heavy Master and Saber Python Master. Blood Sword Master, I heard that you've made a name for yourself in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley over the years? Saber Python Master looked at Jian Wushuang. More than that, not long ago, I heard that Master Dragonhawk of Sacred Island was killed by Blood Sword Master on the spot, Heavy Master said. Is that so? Saber Python Master's eyes lit up. Gentlemen, I still have something to do, so we'll take my leave first. Jian Wushuang laughed and left. Then he returned to the true treasure trove. Although many experts in Star Palace had accumulated true treasures over a long period of time, in fact, there were not many true treasures in Star Palace's true treasure trove during this period. This was very normal. Although the 3 battlefields were full of opportunities and many true treasures, there were too many experts who were adventuring in the 3 battlefields. Compared to all the experts who were adventuring in the 3 battlefields, the Star Palace could be said to be insignificant, so naturally, they would not get too many true treasures. Moreover, Many true treasures had long been exchanged by the Star Palace experts with contribution points. After giving the contribution points to Saber Python Master and Heavy Master, Jin Wushuang still had 270 contribution points left, which was a relatively large number. With these contribution points, Jin Wushuang was quite confident. Then, he began to check the list of true treasures. There were only more than 100 true treasures on the list. In just a moment, Jin Wushuang had finished reading them all. After reading them, Jin Wushuang began to hesitate. He saw 2 true treasures on the list. The first one was a flying-type elementary universe true treasure. It was a pair of wings, just like the flying-type true treasure of God Fei Master. Although it was only at the elementary universe true treasure level, it cost 110 contribution points to exchange for it. Its value was no less than that of an ordinary advanced universe true treasure. The other true treasure was the offensive magic weapon of an advanced universe true treasure, the Absolute Shadow Sword. The Absolute Shadow Sword was extremely powerful. It was a top-tier offensive true treasure in the advanced universe, so its value was more than twice that of an ordinary offensive true treasure in the advanced universe. It cost 250 contribution points to exchange for it. However, Jin Wushuang only had 270 contribution points, so it was impossible for him to exchange for both of them. That was why he hesitated. Should he exchange for a flying-type true treasure and an ordinary attack treasure in the advanced universe? Or should he use almost all of his contribution points to exchange for the Absolute Shadow Sword? After hesitating for a while, Jin Wushuang finally made a decision. A flying-type universe true treasure can greatly increase my speed and make my ability to chase and kill stronger than my ability to escape. But in fact, my life-saving ability is extremely good. This flying-type universe true treasure won't help me much. It's more worth it to exchange for the Absolute Shadow Sword. Chapter 3544 appeared 3 times. As Jin Wushuang had said, the flight-type true treasure had improved his life-saving ability and pursuit ability, but the improvement was limited. The key point was that his life-saving ability was very strong. Even if the ruler personally attacked him, he might not be able to kill him. As for his pursuit ability, in the Great Universe battlefield, he had a grudge with the Sacred Island. However, the Sacred Island was a small force without a ruler-level expert. There were not many experts in the universe battlefield. It was rare to meet them on a normal day. Naturally, he did not need to deliberately pursue anyone. Compared to the flight-type true treasure, the Absolute Shadow Sword was obviously more useful to him. With his current strength, after activating the Life Divine Power and the first level of the Blood Crystal Armor, his battle strength was at the peak of the 5 Void Realms. Combined with the swordsmanship he created, if he could have another powerful attack supreme treasure, he would be able to compete with ordinary experts of the 6 Void Realms. The Absolute Shadow Sword had such a great improvement for Jin Wushuang. With my strength, if I can use the Absolute Shadow Sword, the power of my swordsmanship will not be weaker than that of an ordinary expert of the 6 Void Realms. Once I use the Heaven-Cleaving skill, I can easily crush an ordinary expert of the 6 Void Realms, Jin Wushuang muttered. He immediately exchanged for the Absolute Shadow Sword with 250 contribution points. After the exchange, Axe One Master personally handed the sword to him. Is this the Shadow Sword? Jin Wushuang looked at the purple sword in front of him, which was emitting a faint cold light. The purple sword was about the same length as the Blood Mountain sword, but its body was thinner and its blade sharper. It floated in the air and emitted a suffocating, cold aura, which made people fear it. The name of the sword was Absolute Shadow, so it was a divine sword that focused more on killing and cutting. My young friend, please recognize me as your master, Axe One Master said. Jin Wushuang nodded and immediately dropped a drop of his blood essence into the Absolute Shadow Sword. Soon, the sword recognized him as its master and refined it. After that, Jin Wushuang finally grasped the divine sword. This sword is so cold. Jin Wushuang held the sword tightly in his right hand, but he could feel the extreme coldness from it. It was so cold that it was suffocating. Unfortunately, I'm in the Star Palace now. so I can't find a suitable opponent to test the power of this sword. I can only find a suitable opponent to test it when I go to the core area of Devil Smoke Valley later. Jin Wushuang smiled. He had obtained the Absolute Shadow Sword. As for the Blood Mountain sword that Jin Wushuang had used before, it was refined by his master Xian Yi. Jin Wushuang had used it from his previous life until this one, so they had a deep relationship. Even now that he had the more powerful Absolute Shadow Sword, Jin Wushuang did not intend to give it up. Instead, he carried it on his back as usual. Unless I am facing an expert who is much stronger than me, I will use the Blood Mountain sword to fight against him. I will use the Absolute Shadow Sword to defeat him after I have a clear understanding of its strength, Jin Wushuang muttered. After exchanging 250 contribution points for the Absolute Shadow Sword, although Jin Wushuang still had 20 contribution points left, he could not use them to exchange for anything useful. Axe 1 Master. Jin Wushuang suddenly looked at Axe 1 Master and asked, "Can you ask about something for me?" "What is it?" Axe 1 Master asked. "Ice Heart Glazed Jade. Have you heard of it, Axe 1 Master?" Jin Wushuang asked. "Ice Heart Glazed Jade?" Axe 1 Master's expression changed and he nodded deeply. "Of course I've heard of it, but it's a very rare treasure. My dear Heaven Marquis, do you need this Ice Heart Glazed Jade?" "Yes." Jin Wushuang nodded. "My wife's soul is now attached to the star moon Agarwood that has existed for hundreds of millions of years. Only when we find the Ice Heart Glazed Jade can we reconstruct her body." "Is that so?" Axe 1 Master understood, but he immediately frowned. Although there are a lot of opportunities in the 3 universe battlefields, and some special treasures appear from time to time, treasures at the level of the Ice Heart Glazed Jade are very rare. In the long time since the Star Palace was founded, this Ice Heart Glazed Jade has only appeared 3 times. 3 times? Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up. Yes, and they were all born in the depths of the 3 battlefields. Although they were born 3 times, the environment of the first birth of the Ice Heart Glazed Jade was too harsh. Not long after it was born, the surrounding experts fell into a terrible inferno and were burned on the spot before they could fight for it, Axe 1 Master said. Incinerate? A treasure like the Ice Heart Glazed Jade can be incinerated? Jin Wushuang was surprised. Nothing is impossible. After all, there are a lot of divine flames of destruction in the depths of Devil Smoke Valley. The lower-level divine flames of destruction are fine, but the higher-level divine flames of destruction can even burn a ruler-level expert to death. Although the Ice Heart Glazed Jade is a rare treasure, it can still be incinerated at the level of the divine flames of destruction, Axe 1 Master said. What about the other 2 times? Jin Wushuang asked. The second appearance of the Ice Heart Glazed Jade was much better. In the end, it was also obtained by an expert of the 6 Void Realms. However, after he obtained the Ice Heart Glazed Jade, he sold it to a ruler-level expert for a very high price, Axe 1 Master said. Ruler? That ruler also needs the Ice Heart Glazed Jade? Jin Wushuang was puzzled. Yes, that ruler-level expert is like you. His wife only has a soul, and your soul is too weak to be possessed. Therefore, the ruler managed to get the Ice Heart Glazed Jade from the 6 Void Realm expert. Then, he used the Ice Heart Glazed Jade to create a glazed body and a divine body for his wife. After that, he and his wife disappeared. I guess they went to the depths of the universe, said Axe 1 Master. What about the last time? Jin Wushuang clenched his fists and stared at Axe 1 Master. One of the 2 pieces of Ice Heart Glazed Jade had been burned, and the other had been used. Jin Wushuang only hoped for the last piece of Ice Heart Glazed Jade. The last piece of Ice Heart Glazed Jade should still be preserved because I've never heard of anyone who yearned for it. However, the person who got it was not a nobody, Axe 1 Master said. Chapter 3545. Asking for information. Who is it? Jin Wushuang asked. Earth Saint Star Master, Axe 1 Master said. It's him? Jin Wushuang's expression changed. Axe 1 Master had given him a detailed list of experts, including experts from various forces in the surrounding star worlds. Among them, there was naturally an introduction by Earth's Saint Star Master. The first impression that Earth's Saint Star Master gave Jian Wushuang was that he was a difficult and terrifying super figure. First of all, he was a genuine ruler realm expert. Secondly, he was extremely eccentric and eccentric. It could even be said that he was crazy. He was an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years. His hometown, the star world where he was born, had already reached its end a long time ago and finally collapsed. However, he survived. At that time, he was only a principal's master. However, after such a principal's master collapsed in the astral world where he was born and had no worries at all, he began to crazily pursue his own strength. He roamed the 3 great battlefields and killed crazily. Just like the current God Fei Master, he killed everyone he saw and did not care who he offended. At that time, this Earth Saint Star Master had stirred up a bloody storm in the 3 great battlefields and made a great reputation for himself. At that time, he had offended many experts. There were even experts who joined hands to kill him. There was even a ruler realm expert who had personally made a move, but he had managed to escape. In the end, he had even obtained an opportunity in the 3 great battlefields and leaped to become a ruler realm expert. Naturally, no one could do anything to him. However, after this Earth Saint Star Master became a ruler realm expert, he gradually restrained his killing. He no longer killed as wantonly as before. Instead, he chose an Earth star to occupy. He named this Earth star the Earth Saint Star. After that, the Earth Saint Star and the Earth Saint Star Master were recognized as the most untouchable existences in this territory. The Earth Saint Star Master is a crazy person who likes to kill. He has a very strange personality. I can't ask him for the Ice Heart Glazed Jade. Jian Wushuang did not frown. Although he had some strength now, he could not ask him to face a ruler realm expert. Moreover, this ruler realm expert was a person who liked to kill. If Jian Wushuang took the initiative to come to him, the Earth Saint Star Master would kill him before he could explain why he came. My young friend, the Icy Heart Glazed Jade is indeed a bit troublesome, but you don't have to worry too much. Although the Earth Saint Star Master is not easy to deal with, he is only one person. Star Palace has some influence in this territory. I will try to contact the Earth Saint Star Master in the name of Star Palace and see if he is willing to exchange the Icy Heart Glazed Jade, Axe 1 Master said. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Axe 1 Master. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had no choice but to ask Star Palace to negotiate with him. For the time being, he did not have the ability to face the Saint Star Master. In addition to Icy Heart Glazed Jade, I also want you to ask about someone for me, Axe 1 Master, Jian Wushuang said. Who? Axe 1 Master looked at him. Star Luo Master. Jian Wushuang said. Star Luo Master? Who is that? Axe 1 Master was puzzled. I don't know much about the identity of Star Luo Master, but I know that she was involved in the world-ending war in the Divine Beginning Realm. She stayed in the Divine Beginning Realm for a long time. During these 10,000 years, she was still in the Divine Beginning Realm, but she disappeared soon after. I suspect that she came to the universe battlefield. Even if she's not in this territory, she might be in the nearby territory, Jian Wushuang said. Star Luo Master. This person was Lung Ruxa's master. In his previous life, it was this Star Luo Master and the 3 Masters of the Saint Realm who forcefully opened the passage to the eternal chaotic world and brought Long Ruxue to the Divine Beginning Realm. It was also the opening of the passage. It allowed Xian Yi to find an opportunity to open the reincarnation passage and send his soul and Long Ruxuang's soul to the Divine Beginning Realm. Jian Wushuang did not know much about Long Ruxuang's master. He had carefully checked the information of Star Luo Master in the Temporal Temple. He only knew that she had stayed in the Divine Beginning Realm for a long time. However, she was not a ruler expert who had risen in the Divine Beginning Realm, but from the outside world. She had participated in the destruction of the 7-star mysterious sect. It was because of this that the 3 Saint Realm Masters of the 3 Saint Realms had helped him open the passage to the eternal chaotic world. However, when Jian Wushuang came to the Divine Beginning Realm and gradually rose to power, Star Luo Master disappeared completely. Jian Wushuang asked the temporal temple to investigate, but they did not find any trace of her. Therefore, Jian Wushuang suspected that Star Luo Master had come to the universe battlefield. If Star Luo Master really came, Lung Rushue would most likely be with her. The main reason why Jian Wushuang wanted to find Star Luo Master was to find Lung Rushue. In Jian Wushuang's opinion, there were two ways to restore his wife's body. The Ice Heart Glazed Jade was just one of them. What Jian Wushuang wanted to do more was to find Lung Rushue and suppress her. Then he would find a way to let Lung Rushue regain control of her body. Naturally, he had to find the Ice Heart Glazed Jade, Star Luo Master, and Lung Rushue as well. I've never heard of this Star Luo Master, but since he's a ruler realm expert, it's impossible for him to be unknown. I'll use some of Star Palace's intelligence abilities to look for him for you. As long as he's in this territory, Star Palace should be able to find him. But if he's in another territory, although Star Palace has some intelligence abilities, we're not so sure that we can find him, Axe One Master said. Well, I'm counting on you, Axe One Master, Jian Wushuang said. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Whether I contact Saint Star Master for you or Star Luo Master for you, I want it for free. You have to pay the price, Axe One Master said suddenly. Jian Wushuang was stunned. My young friend, I know that you received a lot of contribution points in the True Treasure Vault, and then you gave some to Heavy Master and Saber Python Master, and then you exchanged for the Absolute Shadow Divine Sword. But if I'm not wrong, you should still have 20 contribution points. These 20 contribution points are the price for Star Palace to contact Saint Star Master and Star Luo Master for you, Axe One Master said with a smile. You need contribution points to gather information? Jian Wushuang asked with a strange expression. Of course, in the Star Palace, no matter what resources you want to use, you have to pay a price, Axe One Master said. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to take out his last 20 contribution points. Chapter 3546. 3546. After obtaining the shadow-killing divine sword and asking Axe One Master to track down Ice Heart Glazed Jade and Master Star Luo, Jian Wushuang was ready to venture into the depths of Devil Smoke Valley. Devil Smoke Valley is too vast. Although there are many routes to enter the core area from the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley, there is only one closer route to Star Palace's stronghold. Moreover, to reach the depths of Devil Smoke Valley from this route, one must pass through the Blazing Sea. It will take at least several decades, Jian Wushuang muttered. At his current speed, it would still take him dozens of years to travel at full speed. However, he remembered how far the journey was. I have no choice. I have to go to the depths of Devil Smoke Valley. I can still take that road. Jian Wushuang made up his mind and immediately headed toward Devil Smoke Valley. This time, Jian Wushuang did not stay in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley. He went directly to the core area of Devil Smoke Valley at the fastest speed. However, it still took him 3 years to reach the Blazing Sea. The Blazing Sea, as its name implied, was a scorching ocean. This ocean was boundless, and no one knew how big it was because it not only stretched out many branches, but the center of the Blazing Sea was an unexplored area. The so-called unexplored area was a place that the experts of the surrounding astral world had not been able to explore since the appearance of Devil Smoke Valley battlefield. It was not that the experts did not want to explore it, but the central area of the Blazing Sea was too dangerous. Even a ruler realm expert would die if he intruded there. Naturally, no one dared to touch it. However, other than the central area, the other places in the Blazing Sea were relatively safe. This is the Blazing Sea. Jian Wushuang had already arrived in the Blazing Sea. What entered his eyes was a sea of blazing red flames. Endless blazing flames were burning wildly in all directions. The entire world was burning red. As soon as he arrived here, he could already feel the extremely hot air in the void. The temperature here is too high. An ordinary principal's master would not be able to withstand this scorching temperature, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The astonishing temperature baked the world and his divine body at once. Jian Wushuang's divine power was extremely powerful, so he could easily withstand the scorching temperature by relying on his own power. I can only reach the depths of Devil Smoke Valley after passing through the blazing sea. Take your time, Jin Wushuang said with a faint smile. Then he flew forward according to the star map. It was a boring journey. 15 years had passed. Although it had been 15 years, Jin Wushuang had only crossed half the distance of the blazing sea. The rest of the journey was still long. Now I finally understand why it takes so long for experts from different astral worlds to go back to the battlefield. I can't help it. The battlefield is too big, and it takes too long to go back and forth. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. Huh. Jin Wushuang suddenly frowned and stopped. The temperature seems to be higher than other places. Jin Wushuang looked around at the blazing sea, and his face suddenly darkened. No, the temperature is rising. Jin Wushuang felt that the void he was in was obviously different from the other places in the blazing sea. The temperature was so high that even though he used the power protection, he still felt a little uncomfortable. The temperature was still rising. At the same time, a suffocating hot aura slowly rose under Jin Wushuang's feet. What is this? Jin Wushuang's expression changed. But before he could react, the surrounding blazing sea suddenly shook, and the suffocating hot aura completely erupted. With a roar that sounded like a landslide, the blazing sea under Jin Wushuang's feet violently rose up. It was originally burning on the ground, but at this moment, it completely rose up. It was as if a huge wave had suddenly rolled up on the surface of the blazing sea. At this moment, the blazing sea suddenly swept up a layer of fierce flames, huge waves. The vast and mighty fierce flames, huge waves crazily flapped the void and swept out. Most importantly, the fierce flames that rose up came from the bottom of the blazing sea. The temperature was frighteningly high. Oh no! Jin Wushuang was shocked. Flame tide. It's the flame tide. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. When Jin Wushuang was preparing to explore the depths of Devil Smoke Valley, he had read all kinds of information about the blazing sea. In the blazing sea, as long as he did not go to the central area, he would rarely encounter any danger, but it did not mean that he did not encounter any danger. The flame tide that appeared now could be regarded as a major disaster in the blazing sea. It was like a tsunami in the blazing sea. The information about the blazing sea stated that if he encountered a flame tide in the blazing sea, he could only run away. Jin Wushuang reacted, but the flame tide appeared under his feet and was too close to him. The waves of raging flames swept toward him at such a close distance. No matter how fast he could not dodge the first flame tide. Since he could not dodge it, he could only rely on his divine body to forcibly resist it. The incoming flame tide directly covered Jin Wushuang's divine body. Endless raging flames swept over Jin Wushuang's entire body, and a terrifying burning erosion power was transmitted over. Although this erosion power was weakened by more than half when it passed through the blood crystal armor, there was still a lot of scorching power left to erode Jin Wushuang's body. Jin Wushuang could only rely on his divine power to crazily resist this erosion power, which consumed a lot of divine power. In just a moment, Jin Wushuang felt that he had consumed 1/30th of his divine power. One should not underestimate it. After all, Jin Wushuang's divine power was as vast as the sea because he was a perfect chaotic creature. Even a ruler realm expert's divine power was far inferior to his, usually, unless he had to use a large amount of divine power to activate the heaven-cleaving skill. He did not need to care about the consumption of his divine power when fighting others or using absolute arts. It was clear how vast his divine power was. However, the erosion of the first flame tide had consumed 1/30th of his divine power in an instant. If it were an ordinary principles master, even a principles master in the 5th or 6th realm of the void, his divine power would have evaporated in an instant. Terrifying. This flame tide is too terrifying. Jin Wushuang felt a trace of fear in his heart, especially when he saw the successive waves of flame tides behind him. His expression changed drastically. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3547. The first flame tide alone has cost me more than 1/30th of my divine power. The flame tide behind me is even hotter and more massive. Once I'm completely sucked in, even if my divine power is vast, I might not be able to withstand it. Jin Wushuang was shocked. He immediately burst out with his fastest speed and rushed to the side. Although the flame tide was terrifying, its speed was actually not very fast. The first flame tide just now could not be avoided because Jin Wushuang was too close to it, but the remaining flame tide, Jin Wushuang could avoid it. However, just as he was about to break out of the range of the flame tide, a sudden red light attracted Jin Wushuang's attention. What's that? Jin Wushuang looked at the red light in front of him. Although it was surrounded by red flames because of the flame tide, the red light was very eye-catching in the midst of the flames. Whatever it is, take it away. Jin Wushuang waved his hand and caught the red light while moving to the side. However, the moment his right hand touched the red light, an incredible scorching power was transmitted directly from the red light. Almost in an instant, Jin Wushuang's right hand burned up. Jin Wushuang was shocked. Although his right hand was burning up, he still endured the intense pain to grab the red light and put it into his interspatial ring. After doing all this, Jin Wushuang escaped from the range of the flame tide as fast as he could. The flame tide was still rolling up crazily, and its range was getting larger and larger. It swept out in a vast and mighty manner. However, Jin Wushuang had already arrived in the void outside the flame tide. He watched the flame tide crazily sweep around, but the flame tide could no longer affect him. However, at this moment, Jin Wushuang did not pay attention to the flame tide. Instead, he was checking his divine body. My divine power was consumed by 1/5 at that moment. Jin Wushuang was completely stunned at this moment. When the first flame tide came, he had lost more than 1/30th of his divine power. Although he was a little surprised, he could understand. After all, it was a flame tide that could make people's faces change. It was normal for it to have such erosive power. However, Jin Wushuang could not understand. He had just put the red light into his interspatial ring. He had just caught the red light and put it into his interspatial ring in an instant. The process was so short, it had only been a moment, but in such a short time. Not only had his right palm been completely burned, but he had also used up 1/5 of his divine power. He had used up 1/5 of his massive divine power at one time? What kind of terrifying power would be needed to do that? As for the red light, Jin Wushuang immediately began to inspect his interspatial ring. He found a shocking scene. After all, there were many treasures in his interspatial ring, which he had collected after killing many experts over the years. But now, except for a few extremely high-level treasures, all the other treasures in his interspatial ring had disappeared. Yes, they had disappeared. To be exact, because the red light had entered the interspatial ring, the original treasures had been directly evaporated by the terrifying temperature contained in the red light. Only a limited number of extremely high-level treasures had managed to resist the terrifying temperature contained in the red light and remained. Jin Wushuang immediately switched the remaining few treasures to another interspatial ring. Then he carefully looked at the red light. It was not until the red light was the only treasure left in the interspatial ring that the red light finally quieted down. Jin Wushuang finally saw the true appearance of the red light. Visit Reatal Me for extra chapters. The red light was actually a strange-shaped knife disc. The knife disc looked a bit old, but its surface was red and boiling hot, which appeared because it had been at the bottom of the blazing sea for a long time. What is this knife disc? Jin Wushuang frowned and looked at the knife disc. He could not see the material of the knife disc, but he could imagine that it had stayed at the bottom of the blazing sea for such a long time without being damaged. The material of the knife disc must be amazing. Jin Wushuang also tried to refine the knife disc, but as soon as his soul power touched it, his soul immediately began to hurt. This was caused by his soul being unable to withstand the incredible temperature on the knife disc. The temperature is too high. I can't even touch it, let alone refine it, Jin Wushuang murmured. But soon he felt relieved. Although I don't know what this cutter board is, I can tell that it must have a great origin. Maybe it's a very special treasure. I just don't know its use. I have no choice but to keep it. When I have the chance, I'll find someone to see what it is." Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief. Even though he had lost 1/5 of his divine power and his right palm had been burned, his strength was still at his level. The burning of his palm would not harm him at all, and the divine power he had lost could be recovered at the fastest speed. The only thing that made Jian Wushuang feel a bit distressed was the treasures in his interspatial ring that had been evaporated. After all, they had been accumulated over the years. However, when he thought of the miraculous properties of the knife disc, Jian Wushuang felt better. Even if he did not know the exact origin and use of the knife disc, he could guess its value. It was definitely more valuable than all the treasures evaporated from his interspatial ring combined. A sudden boom made Jian Wushuang look toward the void in front of him. In the void in front of him, the huge flame tide filled the entire sky. The flame tide had crashed into a huge rock that had stood in the middle of the blazing sea for many years. It had long been immune to the impact of the flame tide. It only made some booming sounds. The flame tide is too terrifying. It will sweep over a larger and larger area. I don't know when it will completely stop. If an expert accidentally falls into the range of the flame tide at this time, I'm afraid the end will be quite miserable. Jian Wushuang sighed, however. He did not think too much about the flame tide. Instead, he continued to fly toward his target, the core area of Devil Smoke Valley. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3548. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 years had passed. Jian Wushuang had finally crossed over from the blazing sea. Jian Wushuang looked at the blazing sea, which was quite far away, and could not help smiling. In the blazing sea, the boring travel time was secondary. The key was that the temperature of the blazing sea was too high. He had to rely on his own power to withstand the scorching temperature at all times. But even so, he still felt extremely dry and hot. The dry heat for decades would inevitably make people feel irritated. I completely followed the star map given to me by the Axe One Master. After passing through the blazing sea, I have now reached the core area of Devil Smoke Valley. If nothing unexpected happens, I am now in the Nine Twists Demon Cave, Jian Wushuang muttered. More than 90% of the core area of Devil Smoke Valley was unexplored. Even the remaining 10% of the area that had been explored was still unbelievably large, and such a large territory. Naturally, there were many special places. The Nine Twists Demon Cave was the core area of the Devil Smoke Valley, a relatively famous special place. The Nine Twists Demon Cave not only has many natural dangers like the Nine Twists Thunder Tribulation and the Devil Cloud Sea, but there are also some terrifying monsters living in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. Although these monsters are generally low in intelligence, their strength is very shocking. It is said that the most ordinary monsters have combat strength comparable to the masters of the 6 states of the void, and some of the stronger monsters can even suppress peak experts of the 6 states of the void. In addition, among these monsters, there is the most terrifying blood-armored monster. It is said that this blood-armored monster can fight against a ruler realm expert. It lives here and hates us foreign cultivators. As long as we meet it, it won't hesitate to kill us. I'm traveling alone in the Nine Twists Demon Cave, so I have to be careful, Jian Wushuang thought. He had read the information about the Nine Twists Demon Cave and knew how dangerous it was. It was not like the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley. As long as he did not foolishly intrude into some dangerous places, he could do whatever he wanted in the outer area, but not in the core area, especially in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. The monsters in the Nine Twists Demon Cave were known to all the experts in the astral world. Although the Nine Twists Demon Cave is dangerous, it contains many opportunities. There are also many experts wandering around here. I really hope to fight with them as soon as possible, Jian Wushuang murmured. In the core area of Devil Smoke Valley, especially in places like the Nine Twists Demon Cave, there were many experts, and they were usually very strong. Any one of them could reach the level of the sixth void realm. The reason why Jian Wushuang chose to come here was that there were many opportunities, and the most important thing was that there were many experts. I wonder who will be my first opponent. With a hint of expectation, Jian Wushuang began to explore the Nine Twists Demon Cave. 3 days later, a red-haired, sloppy old man was half lying behind a black boulder on a pitch-black land. Although he looked very relaxed and comfortable, his soul energy had long since spread out, allowing him to see everything in his surroundings. The slightest movement in the surrounding void would immediately attract his attention. And at this moment, an unfamiliar aura suddenly intruded into the range of the red-haired, sloppy old man's soul perception. The red-haired, sloppy old man's gaze focused slightly. What an unfamiliar aura. And this aura doesn't seem very strong. It's only at the level of an ordinary principles master? The red-haired, sloppy old man was somewhat puzzled. This was because this was the core region of Devil Smoke Valley. Under normal circumstances, those who rushed here to explore the core region were usually experts at the fifth level of the void. No matter how weak they were, they would only be able to join forces with a few peak fourth level void realm experts. Even so, they could only walk around some ordinary places in the Blackheart region. But this was the Nine Twists Demon Cave. Even in the core region, it was an extremely dangerous place. Under such circumstances, those who dared to venture here were usually at the sixth realm of the void, or perhaps they were at the peak of the fifth level of the void. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. However, the aura that appeared within the range of the red-haired, sloppy old man's soul perception was indeed not very strong. However, in terms of aura, it was much weaker compared to the fourth level of the void. However, to a principles master, he could not completely rely on aura to evaluate the other party's strength. This man, the red-haired sloppy elder, stood up, and at the same time, he had a good look at his appearance. This appearance and the divine sword on his back, could it be the blood sword master who has been famous in the outer area recently? The red-haired sloppy elder pondered. Although he had been wandering in the Nine Twists Demon Cave for some time and had not returned, he still knew clearly about some things that had happened in the 3 battlefields through the forces behind him. Of course, that included Jian Wushuang's reputation in the outer area of Devil Smoke Valley. After all, many people in the outside world believed that Jian Wushuang was qualified to fight with experts of the 6 void realms. Such a figure was already qualified to be heard by those experts of the 6 void realms. Well, it should be him. This place is close to the Blazing Sea. It seems that he has just passed through the Blazing Sea, the red-haired, sloppy old man said softly. Then, he began to ponder. Although this blood sword master has made quite a name for himself in the outer region of Devil Smoke Valley, the people he fights there are only some Void 4th level experts or Void 5th level principles masters. As for Void 6th realm experts, I'm afraid that he has never encountered them before. Although many people now say that this blood sword master has the strength to fight against Void 6th realm experts, without truly fighting against Void 6th realm experts, how can he be in charge? At least, I don't believe it. But now, he has come to this Nine Twists Demon Cave to explore, and he actually met me? The red-haired, sloppy old man muttered to himself, but his gaze gradually became cold. This blood sword master has a low-level universe true treasure armor, and the outside world is saying that he has an extremely special time-space type universe true treasure. That time-space type universe true treasure is of an extremely high level. It might be a high-level universe true treasure. The red-haired, sloppy old man didn't care about a single low-level universe true treasure armor. However, a time-space type true treasure that was suspected to have reached the level of a high-level universe true treasure was enough to make him excited and even go crazy. It's rare to meet this blood sword master. This is equivalent to the heavens giving me a chance. If I miss it, I'm afraid I won't have such an opportunity in the future. The red-haired, sloppy old man's eyes were burning. The next moment, he moved. He rushed towards the human figure within his soul perception. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3549. Jin Wushuang slowly moved forward on the black earth of the Nine Twists Demon Cave. Because there were too many dangerous places in the Nine Twists Demon Cave, he did not dare to move too fast. It's said that the monsters in the Nine Twists Demon Cave live on the black earth. Most of the time, they live underground and only come out occasionally to get some fresh air. However, I haven't seen any monsters in the past few days, so I don't know what they look like, Jin Wushuang muttered. Huh. Jin Wushuang's face suddenly darkened. He had already sensed the killing intent coming from his side, and a strange figure had appeared there. It actually appeared silently by my side, but my soul power did not sense it? What a good trick. Jin Wushuang smiled indifferently and immediately activated his life magic power. The red-haired sloppy old man suddenly appeared beside Jin Wushuang. He had completely set his eyes on Jin Wushuang, even though he did not think that Jin Wushuang had the battle strength of the sixth realm of the void. However, he did not want to give Jin Wushuang a chance to kill him. Instead, he unleashed his strongest power as soon as he attacked. A dazzling blood-red saber light with a suffocating cold aura slashed toward Jin Wushuang. The timing of his attack was just right. In the red-haired sloppy elder's opinion, even if his attack could not kill Jin Wushuang, it could at least severely injure him. He had a high chance of killing Jin Wushuang. However, he did not expect that Jin Wushuang would react the moment he attacked and immediately attack. This move was still performed with the Blood Mountain Sword. Because the time was too short, Jin Wushuang did not have the time to perform any amazing swordsmanship. It was purely a move that relied on his own brute force and his strongest power. The Blood Mountain Sword and the saber light collided head-on. An extremely powerful force immediately surged from the saber light and forced Jin Wushuang to retreat at once. Jin Wushuang retreated rapidly, and it took him a long time to stabilize himself. Impressive. This saber alone should have the battle strength close to the advanced level of the sixth realm. There are indeed many experts in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly, and at the same time, he saw the appearance of the person. This appearance, you are the Red Nether Master, right? Jin Wushuang asked. Yes, I am. The Red Nether Master stared at Jin Wushuang with a cold gaze. Blood Sword Master, I didn't expect you to be able to take my attack without being noticed. It doesn't seem like you used up much divine power. Haha, it's my honor for you to recognize me, Red Nether Master. However, I don't have any enmity with you. It's not right for you to launch a sneak attack without saying anything. After all, you're an expert of the sixth realm of the void, Jin Wushuang said. Humph, I don't care whether you have enmity or not. As long as I don't like you, or if you have something I want, I can kill you at will, Red Nether Master said coldly. It's said that you have a time-space type universe true treasure on you. Blood Sword Master, hand over that time-space type true treasure and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll have to stay alive. Oh. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows, then he smiled and said, Red Nether Master, you're right. Cultivators who wander around the three battlefields don't need any reason to kill each other. They can kill each other if they want to, but I'm afraid you're not qualified to do so. You'll know whether I'm qualified or not. Red Nether Master did not waste any time. Since Jin Wushuang did not take the initiative to hand over the time-space type true treasure, he immediately took action. A terrifying speed burst forth. Red Nether Master was clearly still some distance away from Jin Wushuang, but in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Jin Wushuang and the dark red saber in his hand. He struck out fiercely once again. This strike had the ability to split mountains and break mountains, as if it wanted to cut everything in front of him into two. Seeing this scene, Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with excitement. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Jin Wushuang's aura suddenly soared, and an extremely violent aura suddenly rose. He held the Blood Mountain Sword with one hand and instantly slashed. A scarlet sword light easily cut through the void, and with a roar like that of an ancient fierce beast, it suddenly slashed out. It was the Peerless Sword Technique. Shixiang, visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. It was the same Shixiang move, but after 50 years of practice, it had reached the level of an advanced level 6 absolute art. Coupled with Jin Wushuang's terrifying power, it instantly collided with the saber light of the Red Nether Master. With another loud sound, Jin Wushuang staggered and took a few steps back. But the Red Nether Master also took a few steps back. Is this an advanced level 6 secret skill? The Red Nether Master looked at Jin Wushuang in surprise. Haha. Jin Wushuang just smiled faintly and then attacked again. Humph. The Red Nether Master snorted, and his eyes turned cold as he went up to meet Jin Wushuang. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. Although the Red Nether Master was a genuine expert of the 6 Void Realms, his cultivation was only at the initial stage of the 6 Void Realms. He was still far from reaching the advanced stage of the 6 Void Realms. As for Jin Wushuang, he activated his Life Divine Power by relying on his advantage in basic divine power to activate the first stage of the Blood Crystal Armor. The power he unleashed was definitely stronger than that of an expert at the peak of the 5 Void Realms. He was only slightly weaker than an expert of the 6 Void Realms. However, Jin Wushuang could make up for this difference with his own swordsmanship. After all, he had created a complete set of swordsmanship. These swordsmanship had reached the advanced level of level 6. During the fierce battle with the Red Nether Master, each of his swordsmanship was an advanced level 6 absolute art. This was something that the Red Nether Master could not do. With the advantage of the absolute art, Jin Wushuang could fight the Red Nether Master head-on. Clang, 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 clang. A low sound of collision could be heard. The two of them had fought in the void for nearly 100 times. Although the Red Nether Master had some advantage in these nearly 100 collisions, he did not have much of an advantage. Red Nether Master, is that all you've got? Jin Wushuang suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked at the Red Nether Master. The Red Nether Master had an ugly look on his face. He had not taken Jin Wushuang seriously before and thought that his strength was enough to crush Jin Wushuang and kill him. But now, in a real fight, he could not even completely suppress his opponent, let alone kill him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3550. Although my strength is only at this level, you are still slightly weaker than me. What are you so proud of? Red Nether Master shouted in a low voice. Slightly weaker than you? Jin Wushuang laughed playfully. That may not be the case. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Wushuang put the Blood Mountain sword back into its scabbard. Then, with a flip of his hand, a purple divine sword emitting a faint cold light appeared in his hand. This purple divine sword was, of course, the absolute shadow divine sword. Red Nether Master, now you and I will fight again, Jin Wushuang said with a faint smile. Of course, Red Nether Master also saw Jin Wushuang's action, and his expression could not help changing. That sword is a universe true treasure. Blood Sword Master clearly has an offensive magic weapon at the level of a universe true treasure, but he hasn't taken it out before. Red Nether Master's expression was gloomy. He knew that he had been underestimated by Jin Wushuang. Kid, you're too conceited. With a stern shout, Red Nether Master attacked again. This time, he tried his best to fully unleash his power. Jin Wushuang took a simple step forward and instantly slashed down with the long sword in his hand. It was the peerless sword technique. Shixiang. Jin Wushuang used the same sword technique with the same power. The only difference was that Jin Wushuang had used the Blood Mountain sword before, but now he used the Shadow Divine sword. However, the power of the last sword attack was obviously much more powerful. A low sound of collision was heard. Red Nether Master took a few steps back. However, Jin Wushuang was not affected at all. After a head-on collision, he immediately gave chase. In the void, Jin Wushuang and Red Nether Master were fighting again. However, the situation had been completely reversed. Previously, Red Nether Master had gained the upper hand in the fierce battle between Jin Wushuang and Red Nether Master with Blood Mountain Sword. However, now that Jin Wushuang had changed to Absolute Shadow Divine Sword, the power of his swordsmanship had increased greatly. In a head-on collision, Jin Wushuang had the advantage, so naturally, Jin Wushuang had the upper hand. Bastard! After the Blood Sword Master changed to a divine weapon, the power of his swordsmanship has increased by so much. The Red Nether Master's face was extremely ugly. He carefully looked at the purple divine sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. This sword is definitely an advanced universe true treasure, and it should be considered a top-grade one among the advanced universe true treasures. Otherwise, its power would not have increased so much all of a sudden. I'm not playing with you anymore. Jian Wushuang's voice suddenly turned cold, and his face became serious. A supreme destructive will suddenly rose. This destructive will, with a hatred that was determined to die, completely exploded from Jian Wushuang's hand. A sword light also extended from the heaven and earth. This sword light seemed to have split the sky of the Nine Twists Demon Cave in half. An absolute art at the peak of the 6th rank? The moment the Red Nether Master saw this sword light, his expression immediately changed. When Jian Wushuang had used several advanced 6th rank absolute arts, he was already surprised enough. However, he had never expected that Jian Wushuang had also created an absolute art at the peak of the 6th rank. Red Nether Master clenched his teeth and swung his saber to block the sword light. The sword light crushed his saber technique almost instantly, and a powerful destructive force was transmitted to his body. Visit Me for extra chapters. Although he was protected by the universe true treasure armor, which had offset most of the power, the remaining power entered his divine body and directly depleted 10% of his divine body. That sword is indeed a top-tier senior universe true treasure. If it were an ordinary senior universe true treasure, my true treasure armor could at least cancel out more than 90% of its power. However, my true treasure armor only canceled out 70% of its power with his sword. Red Nether Master's face was cold. I can't keep fighting with him. Let's go. Red Nether Master did not hesitate at all and rushed toward the void space at the fastest speed. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang did not intend to chase after him. He knew very well that although he could suppress or defeat the Red Nether Master, it was still very difficult to kill him. It's just as I thought. I'm a perfect level life form. Even though I'm only at the immortal saint realm, my basic divine power is still much stronger than that of an ordinary principles master. I have an advantage in basic divine power, and the first stage of the power of the blood crystal armor brings out my advantage almost perfectly. Even if I only have 4 parts of the power of my will and 1 part of the power of my life divine power, I'm not much weaker than an ordinary expert of the 6 void realms. My swordsmanship has almost reached the advanced level of stage 6. With Jian Wushuang's help, I can fight against weaker experts of the 6 void realms head-on. For example, the Red Nether Master was at a slight disadvantage at the beginning. However, once I take out my absolute shadow sword, I can easily suppress him, Jian Wushuang murmured. He had guessed that his current strength was no weaker than that of an ordinary expert of the 6 void realms. After the battle with the Red Nether Master, it proved that he indeed had such strength. Of course, the Red Nether Master was an ordinary expert of the 6 void realms, which was why Jian Wushuang had the upper hand. But do not forget, the battle strength that Jian Wushuang mentioned did not include the heaven-cleaving skill. The heaven-cleaving skill was quite harmful to Jian Wushuang's divine power. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had decided that he would not use it if he could not use it during his time in the universe battlefield. For example, he did not use the heaven-cleaving skill during his fight with the Red Nether Master. Once he used it, his battle strength could instantly rise to the peak of the 6 void realms. In the end, Red Nether Master is still a little weak, but I can use it to test my strength, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Then, he took a step forward and continued to fly forward. Red Nether Master, who was not far from Jian Wushuang, returned to a black boulder after he had gotten rid of Jian Wushuang. Red Nether Master exhaled and began to inspect his divine body. His expression immediately turned ugly. Damn it! I wanted to kill Blood Sword Master and take his time-space type true treasure, but I failed. Not only did I fail to kill him, but I also lost more than 20% of my divine power. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.